Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And oh my, I'm up higher than normal. There we go. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh my goodness. How are you guys doing today? How are you guys doing today? I am exhausted. In full candor, I thought about not doing the show today because I'm so tired. And, we've had so much going on with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and it's all winding down and like everything's finishing up and all that rush is going away. But I'm not going to be doing a show tomorrow night, probably, because I'm going to be on vacation. So I figured I should do the show tonight. Right? Like that makes sense. Because if I'm going to be gone tomorrow, adding an extra day would be silly. So we're going to do about that. There are other reasons I thought about not doing the show. I learned that I did not invent my show. Today, it's actually a photocopy of another very famous show. We're going to talk about that a little bit. But not only did I just not generally invent anything that I've done, it's all taken from somebody else. Everybody's already done the show I'm going to do tonight. So you guys have probably already watched this. You're going to be like, oh, wonder what Nikki Rackets is going to talk about today. Oh, look, the thing we've all been watching everybody else talk about all day. It's not going to stop me from doing it, but that is what we're going to do. And oh my gosh, DUI guy's notebook is at $12,300. $12,300 for his weirdo notes from the trial. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's great because it's going to a charity or whatever. Like that's cool. But it's $12,000 for a notebook. I should put the underwear I would wear up, Here's the underwear I wore on this stream for the Johnny Depp trial, and the proceeds will go to my OnlyFans. How about that? That's a charity I can get behind. No, that's terrific, though. That's terrific. Like without a hint of irony, that is awesome. That's 12 grand at least. That's going to a charity. That's, and it's his, well, no, does that make him like Amber Heard since it'd be someone else's money going to the charity? I don't know if that makes him the same as Amber Heard or better than Amber Heard. We'll have to consult an expert on that at some point. Nick, you only said that to avoid drama? Said what to avoid drama? I just think that's crazy. Like, I mean, it does include top secret notes. That's listed in there. That's very important. It's wild, man. I genuinely think that that's great, but I don't get it. It's cool though. Okay, what do we got here? All right, you know what we're talking about tonight. Elaine Unbreeded Hoft went on a little interview tour today. Could auction off the empty bottles. I don't know if eBay would let me do enough auctions. I have so many of them. Most of them are still sitting here. I got to get them put elsewhere. But we're Elaine Breedenhoft. She's out there talking about the whammons issues of Amber Heard being found liable for her defamation. The full grift is on for everybody, right? I mean, they're in defense mode. The media's in attack mode. This is so bad. How dare a man win? Zach Weber says, I don't like your editor. That's okay. He probably doesn't like you. Plus, Zach Weber, you're a fake person anyway. So what do you care? So yeah, the fact that a man won is really, really bothering them. So here's my rough agenda. We're gonna do it rough. We're gonna look at Elaine Breedehoff's interview. Hey, what's up, Ty Beard? Tell everybody at North Texas RPG Con that I love them and I miss them and I wish I could be down there. But unfortunately, I cannot. So we're going to watch the interview with Elaine Breederhoft. Oh, shit. I didn't check for, I mean, I'm going to guess. Better check the Texas Second Court of Appeals to be disappointed yet again. Wait, no, that was last week's. I checked last week, right? I mean, I would know if I checked it on my phone. That's why it didn't show up. Okay, and so then today, they'd only decided 3 cases. What are they even doing? Get off your asses and just decide this case. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You stupid court. We're going to talk the Elaine Breederhoft interview. I'm going to do something, you guys piss me off so much that I'm going to subject you to something terrible. I'm going to make you watch a video from a channel with 943,000 subs, which will obviously be top quality content. Send Ty the link. What's he want? Wants to come on? Okay. Yeah, Ty, I'll send you the link. I'm gonna make you watch a video. It's got 943,000 subscribers. It must be a very good show. Must be a very good show. And it is talking about the Depp versus Heard verdict. Have you heard of Beyond the Trailer? Which I assume means like the trailer park trailer or like, beyond, like, I assume that's what that is. It's a lady named Grace Randolph, who I assume, must be very charming. I mean, to have almost 1 million subscribers, probably pretty wise and snappy. I feel like I've heard the name Grace Randolph before, but I'm not sure. So we got that. There's a Vice article. We're going to check out the Vice article from the announcement of the verdict. What else do we have? We've got Eddie Kim's article about me and others. There's a lot there's a lot to process here. There's a lot of stuff going on. So that's what the show's going to be tonight. I hope you hate it. I really do. Real quick, oh yes, we've got a Taylor Lawrence. Yeah, we got to check out what Taylor Lawrence is saying. There's all kinds of very good Twitter threads and comments coming out from all of the people. There's a statement from who the fuck made this statement? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh God. Oh God. Sorry, I accidentally clicked on T. Greg Duchette's thread. Uh, uh, and, uh, guys, I'm starting a GoFundMe because I just got cancer right now and brain cancer. I'm diagnosed stage 4 terminal. It was a mistake. It was all a mistake. I regret everything. I regret everything. He's talking about video games now. The dude is he is amazingly unpopular and uninteresting. It's so funny because it's like he had this gift of being a fucking idiot during the one of the random race baity riot BLM things, and he was live tweeting from it. So he got like 120,000 Twitter followers. And no one interacts with him at all. So it's like it just shows his this crippling inability to be likable or interesting. I mean, it was it's it it's almost unfathomable how bad it is. Do you guys want to see this? I mean, I'm not going to dwell on it. I mean, just I have to put it in perspective as to just how. Hold on. Shit. Like the level of interaction. This is the nightmare of social media. If you want to have sort of an issue. Now, look, a lot of people don't want social media clout, and that is commendable and respectable. I love you. You're the smart ones. But this guy tweets a lot. Let's see if we can get some. Hold on. I'll show you. I'm going to show you all this. Many of you are not aware of the history of this channel. You don't know your history. You don't know your culture. All right. So here's the first thing we're going to do. There's this tool called Social Blade. Social Blade is interesting for seeing how much somebody hates their own life. All right. Let me compare. We'll do this in a nice, easy to understand way. Now, I feel like I'm on Twitter too much, personally. I tweet too much. There's no Vic news, Meffy. No Vic news today. So that's the one thing you got to understand is I tweet too much. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm ready for this. I've got the materials prepared. So this is the Social Blade Twitter stats for Rekieta Law. Okay. So here you can see I tweet too much. During the trials, I tweet a lot more because I tweet out stuff throughout the day. But you can see I've got an average of 23 tweets a day. That includes replies and stuff like that. And so, 28, 2019, 1, 7, 65. These are the weekend, Sunday and Monday. There was no trial, obviously. Saturday, there was a lot going on. I think I replied to a lot of them there. But during the trial days, tweet a little bit more than normal. And then it kind of winds down over the weekends. And I think this is too much Twitter. Okay. I don't like it. I hate Twitter. Who did I unfollow? I must have been blocked by someone. That's probably what happened. Anyway, so that's it. Okay. Now here's T. Greg Doucette. His daily average is 70 tweets a day. So 3 times what I do. That's a fucking lot. That's a lot of Twitter. But yeah, so he spikes in these days 194 tweets, 194 tweets. If we scroll down, you can see that here's his normal Twitter interactions through most of everything. Minuses, some pluses, whatever, kind of just a dead Twitter. And then bam, he gains 97,000 followers in July 2020, July of 2020. Okay. And then a lot of negative months as all the BLM supporters are like, wait, this is a white bald guy. Who fucking cares? And he doesn't tend to do well after that. But so he gained a whole bunch. Yeah, so his these are the people he follows, so this doesn't matter. But yeah, so back in June of 2019. This is when I met him. But I mean, that's when he's doing 6,000 tweets a month. So we caught him on a slow month here with 2,083 tweets last month. So that 90 a day, that's a slow month for T. Greg. You got these 3,000 tweets, 3,800, 3,800, 3,500. And the guy uses Twitter a lot. This is a tool. Okay. So I want to point that out. All right. And just for the rule of completeness, I gained a lot of followers, obviously, for Kyle Rittenhouse. And I've gained a lot of followers for the Johnny Depp. All right. And so then here's my tweets. I didn't tweet for shit. This is when my account started because I was we're not going to talk about it. But yeah, so my highest month ever is 877 tweets. That's my highest month of all time live tweeting during Kyle Rittenhouse. And then this is the next highest, 720. So I just want to show the disparity here. All right. I want to show the disparity in our usage of Twitter. Okay. Now here's why that becomes important. Here he is. Yes, that's him. And this is his follower count. But let's take a peek at that interactivity because that's the critical nature of it, right? When you've got 122,800 followers, how much traction does your tweet get? Show your Twitter stats, Attorney Tom. We'll do it in a minute, you stepchild. Olympus is a tremendous pain in the ass. 2 replies, no likes. 42 likes on this one. That was good. 10 likes. 22 likes, 31 likes. Go away. 6 likes, a whole 6 on this one. People are very excited for his thrice weekly Twitch game night, like Jackbox games or whatever. He's got 1 like here. This is good. 117 on this one. 1 like, five likes. These are other people's tweets. These are doing better than his do, almost universally. All of these are good. But back to him, 9, 23, 11. Now, mind you, we're scrolling through all of these tweets, right? We're scrolling through all of them. We're only 4 hours ago. We're only fucking 4 hours ago. 31, 4, 3. His guy's got 122,000 Twitter followers, 3 likes. And I'm not on replies, right? Because tweets and replies is different than tweets. The replies are the ones that are nested in threads. These are on his main page. Anyway, this guy fancies himself a legal commentator. He fancies himself very important. He loves his blue check mark. He says he's decades as a First Amendment trial attorney. No. Now in-house counsel for big tech. Okay, sure. But he loves the Twitter. He loves the clout of Twitter. It's the thing he does constantly, and he gets no traction because every take is retarded. All of them are retarded. Oh my gosh. Fine, Attorney Tom, I'll check your stupid Twitter stats. When I type in Attorney Tom, it says, it seems that does not have enough followers on Twitter. We require a minimum of 5 followers to get entered into our database. Is your Twitter too short to ride this ride, Tom? That can't be right. That has to be wrong. I must have typed in the wrong thing. Hold on, let me find your stupid Twitter. Okay, it's attorney _ Tom. Okay, let's see. Oh, there he is. There we go. He has 111 tweets ever. Look at this man's Twitter usage. Why does anybody even follow him? What a waste. But okay, I just want to point out that I want to point something out. Let's do a review of Attorney Tom's Twitter usage and interactivity, right? Because we look, you guys need a baseline. I showed you what 122,000 follower Twitter account looks like. Let's look at what Tom's 3,800 Twitter account. Very respectable Twitter account. Very respectable Twitter account, right? That's good stuff. Hard to build a following on Twitter. So here you go. His last one, 111 likes. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know where they got this picture, but that's not bad. 105 likes, 67 likes. What is this post? Tom, what is this? Look at your face. POV. You're the cash register at a drive-up window at Wendy's. You heard a woman's voice ask for 16 orders of medium fries. She rolls up, rolls down her window, and there she is. What do you do? Okay. Look at this one. He you want clout chasing? He tags Emily Baker. He just tags her. Boom. More interaction than he's gotten on his entire Twitter timeline in his entire life. That's clout right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is clout. He just tags a more popular person and they demolish and destroy. He got ratioed on every tweet he's ever made by one tweet that involved Emily Baker. Oh my God. That is how you do social media, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. 34 tweets here. That's 15 times higher than the average T. Greg tweet. Wait, why are you responding to Miss? No. Legal Eagle put himself out there for Elon Musk's team. Oh God. 76. Here you go. 76 tweets. Ooh, 1,600. Because he tagged Ludwig, right? So someone very popular. Again. And when he tagged another very popular person, he got a whole bunch of likes. Tom, I know the secret to your success. If you just tag anybody who's popular, your tweets do really well. If you don't, they do okay. Look, another one. Another Ricada Media one. This is good. See, this is a good tweet. People like this. They like when you tell the truth, Tom. Okay, anyway. Whew. Why? Why do you exist? Oh my gosh. Oh, damn it. People didn't like this one so much, Tom. That wasn't a good one. Did you guys ever see this tweet? This real tweet. Boston mom just took the kids to the Museum of Science in Boston for the first time in ages. Look what we found. Notice any differences. How long until they take this down? Ricada Law here, and Attorney Tom here. This is this is okay. Whew. All right. Okay. Yes. I just saw it in the chat and I saw it earlier. I meant to say it. Yes, a juror has responded. A juror has created a TikTok of about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And they did say that the $2 million for Amber Heard was a compromised verdict. Anyway, that was a tale of three Twitters. Completely unplanned. I just happened to still have T. Greg's Twitter open from when he was shitting on Camille Vasquez. This is the important part. T. Greg is a self-important legal commentator. And he has a little gaggle of people who really like him. Not very many, as you can tell. They don't like to like his tweets, but they apparently like him. He thought Camille Vasquez did a terrible job. The weird thing is he denied it later, but it's like, bro, I read the tweets. I mean, Jay Sean Lemoyne, Wheezy Lungs, he sent you clips of Camille Vasquez. You talked about it on your timeline. It's hard to find because you fucking tweet so much. But then he denied it when I called him out. And it's amazing because, I mean, they won an impossible case, and largely due to Camille Vasquez. she's one of the main reasons that they won that case, and that he would that he was calling her out is just about everything you need to know about him. So anyway, all right, that's enough tea, Greg. Get rid of all these windows. Those are pointless. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Ty said to tag him in. I sent Ty the link, and then he didn't show up. So I don't know what happened there. I guess that was interesting. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, let's close that. Where are we? What are we doing? Oh, I gotta close all the. Oh, okay. I'm so out of sorts, guys. Very out of sorts. I recorded an interview with Jesse Lee Peterson today for the Fallen State with Jesse Lee Peterson, his Fallen State show, which airs on Fridays. My show with him will air next week, Friday. Next week, Friday, with Jesse Lee Peterson. It was a very fun show. It was amazing. Yeah, I see Emily Baker's in the chat. I know. I don't know that she wants to come on. I think Emily's on vacation. She's welcome to. Love talking to Emily, but I'm not gonna put her on the spot like that because I think she's, I know how she feels right now. Actually, I don't, because Emily did all the streaming, but she also did a whole shitload of interviews and stuff because people like her, which is cool. So she's great. Happy to have her in the chat, of course, and we'll be very happy when we're all rested up to have her on for a late night stream. We can chew the fat or whatever and have a good time. It'll be great getting back together with some people I haven't talked to in like 7 weeks. So that'll be fun. But yeah, for now, why don't we let's keep this between you and me. Let's hit this Elaine Bredehoft thing, and then we'll start that up. I'll do some super chats, and then we'll keep going from there. Does that sound like a plan? Where the fuck is this? Not you. But yeah, the TikTok guy, Seeking Infinite, is there. He's the guy who was the juror. I can play his TikTok real quick. I'm not going to go through most of it. What the hell? No. What the fuck is this? Okay, hold on. Did a weird thing there. Let me check the here's a TikTok. There's some YouTuber who like went through all the questions that were asked in this guy's thing. I hate TikTok, but there's some weird YouTuber who went through and like tried to compile the questions and show the questions and answers. I'm not going to do that. Let's just hear what this guy has to say, and I'll summarize the only important question and answer that was in there. They're saying it's fake. Fake. Oh, he's not real? Oh, okay. Well, fuck this guy. Good logic and law and lumber say BS on that juror. Okay, why? I mean, I'm just curious why they say it's fake. proven fake? Okay. They were there. So did they hear all the uh they heard all the jurors' voices or whatever and can verify? Whatever. Anyway, the alleged juror, I won't play the video then, I guess, but he was just talking about Amber being crazy. But in the Q&A, the alleged juror who is allegedly fake says that it was a compromise verdict on the 2 million. It was a compromise getting it out there. But if it's fake, then it's fake. It doesn't fucking matter. That's all I was going to do anyway, is show you. Since everybody else is looking at all this stuff, I figured I should copy everybody else on what, because I don't know how to do a show. It's all made up. So since that's fake and gay, we'll move on. Let me get this Elaine Bredehoft video pulled up. Okay. All right. We've got CBS Mornings. We've got Today. Both have interviews with Elaine Bredehoft. I think it's time for some body shaming. Oh, God. You know, I just want to come on the internet and body shame someone, and then they get, like, I see them and it's like, oh, what a catastrophe. What a catastrophe. Why? I can't even. Ugh. Ugh. Blah. Ugh. All right, here we go.
A Virginia jury's decision to side with Johnny Depp in his defamation lawsuit is drawing both condemnation and praise.
Fat. Yuck. And your voice is terrible. And whoever put you in yellow with the background there they hate you. They hate you. The CBS Mornings camera, costume, wardrobe people hate you. I don't even know this lady's name. But I got to comment a lot on this because CBS is going to definitely copy claim this. So I'm adding lots of commentary critical of the artistic nature of the work, in that, look at it, ew. But I'm also going to be critical of the content within it. So there. So we got dollar store Oprah Winfrey here. Oprah may have $1 billion, but I got like $2,000. Is here to interview Elaine Bredehoft. Here we go.
The verdict came after 6 weeks of very dramatic testimony from both sides. She claimed that he abused her, while he said she was the abuser.
Very insightful, very helpful. Thank you.
In his reaction, Depp wrote, the goal of bringing the case was to reveal the truth, and that truth never perishes. Elaine Charlson Bredehoft is the attorney for Amber Heard.
Well, that's unfortunate. So here is Elaine Charlson Bredehoft, or whatever. She's sitting in this studio. Why does this studio have a decorative shelf in the back there? Why do they have this? Like, you don't need that stuff. You're a fucking TV studio. No one's like living in this space except the security guard. But here's Elaine. She's got a lapel mic, probably the same one. The court probably just let her keep the one she used during closing arguments. They're like, nah, you can keep it, Elaine. It didn't go so well, and we feel like if we pull that off of you, it'll eternally smell like cat urine. So why don't you just have it? Please leave. Please just go. Elaine, just go. Don't you have somewhere to stay? Where have you been sleeping? Under one of the benches in the you can't do that. Please leave, or it calls. I can't call security. I am security, but I'm gonna, ma'am, I'm gonna need you to go.
Is with us now, and we should mention we did also reach out to Johnny Depp's team, but they declined to be interviewed this morning.
Can you imagine the response? Hello, this is Jerry, the booking agent for CBS Mornings. Yes, I'd like to speak to Camille Vasquez. No. Jerry, okay, from CBS Mornings. Right, I got it. No, Ms. Vasquez is not opening an OnlyFans. No, you cannot be the cameraman for it. We've gotten 8 of these calls this morning. No, click.
Morning. Elaine, thank you. We're so very glad you're here.
Thank you.
We heard Amber.
Hold on. We got to do Simp Watch on this. Simp Watch on this. Look at this motherfucker's face. Just look at it. Wait when he shows up. All right. Wait when he shows up.
Declined to be interviewed this morning. Elaine, thank you. We're so
Hold on. He's looking down. I'm going to get him when he looks up. Look at the pathetic look on his face.
very glad you're here.
This guy has no idea how to act. He's got his legs crossed like a woman. he's got the ball crushing leg cross going. This is not a man spreading leg cross, right? Like a proper leg cross is a figure 4 for a male. Because you have a penis and dingleberries down there. And if you do the squished leg cross, you might smash him between your manly thigh muscles. Because like if you get a react, like you can do it, you can kind of maneuver things there. But if you do, it's risky. Because if anything happens, like if you sneeze or if someone comes by, like this probably happens at CBS Mornings all the time. Someone walks by and like tickle check and just tickles this guy's side or something and his legs tense up, you will smash a ball into peanut butter immediately. You cannot do this. Men, stop doing this. Also, if you ever want to procreate, this guy might be well beyond that age and his husband may not be a post-op female, so we don't know. But just saying, if you do this, you're also increasing the amount of heat in the testicles, and that can kill sperm production. You don't do this. These are fertility tips. This is an infertile stance. This guy, I don't even know. We'll see. Nice. I like the socks and shoe combo here. This is good. Look, the red stripe under the shoe. Those are nice shoes. I wish I was black sometimes so I could wear those shoes. People ask about the blackface picture, and I was like, I just wanted to color coordinate my shoes with my tie. All right. Here we go.
Here.
Thank you.
We heard Amber's reaction to the verdict yesterday. This seems to be a huge victory for Johnny Depp this morning.
Crushing.
A major setback for women.
Oh, so we see how this interview is going to go. Straight out the script. A major setback for women. Why? What setback? Bitch lied, got. That's it. That's what happened. She's lucky. All that happened was she lost a lawsuit. Because some chicks who lie about a man hitting them get popped. They get killed. You lie about the wrong dude. Imagine lying about Bill Clinton. First you get raped, then you get shamed. if you even say anything negative. Ask all of the rape accusers of Bill Clinton how that goes for them, how well they turned out. Shit.
For women inside the courtroom and outside the courtroom.
Because
Inside the courtroom, how is it bad for women inside the courtroom? Because there were 3 women on the other team that dominated the shit out of your old ass, and the entire world got to watch. 4 women. Sorry, I forgot about the young looking chick because I keep thinking it's one of the other one's daughters because she looks, she's not young. She just looks so young. It creeps me out. There are 4 women on that other team that kicked your old ass around the block all day. Each one of them displayed mountains of competence beyond what you did. Mountains of it. How is it bad for women in the courtroom? Female judge presiding. 4 female attorneys on the winning side. 1 old washed up female attorney on the losing side. Well, I don't know if the research chick's an attorney or a paralegal on Amber Heard's team. Doesn't really matter. But I mean, come on. Again, these are just statements. They're just word soup. They're not even word salad, right? Because they're floating around in broth and you can barely find them. It's like the last kid to get served a scoop of Campbell's single, chicken noodle or whatever, chicken and stars. All the stars got taken by the older brothers. And you're like, this is just broth, Mom. And she's like, no, it isn't. There's a star in there somewhere. I saw it, I think. Like, no, that was your dandruff. That's what these are. These are just empty words. Bad for women in court. How? How could it possibly be bad for women in court when a female attorney was the star of the show? Female judge controlling everything out there, running a tight ship court that managed to wrangle a retarded circus outside without too much trouble. The only bad-looking female in that courtroom on the attorney side was you, Elaine. Just you. You were the only one. Because you look like you drank all of the wine that we heard Amber drank. Anyway, here we go. Right now, she's picturing a Wheaties box from 1961.
Because basically what this said, Amber had an enormous amount of evidence.
No, she didn't have any. That was the problem, Elaine. She had some testimony, almost entirely her own, that was self-serving.
Although a lot of it was suppressed in this case as opposed to the UK.
That's a fucking lie. That is an absolute lie right there. She just goes out and just lies directly to the world. Amazing. 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 Elaine, you're not doing attorneys or lady attorneys any favors here.
But look at all the women who have no evidence. All these women who suffer from domestic violence.
No, they have evidence. That's the amazing thing, is the women who suffer from domestic violence, they actually have evidence because they do have pictures of themselves getting beat. They do have doctors' records. They do have police reports. They do have contemporaneous statements to friends and family. They do have text messages. They do have therapists where they talk in detail about the beatings that they have sustained. They have those things.
Domestic abuse, they don't have evidence. And basically what this jury said is unless you pull out your cell phone and you tape record your spouse beating you, you're out of luck.
But Elaine,
No, so, again, pumpkin. That's not what the jury said. That's your narrative. The reason they expected something from Amber is because she taped every fucking thing else. And all the other stuff she taped was her shaming him for not hitting her. When you have a clip of you saying, every time we get into a fight, you just run away, it doesn't sound like he's beating her. Why doesn't she have the tape of her saying, I can't believe you punched me again? I'm sorry. It was the monster. I'm drunk. I didn't mean to. But I can't keep getting hit, Johnny. I can't keep getting... You can't keep kicking me in the stomach and punching me. You can't keep doing this. I'm sorry. I'll be better. I'll get help. Where is that recording? Because you have all the other ones, and they're all contraindicative of abuse.
I think it was bigger than that because you had the evidence, as you say, but they did not believe her.
Because Uh-oh.
Why do you think they did not believe her?
I think that a lot of that was that it was Johnny Depp. I think the celebrity status.
Oh, yeah. It definitely wasn't that it was Amber Heard and that people just listened to her and went, fuck, this girl crazy.
But she's a celebrity too.
And it's not only not
she's
believing her.
yeah, but she's a celebrity too.
Right.
But you have to remember, it's a tale of two trials. All the evidence came in the UK.
Nope, 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 nope. Interestingly enough, Johnny Depp's team wasn't allowed to introduce any evidence to attack Amber Heard's credibility. And she got to testify behind closed doors, and all sorts of fun things got to happen there. Shocking. It's shocking. Well, in the system where the other side was suppressed, we won. But you didn't win in the other system. It wasn't even you fighting. It wasn't even Amber's side. It was the UK Sun. And again, the critical question to answer for the UK Sun is not whether Amber Heard's story was necessarily true. It's whether the UK Sun had grounds to rely on it. That's the trick.
Mr. Depp brought that one. The burden of proof was on the Sun in the UK because they had called him a wife beater and talked about the domestic violence. He had his opportunity to tell the truth then.
No, he didn't. That's the amazing thing. He didn't get to talk about Amber.
And a 3-week trial,
This is a new narrative, by the way. This is the new narrative that they're running. This is the spin. Well, you're not supposed to think that this trial undoes the UK trial. The UK trial was the real one, and this one was just a farce. This one was the circus. Never mind all of the issues with the judge. Never mind the actual insanity of what happened at the UK trial. This one was the bad one.
he lost. The judge found 12 acts of domestic violence, including sexual violence. And that came out November.
Notice the judge did there. The judge did, not the jury. Not a jury. Was there a jury in the UK trial? I don't think so. Was it just a bench trial? Yeah, he had a bench trial just in front of the UK judge who was corrupted, whose son worked for the fucking organization that he was suing. I mean, come on. Yeah, so when a judge did the UK trial under UK law, the UK Sun won against the American. Oh, there you. By the way, how about just that? The UK judge supported the UK publication about an American celebrity. I mean, that shouldn't surprise anybody at all.
November 2, 2020. We weren't allowed to tell the jury that.
Well, it's a different.
Good. It would have been extremely prejudicial, you dumb bitch. What the fuck would it say? What bearing would the UK trial against the UK Sun newspaper have on your American jury trial of Johnny Depp suing Amber Heard? What probative value, Elaine? I know you don't fucking read the rules of evidence because you're an idiot. What probative value, what relevancy is there to the fact that Johnny Depp lost the UK Sun trial? Because there's a bunch of prejudicial impact, and then a juror might go, a different court found him guilty. Maybe, well, we do need to consider that. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's actually a critical aspect of the legal system, is that other things are excluded. Remember how you wanted to keep out just the idea that Amber Heard was arrested for domestic violence? A fucking fact, by the way, that Johnny Depp wasn't allowed to bring up and still won. But she was arrested because a cop witnessed domestic violence. Remember that one? That fact that Johnny Depp wasn't allowed to bring up because you objected, because that would be prejudicial. And by the way, it would. The arrest would be prejudicial. This lady, the dishonesty.
Different system, and the judge, it wasn't a jury, it was a judge. The judge said it was
yeah.
substantially true, and that is significant, and I think surprised
It's not significant, but it is surprising.
a lot of legal analysts. But
yeah, surprised a lot of legal analysts. Yeah, it did, because all of the legal analysts looking at it were like, how the fuck did this happen? How the fuck did this even happen? How did the judge determine this to be substantially true when there's no actual evidence of any of it? And that's something people need to consider, is that the UK judge sat there and listened to the same stories. He found them to be true, but 7 jurors found them to be false. Why? How does that happen? Oh, and again, legal analysts were surprised. Well, yeah, because no one could really understand how in the fuck they were winning this case in the first place.
But, in this case, the jury not only didn't believe Amber Heard, but in ruling that she acted with actual malice, that means she had the intent to cause harm, right?
No. It means she acted. It's worse, buddy. It's actually worse. It means she acted with knowledge of the falsity. It's not only did she lie, she knew it was a lie specifically. That's what it means. Not only does the jury think that Amber Heard got it wrong, they think she knew it was wrong and said it anyway. That's the trick.
That's a pretty high standard to have proven.
And it's pretty amazing, since the op-ed never even mentioned Mr. Depp.
Yeah, but Elaine, come on. Stop resting on this dumb theory. Your client said it was about Johnny Depp. Your client knew it was about Johnny Depp, admitted it was about Johnny Depp, said she wrote the op-ed about Johnny Depp on the witness stand like 3 times. There's emails to the ACLU. The ACLU testified about those emails. It was about Johnny Depp. It was about Johnny Depp. It was about Johnny Depp. Stop with the doesn't mention Johnny Depp thing. USA Today figured out it was Johnny Depp the next day. And they said, pretty obviously Johnny Depp. She calls to the exact time of the restraining order. Here you go. Here. I became politically active. With the changing of the American regime in 2008. In 2008, I stood up against corrupt foreign-born individuals being inaugurated as president of the United States. Who am I talking about? Can anybody take a gander? Like, can you guess? Can anybody just shot in the dark, stab in the dark? Can anybody figure it out? I don't know. I don't know if anybody can, right? Like, Elaine, you don't have to mention a name. You give a date and an event, and people go, "Oh, okay, well."
Have to remember that what they learned from the UK case is to demonize Amber, which is what they did, and to try to suppress as much of the evidence.
How did they learn that from the UK case, Elaine? They didn't get to do it and they lost. That doesn't mean they learned to do that.
That came in the UK and did not come in the United States. But the other...
What evidence? Why didn't Elaine say what evidence there is that didn't come in the U.S.? What is it? Tell us. You have the world watching you, Elaine. Tell us what the evidence is that didn't come in. Bet you can't. And you know you can't, because you're a fucking liar.
problem is we had cameras in the courtroom. So here we had, not only did we have a group of Depp fans that
This guy right here is remembering the last time he believed a white woman. And it's not good. It's not good. That bitch told me the syrup was in aisle 4. That syrup was all the way in aisle 14. I'll never trust a white woman again.
that were there every day. 100 were allowed in. They lined up at 1 o'clock in the morning for their wristbands to be in that courtroom.
They lined up at 5 in the evening, Elaine, not at 1 in the morning.
But we had everything on camera, and we had tremendous social media that was very, very, very much against Amber.
Are you accusing the jurors of being corrupted by that social media? Have any evidence, Elaine? Or is it the same as the evidence that didn't get in? Is it the same as that fictitious evidence that didn't get into the trial? What is it? Where is it, Elaine?
It's pointed out that that was the first time that a victim of sexual abuse had to testify on live television.
And I fought hard.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. But first of all, let's be very fucking clear. That bitch is not a victim of sexual abuse. That bitch was not a victim of sexual abuse. That cunt was unpenetrated by a Maker's Mark bottle. Not penetrated, unpenetrated. Those lips didn't grip that bottle neck. It didn't happen, Elaine. It was fake, Elaine, because she would be dying in Australia. Elaine, it was fake. It was fake. It was fake. It was fake. It was obviously fake. Anybody listening goes, that's fake. That shit's fake. Shit didn't happen. That shit's fake. It didn't happen. So no, it's if your stat is correct and that was the first victim of sexual violence who's ever testified on camera, then it's still no victims of sexual violence have ever testified on camera. But guess what? That's a lie, because victims of sexual violence have testified on camera. Let's see. Here we go. I can prove it right now using your shitty newspaper that is motivated against Johnny Depp with an old article. Christy Mack, this is all on camera, opens up about War Machine sex assault trial. Mixed martial arts fighter War Machine mouthed, "I love you" at Christy Mack, the porn star and ex-girlfriend he had brutally assaulted while she was on the stand at his trial last month. Mack has revealed in a new interview the brawler, who legally changed his name from John Copenhaver in 2008, was found guilty on March 20th of kidnapping and sexual assault in the bloody 2014 attack in Las Vegas. But as Max says in her first post-trial interview airing Tuesday night on HBO's Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel, the emotional damage her ex-beau inflicted was as severe as the physical pain. Let's see. Mack testified that War Machine 35 turned violent and attempted to rape her after discovering her in bed with a friend, Corey Thomas, who was also beaten. Mack suffered 18 broken bones near her eyes and a ruptured liver in the beatdown. That's domestic violence. That's domestic violence. She recovered from major surgeries and still had significant dental work to be done. She will lose her front teeth in the next year as a result of the damage sustained to her facial structure from the beating. She testified on camera. It's all available online. One day we'll probably go through it. Probably someday soon. She's the first victim of sexual violence to be testified before a camera. I mean, that's just objectively untrue. There are tons of, I would wager there are tons of them. Now, maybe not all of them were watched at the same level.
And lost that battle. It should
what?
not have happened.
What
on
now?
live television.
And I fought hard and lost that battle.
No one's surprised that you lost that battle, Elaine. You're a shit attorney, and it's demonstrated before the entire world that you're a shit attorney.
It should not have happened.
So I am a former NFL player, and after a hard loss, it's easy.
I bet this guy doesn't believe false accusations for a fucking second. As a former NFL player, dudes he knows have probably been sexually accused of sexual violence and domestic violence, falsely accused his whole life, throughout high school, throughout college, throughout their professional careers. He has probably seen tons of bitches lying on dudes he knows.
Easy to wake up and point to the other side. Oftentimes, I realized the better thing to do was to look in the mirror. What mistakes did I make as a player? What mistakes did our coaching staff make? And then how can we improve from there? Do you feel like you guys made any mistakes along the way? Do you feel like...
Yeah, what'd you do wrong, Elaine? Oh, this is a good question. I like this guy a lot. Nice shoes, good tie. The tie coordinates with those socks, by the way. And the shoe. Oh, he's got the stripe in the tie that goes with the shoes. Oh, and he can wear a green suit. God damn it.
Amber made a mistake while she was on the stand? Because you're saying it's the celebrity, it's Johnny, it's the people who support him. But what about you and your team?
Well, and that's an excellent question. And
Are you going to answer it? Because it is an excellent question, Elaine. What are you going to do? What are you going to say?
to say, and Amber even said on the stand, I am not perfect. I am a human being. These people.
What? No. Notice the deflection here. No, Elaine. Not Amber. You. What mistakes did you make? What mistake did you make? That's the one we're worried about here.
People were giving her death threats. They threatened to microwave her baby.
They didn't.
This is the kind of social.
Someone might have made a Twitter account with the name microwaving Amber Heard's baby. There are 0 threats to microwave Amber Heard's baby. 0. I will put money on it. There is not an actual threat to microwave her baby.
Social media she was getting. So
Notice that. Look at his face, though. Remember what I said earlier about the whole, this guy doesn't, he remembers. He remembers the last time he believed a white woman. He had to walk down an extra fucking 8 aisles.
microwave her baby. This is the kind of.
Is that a face that believes that shit for a minute? This dude doesn't believe that at all. Look at him. He's sitting there like. Here we go. I got it. I don't have the glasses, but here we go. He doesn't buy it. And he's thinking, I asked this bitch a direct question. What mistakes did she made?
Social media she was getting. So are any of us perfect? No. Is there something else we feel we should have done? Yes, I absolutely. I redo my closings.
That must be painful for you. I redo my closings. Well, you should. Can you remember any of it? Can you even remember the basic narrative structure of what you said? I listened to that closing. I don't know what the fuck you said. I don't know a word of it.
100 times afterwards, whether I win or lose. That's part of being a good lawyer, good.
You don't know about that, I'm pretty sure.
Trial lawyer is There's always something. But I think that there were a lot of influences here that were beyond our control. And I think the social media, it was like a Roman column.
Just completely dodge that question. Well, yeah, I mean, there's always some mistake that you make, but let's focus on the social media campaign. That'll be better.
Coliseum is the best way to describe the atmosphere here. And I have to believe that the jury, even though they're told.
When are they going to ask the pressing question? Elaine, if someone grabs that neck gizzard thing and pulls it down, does it go to your knees or all the way to your feet? I mean, that's the question. That bitch has enough skin on her neck to construct a baby for Amber Heard.
Not to go and look at anything. We had, they have weekends, they have families, they have
they were
social
not
media.
sequestered. They were not sequestered.
And the 10-day period we had, how could they not have been influenced?
But Elaine,
I don't know. Why didn't you bring it up to the judge?
for most people watching this trial, and a lot of people, as you know, it got huge views. It just seemed to be
we all got more than you.
seemed to be so messy and salacious and so tawdry on both sides. On both sides.
Was there a pro Amber view to be found? Was there a pro Amber video somewhere? You don't have to lie and say both sides, Pumpkin. We know there wasn't. They didn't have, there's no traction on the other side because nobody believes her. Her own PR people don't believe her because if they did, they would have gotten something somewhere and they couldn't.
And I think for a lot of people from the outside looking in thought both of them were not telling the truth and that they
Nope. The denial. She know, like, look, to give this weird lemon lady some credit, she knows Elaine has got like a reverse beer bong and is puffing smoke up this lady's ass. She knows it. She can feel it. She goes, woo, every time it happens, right? She knows that Elaine is lying to her. But she's got that narrative that she also has to go. She's got to go with the narrative. So she knows Elaine's lying to her. So she's like, on both sides, both ways. And there, a lot of people thought they were both lying. No, a lot of people didn't think that Johnny Depp was lying. A small minority of people thought Johnny Depp was lying. We're talking consistently polling around 3% of people on our streams found any credibility for Amber Heard or maybe discredit for Johnny Depp. But a lot of people, no, I'm sorry. It's just not real that happened. You can't find evidence of a lot of people in the scope of how many people were watching and interacting on social media. You just can't find a lot of people that you're talking about not believing Johnny Depp.
They had both, they mutually abused each other. Do you not believe that was the case?
No, and that's one of the many misnomers. The way that Depp's team approached this was based on ignorance of domestic violence.
Nope.
It completely ignored the cycle of violence and just said,
what is the cycle of violence, Elaine? What actually is the cycle of violence? What do you mean by the cycle of violence? Let's see if there's a Google of cycle of violence. The term cycle of violence refers to repeated and dangerous acts of violence as a cyclical pattern associated with high emotions and doctrines of retribution or revenge. The pattern or cycle repeats and can happen many times during a relationship. That was your theory. That was your theory about the cycle of violence. But no one believed it because if you have a patternistic approach of violence where consistently throughout a relationship, something triggers violence, then there would be some evidence, some witness, something to back it up, is what people think. Especially when you have so many recordings, you have so many photos, you have so many things that were recorded, and none of them capture the most horrific things. Like none of them. I just got an email. Apparently, again, oh my God. I got to read you guys this email. This is great. So I'm not going to say who it's from, Here's the email. I watched you. I hope you're still watching. I know they're not. They're not because they're very. This is 5 whole minutes ago. It says, I watched you. Trusted that you were interested in talking about the recent trial. I kind of enjoyed you until you said that you started politics in 2008 when an immigrant became the president. That was a joke. That was a joke, lady. It was a joke to clearly identify someone without a name. Started politics in 2008. I'd never have started politics. That was a joke. This is the night show. It's for jokes. Next. Then seconds later, you showed a black man said that he looks like he's made a white woman. Some bullshit about shopping down the wrong aisle. You didn't even listen. This was also a joke. I said he's looking and thinking of the last time he believed a white woman. And then I said, as a joke, she said the syrup was in aisle 6, but it was all the way down in aisle 14. This is a joke. I mean, are you kidding me? Here we go. You know what? You can fuck off. You're a fucking demon, the fucking worst kind of human. I can't believe I wasted my time listening to your commentary. You fucking Elder Scrolls Dungeons and Dragons sick ass weirdo. Maybe there's a whites only heaven. Hope you make it. Oh my God. Lady, you have no idea. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, sayonara, senorita. I wish I could help you. I can't. Someone sensitive about the Obama. Maybe he was born in Kenya. If you're this sensitive about it. What'd you think about that one? Ba-bam! And you're right. The last time you're right. The last time that black man believed the white woman was definitely when he was shopping at whatever grocery store and she told him where the syrup was. That was 100% true. He actually called me and told me that. You see, he has at his desk, under his desk, a black to white phone. It's kind of like at Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you know, when they do that. All right, you want to use a lifeline? You want to phone a friend? It's for a black to phone a white. He picks up the phone. He's like, oh shit, I got an emergency thing. I need to phone a white. He called me because I'm on the phone a white helpline, and he did that and he told me about it. So I know it was true. So I get that you're very angry about what I said, but it's because he used the phone a white program. And I'm the lucky guy who answered. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 of us. And he told me the story. So I wanted to make sure that I got it out there. It was definitely said with no jest at all. It was 100% truth. Wow. I'll make it to whites only heaven if it's there. Because I told the truth on a live stream. Oh my God. I got to reply. I'm sorry you didn't get the joke. Thanks for watching. I hope you saw my response to you in the stream. Maybe turn a mirror around on yourself with the assumptions required to sustain your opinion. I'll be here when you want to come back. Peace to you, truly. Nick. Peace. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Walking on eggshells. By the way, I hate walking on eggshells because I feel like I'm stepping on white people, and I believe that they're the master race, apparently. Jesus. Okay, here we go. Let's get let's get back to this fucking interview.
Said, oh, she wouldn't have done this if he had been hitting her. That was their approach.
So you thought that they weren't fighting fair?
Correct. I don't think they were fighting fair.
And you think
absolutely.
He doesn't believe her at all. It's amazing. It's amazing how little he believes her. And I'm talking about this guy, by the way. The best part, did the lady not figure out I'm giving the most credit to the black guy? I think he's the most believable person at this table. Like, look at this turbo cuck. And this lady doesn't even know where she is. Someone dressed her in the morning. This is the one guy I believe at this entire fucking table. She's like, you're coming across a little racist. Speaking of speaking of only listening to white people, apparently. Hi, Ty.
Hey, man. Please tell me you can hear me.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I've got this whole mobile outfit that I configured, and my God, it actually worked.
It's doing okay. I'm turning your mic down just a hair because you're coming a little hot.
Yeah, I've got some cheap ass mics, so
yeah, no, I got it. I got it. It's just a little tinny.
So
did you see me get called out there?
No. Did you get called out on like real TV?
No, I got an email. Someone was really mad about some jokes I told during this broadcast.
Oh, fuck those people.
They thought I was actually they thought I was actually forwarding like the birther narrative on Obama when I was clearly just making a joke reference to it. And then they thought that I thought that this guy only believed a white woman once or something when he was at the grocery store, because I made a joke about that too. So
it would appear, I mean, I'm not an expert, but it would appear they've lost their mind.
Well,
as a result of
to be fair, they don't know me at all.
Oh no.
They don't.
You know,
I love black people.
I've offered to tell people over the years. You know, I've offered to help them understand you.
I'm trying. Like, this is.
Do you love black people?
Yes, I love black people. I think they're the best people on earth. It's so funny. Oh,
well,
God.
I mean, Drexel's your best friend. I mean, some of your best friends are no. God,
literally,
you're pulling me in. Stop.
Yeah, but I mean, it's actually true though. My best friend is literally a giant black guy.
Yeah.
Now, black women, I don't believe though. Oh, my heart. Oh man, I don't know if that was real or if that was an accident. If that was an accident, God is the funniest person on the planet. If it was intentional, Ty is the funniest person on the planet. Oh, he's still gone. I don't know if it was. I don't know what happened. I literally have no idea. Oh, he's back.
Shut up.
Wait.
Shut up.
What
Shut
was this?
up.
That was an accident?
Shut up.
Ty, there was a You know, this is a 1-to-1 chance, right? Like, it was either you are the funniest person on the planet or God is, and you just gave the W to God just now.
Shut up. Respect your elders, young man. God. It's these window thingies. You know, things are so much easier in the command line days, right? You know, you type something in, it happens. You don't have to move shit around on the screen. I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
Well, how the hell are you, by the way?
I'm so much better because of the last 2.5 minutes of my life.
Well, I'm glad to have been of service. Now, you see, you haven't sent me the chat link. So what I was attempting to do was go over to YouTube and pull the chat out.
Oh, I could
But
send it to you.
But one thing led to another. You know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It could not have happened that. It was an impossibly timed joke. It was impossibly timed.
Oh, you underestimate me. Can you send me a link to the chat so that I don't accidentally close the window yet again?
Yeah, I got you.
As funny as that would be.
In Messenger? In Messenger is
yeah,
good?
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, there you go.
You see, at the end of the day, it's actually your fault. You know.
I can't take credit for that. That was the single funniest possible. Like there, Ty. Okay,
Yeah,
so you're familiar with physics, right? Like basically the like quantum uncertainty, right? So so there's a what?
Yes. Please
Okay,
tell
so
me
there's a probability wave, right? Like of things where so we can guess with pretty good accuracy where like a molecule is at any given moment, but we don't know. It could actually exist theoretically anywhere in the universe. And then as you get closer,
it's a probability.
Right, and you get closer and closer to its actual location, the probability wave peaks, right?
Yeah.
Well, you found the apex of that joke's probability wave. Like there was not a single, because you had started to say something and you're like, click, and it was gone. And I mean, it was perfection. It couldn't have happened at any better
time. 8 years of education will do for you. You know. By the way, is this live?
Yep.
I feel
this one's live, but importantly, these 4 dildos are not in the room with us.
Oh my goodness! Reading from the case is just fascinating to watch.
Oh yeah.
Thank God, seriously, thank God that you were allowed and others were allowed to cover this thing, because the media would have absolutely blown this thing into something utterly different. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's remarkable, and they're getting pissy about that too. It seems they don't control the narrative. Yeah. By the way, I'm at North Texas RPG Con. I'm, broadcasting from the hotel room. It's in the Dallas area. If you're in the Dallas area, you must come here. If not, well, you're gay. So,
Very true. This person, I believe a lady, just based on the email address, they did respond to my response. I want to share it with the stream. I'm not going to share their email address or anything, but I got to share their response because it is perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought the unbreaded segment was the filter. Filtered one out a little earlier. So here we go. So the response is laugh all you want. All you've proven is no matter how much black people forgive, no matter how much they try to let bygones be bygones, white people will never let go of the past, because it's the past that gave them free labor, free money, free reign to rape women, men, children, and dogs and live off the spoils generation after generation. It's fucking disgusting. We can't even bond over human shit. You have to ruin everything. Critical race theory is ruining everything. Really? Look in the mirror. What the fuck is that? Like, it's insane.
Well, first of all, it's almost certainly got to be some neurotic white woman. right?
Like, that's highly possible, actually.
I mean,
Highly
because
possible.
honestly, I think minorities find liberal white women as annoying as we do.
Well,
Don't
wait,
you?
I got to take umbrage with this. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I should say this joke.
I hope you're not me to talk you out of it.
Slavery wasn't free labor.
Oh, Nick, really?
It's a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like,
a-
yeah, the horrors of
Yeah.
slavery. By the way, lady, pumpkin, sugar, sweet pea.
honey.
I have talked about the impacts of all of this stuff over and over and over again. I have talked about how Brown versus Board, while being the correct legal decision, was used as a bludgeon to destroy black schools and black communities. I have talked about all of this stuff, all of it.
Yeah, but you're ignoring. But you're ignoring the purpose of the communication to you. That was to make her feel better.
Yeah, that's true.
You see,
That's
I mean,
right.
really, all liberal bullshit can be explained by that observation. Their sole purpose is to make themselves feel good. That's why they can advocate policies that are completely destructive to the people that they claim to be concerned about.
What about
by the way,
natives?
I blame your chat. I just popped in to say, hey, I had a whiskey tasting on YouTube and it was funny. And your chat's like, come on. Well, I had whiskey, so
What'd you have? If you say Jack Daniels, I'm going to kick you off the stream.
No. In fact, I said, "Is any of this Jack Daniels?" And I got shunned and sneered by the whole panel. They named them, but okay. So here's the deal. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it to the convention. I had seriously 4 client emergencies explode 2 days ago, and I'm like, okay, convention's out. Well, hell, 3 of them resolved today.
Nice.
And the fourth required me to be in Dallas. So I thought, well, if I've got to be in Dallas, why not stay at the hotel where the convention is? So the client's like, yeah, we'll put you up at the Adolphus, which is a super swanky hotel in downtown. And I'm like, no, I'd rather stay at the Westin DFW.
Well, the Westin's a nice hotel, though.
It's nice. But the client's like, do what? I said, yeah, I'll stay at the Westin DFW. Like, why? And I'm like, it's really one of my.
I want to do some nerd stuff.
No. This client doesn't know anything about that thing.
They do now because they watch my show, guaranteed.
Probably, yeah. It could very well. Yeah, the way this plays out is great. So anyway, and so they're like, well, okay, whatever. And so I went to dinner with the client, and we had whiskey and cigars and steak, and we're talking about $9, we're doing all the corrupt thing. And I said, well, I'll take an Uber back to the hotel. And the client says, no, I'll take you back. And I was like, oh, okay. So we're literally 2 minutes from the hotel, and my phone rings.
Yeah.
And I look down, and it's one of the folks here at the convention.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I could have just simply not answered the phone, but hello. Whoa, where are you? I'm like, I'm just a couple minutes from the hotel. I'll be there in a second. And Client looks at me and goes, "What's that all about?" I went, I'm going to do a whiskey tasting on YouTube. He goes, do what? And I said, well, it's complicated. So anyway, yeah. So yeah. But yeah, one of the guys here does this insanely awesome. Let me grab it. He does. So check this out. So every participant gets this box, okay, and it's got a magnetic lid, okay. Inside the box, each of these is a vial of whiskey. There's like 6
nice.
different whiskeys. Oh, it's insanely awesome. And so
did he label any of them?
Well, yeah, he did. I didn't write.
So what are they? What do you got?
I didn't write it down.
Okay, I hate you so much.
Yeah.
Here, get out of here. He doesn't even know that I kicked him out. Oh, now he knows.
Yes. anyway, well, look, you're harsh but fair. I have to give you that.
That's
but no,
true.
I mean, the guy's a woodworker extraordinaire, and so like each of these vials has, I don't know, a shot or something, and it's got number 1 to 6, and there's a pencil in there and a note card for each of the whiskeys, and we write down our comments.
Yeah, no.
Let me see if I So one of the comments was tastes like vinyl siding. You know, doesn't have a bouquet.
You're the worst whiskey taster.
Oh yeah, I really am, because I straight whiskey to me really tastes. This tastes like new car smell. Stuff like that. So, but it was cool. It was cool, and I went on your stream early to say, hey, I'm doing this. If y'all want to drop in, and some of them did. So anyway, I didn't mean to crash your show, but it's fun.
Well,
So,
I'm going to get back to finishing up this.
please do.
Interview.
This looked insanely awesome.
And then I've got another one to do after, but yeah. So here we go. We got about a minute left.
Amber Heard is in fact a survivor of domestic violence.
Yes,
She's not.
I absolutely believe that, and there's a tremendous amount of evidence, much of which did not come into this trial.
There's literally no evidence that she's a survivor of domestic
Is this the
violence.
cat lady lawyer? Is this cat lady lawyer? Oh my God.
Yeah.
What an
This is,
extravagantly stupid woman. Holy crap.
If there was any evidence of domestic violence, it would absolutely have been relevant and not excluded. There is no way that any evidence of domestic violence was excluded from this trial because its probative value would far outweigh its prejudicial impact. No judge would be, if the judge kept out any actual evidence of domestic violence.
No.
It would be immediately appealable. It might even merit even merit a mandamus.
Yeah.
Because if you tried to, if they excluded it in limine and it was just like, let's say hypothetically, a video of Johnny Depp slugging Amber Heard right in their fucking mouth, that would, and they're like, no, this is prejudicial. That would be we're about to enter a 6-week trial that is extremely burdensome to the client about domestic violence, and we're not allowed to enter direct evidence of it because reason.
Not a chance. You'd appeal that
no
on
way.
mandamus, and you'd win.
Yes.
This woman is literally just making stuff up, I guess.
Yeah. Well, she knows this will be the narrative forever because they know they'll never have an opportunity to introduce that. They know that they're going to appeal. This went before a jury. It was a split verdict. There's effectively no way an appeals court goes, yeah, you know what? The jury here definitely could not have reasonably come to this conclusion. We're going to undo the jury. We're going to undo the jury's review of the evidence. And they don't review the evidence on these guys. So the standard of review for a jury trial is not de novo. In a de novo review that an appeals court would do, this would be a review of a pretrial dismissal or summary judgment, for example. In a de novo review, they go and they look at all of the evidence that's presented.
Yeah,
at the time,
like our appeal is a de novo appeal.
Right.
We actually have a chance. Yeah, you got to tell Bronca to stop saying appeals are for losers. He's hurting my feelings.
but it's true.
It's true. It is true in the context of what he's saying. What he's saying is that the odds
you've
are
lost,
and they are. They're But
Graham says, telling you, dude, get that cough checked. I literally have a fluid in my throat, which is not normal, but it's probably related to talking 17 hours a day for 7 weeks straight.
Man, that's an Iron Man. That's an Iron Man deal you did. So, and by the way, 100,000+ viewers. You go.
Yeah, it was great. 127 there at the end.
No shit. So wow.
Almost as big as the Rittenhouse. The big Rittenhouse stream was like I think it was like 137 top out over there, 132 or 137. So we got pretty close. But
the grift was good. I mean, let's cut to the important part.
Yeah. The grift was very good. Very good. No
I'm a
bones about
simp.
it.
Who am I simping for, people?
Me.
No. I would simp for Camille. She did a hell of a job. Good grief.
She did.
She
did great.
was, wow. Really. Well, if anybody ever says women can't be good lawyers, I mean, she's,
Oh, I got
know.
something for you in just a minute. Let's finish this up because we're going to address that point in just a second.
Did come into the UK trial. We even had more evidence. We had medical records. We had mental health records that went back to 2012.
All of those would have been admissible because it would have been reviewed by your expert. Why didn't you get them in? Because of you, not because of an objection. Your medical expert would have reviewed all of those records. It would have been all open to you, introducing them as evidence. You're a liar. You don't have them, or you committed malpractice.
That were contemporaneous. We had text messages from Mr. Depp's assistant saying, when I told him that he had kicked you, he cried.
So how
That
is she
didn't come
today,
in.
Elaine? How is she?
Hearsay, right?
Yeah, that's hearsay. Absolutely. 2, you could have called him. You could have called Stephen Deuters. 3, you could have forwarded the theory that Stephen Deuters was acting as his agent in a pretrial motion to admit the evidence. You could have done any of that, but you didn't. Because either you're lying or you committed malpractice. One of those two, or you really questioned if it would have been the right decision and you made a tactical choice not to do it. Because if you introduce that text message from Stephen Deuters as Johnny Depp's agent, then he comes in on rebuttal and cleans your house.
Yeah.
No, not just the clock time.
The whole house. Yeah, right.
The whole house.
She today? What is her next move?
She's right. Well, her next move is appeal. There were
she's heartbroken.
She is heartbroken.
Tell us about the issues on appeal, Elaine. Tell us about the issues that you're going to use to overcome a jury verdict. Are they evidentiary issues? Are they motions in limine? Maybe you can get by, but if it's just objections in the courtroom, you're going to get fucking smoked on that appeal.
And one of the first things that she said when she came back from the verdict, when we went into the conference room, was, I am so sorry to all these women.
For lying about domestic abuse.
Stolen valor.
Say the rest of it, Elaine. She's sorry because she lied, and that she thinks somehow has an impact on domestic abuse. It doesn't. It doesn't actually. A liar who gets caught is good for domestic abuse victims, because the real victim of domestic abuse in this case is Johnny Depp.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think I mentioned this when I was on your show. When she started testifying, of course, I'm a guy, so I'm like, I don't know if she's convincing her. So I went through my office and I asked every woman in the office, because they're all watching it, and I said, "Yeah, she credible?" And they're like, "Oh God, no."
I mean, no one believed this lady. She's insane.
No. I mean, it was visceral and it was unanimous. And the women in my office are, they span the spectrum of political views and all this kind of stuff. And they were like, "Oh God, no, she's lying." And I was like,
"No, there was no politics in the belief of Amber Heard. It was literally just people watched and they went, I can't even listen to this."
Yeah, I think I might have texted you. I can't remember, but that was the moment at which I went, "Holy crap, Johnny might actually win this," because I was like,
yeah.
But yeah,
here we go. Yeah, after Amber's testimony, that's when I changed completely, because I thought it's a defamation case of a high profile public figure with vague allegations. It's going to be tough to win. And then she got on the stand and I went, well, you know what? This is Johnny's to lose at this point.
And look, it's just a reality in the court system. Going after an attractive woman is a very difficult thing.
Yep.
It just is. And Amber Heard, whatever her other crazy stuff is, she is a gorgeous lady. And I was going to playing the odds. I was like, Johnny's not going to win this. And wow. He did.
Yep. All right, here we go.
She said that?
Yes. She felt like she had let down all of these women because
Oh, look at this fucking turbo simp nodding over here. Again, this guy doesn't believe a word of what she's saying. Look at his body language. His legs are closed. They're pulled back here. He's got his hands folded in his lap. His face has not cracked this entire time. He does not believe her because he knows. And I'm telling you, again, as someone who is a friend of the blacks, when you know someone who comes up through the sports world as a black man, this guy guaranteed, I guarantee you, this guy knows black guys and white guys who he has been friends with, teammates with, played against, that have caught a false allegation over and over and over again with varying levels of successful responses. He knows this shit happens. He's lived through it. And I would promise you this guy knows more than one guy who's been falsely accused. Because if you played on a football team, you probably know at least 5. Because it's just the world that they're in.
Yeah, I don't think that the concerns of these neurotic, crazy, liberal white women are resonating in the minority communities. Because again, black men in particular, have been, disproportionately accused
by white women.
By white women, yeah. And it's like, this is fascinating to watch, because what you got here is an echo chamber. You got a bunch of crazy rich women, and yes, those 2 allegedly males, they're women. I mean,
here we go. Let's finish this up.
She had more evidence than most people do, and yet they still didn't believe her.
Elaine, Charleston, Brett Hoff, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. We'll be right back.
That
and that guy goes and has a shower because he's like, oh God.
Yeah, I'm convinced that guy doesn't believe a
No,
second
Drexel's
of what
been
she
hanging
said.
out with me in the chat. Ty's been hanging out with Drexel. No.
No, it's just I'm sorry, it's just true. People who go into professional sports have been through all levels of sport, through probably as young kids, but really starting to matter in high school, college, and then into pro or semi-pro, and then pro, whatever they end up doing, whatever their path is. They have met guys, not commenting on the individual person, but they know people, if they're not in that world, that are in a world of some partying and some crazy stuff, and they have some serious sexual encounters going on, and they have caught false accusations from women. It happens. It's a tale as old as time.
Look, I mean, we have a presumption of innocence for a reason. We have evidentiary requirements to find people guilty of things for a reason. Because guess what? People fucking lie.
Yep.
They just do. And where these people are getting, the rational people on that show should have said to that woman, wait a minute, are you actually saying we should just believe Amber just cause? Because at the end of the day, that's what she's actually saying. And, this is, you think we've actually reached the inflection point where where it's turning on the wokesters? I mean,
I don't know if we're quite there, but this is a sign of the pendulum slowing down, if nothing else. It's not turning around.
I'd agree with that.
But so I've said this on a couple different places, and I'll say it again here, because despite how many times I may say something, there's always someone who hasn't seen it, so it's always fresh for someone. The reality here is that in 2018, when these accusations were made, Me Too was extremely powerful. It was probably peaking. And there was no idea that Me Too was going to fade off. In fact, all of us thought it was going to storm off into the distance unrelentingly. But some big things happened, and most of them fall into COVID. But a big portion of it was the 2020 election. 2020 election, suddenly, whatever the merit of the belief, it doesn't matter. And actually on both sides, the 2020 election had a narrative from both sides, one about impropriety and one about completely clean and above board. And those two sides clashed, and those two sides clashed in massive fashion. The battle lines were drawn, and people entrenched themselves on the importance of integrity of elections. Some people believed there wasn't integrity, and they got very, very venomous on the attack on that. Some people believed there was, enough integrity or full integrity, and they got very, very defensive about how elections were done. It doesn't matter in this discussion what side of the aisle you're on that, but people, the entire country, found that democracy, the democratic election process, was at stake and at risk from the other party. And suddenly, Me Too seemed kind of trivial in the face of our entire political system's fate being hanging in the balance. And then when you contextualize that with COVID plus critical race theories injection into schools, again, whatever you think about it doesn't matter. Gender identity issues being thrust into schools, and whatever you think about it doesn't matter.
Crime exploding
with COVID. Hold on, with COVID bringing those educational issues into the home when they were in the schoolhouse, safely tucked away from parents. Now parents are walking by their kids at the kitchen table on the laptop, and they see some like gay pride flags in the background of their fourth graders class, and they're like, what the hell is this? Suddenly they're going, wait, what's going on in my classroom? What's going on in my kid's classroom? And Me Too takes another hit because people are like, I don't really care about that when my kid's education is paramount. And again, even if you're on the other side of the issue where you're like, no, these gender identity issues are critical and integral to the development of young minds, and we really need to blow it up. And this big fight is erupting over it. Me Too goes away because those are all celebrities. Every Me Too case you ever hear about is someone famous being involved, and they just stop caring about celebrity when their children, their country are involved. And then finally, essential liberty was impacted by COVID for many people with forced masks, potentially forced immunizations, and forced lockdowns, which prevented them from going to a restaurant for a year. And people realized that their freedom was gone. Me Too, who cares? Like at that point, I can't go to the grocery store. I can't go to a restaurant, a bar. I can't go play putt-putt with my kid. I can't go do anything because of a government. Or on the converse side of this, if I go outside, I might die because of this virulent disease, and people aren't getting immunized, and the government's not acting fast enough. Doesn't matter what side of the issue you're on in these things. These critical pieces of life came to the forefront, and Me Too was a luxury. It was the fucking marketing department of the big company, and now we're in a recession, and all of you assholes are overpaid and not producing enough results. We'll hire you back next year. Goodbye. That's what happened to Me Too. And otherwise, it was poised to go steamrolling into the future. Now, it's just not important to people. That
is an interesting take. I think you might be right. I never thought of it, but yeah. Because it is trivial bullshit.
Yes.
In the context of everything people are dealing with, So I was talking to my client tonight. I said, liberalism is a luxury good. It's an indulgence that spoiled rich people.
Whoa, what's up, Pipkin with the big raid. Welcome to all of the Pink Rabbit viewers. Love you guys here. Love Pippa. The only acceptable VTuber on YouTube is Pipkin Pippa.
And if I knew what that was, I'd agree with you.
Just know that Pippa's hilarious and deserves all sorts of accolade. Thank you for rating Pipkin. Very happy to have
word on that.
But yeah, so that's that. Let me pull up that thing I was talking about, though.
Sure.
About the woman lawyer stuff. Let me find it because this blew my mind. No, this isn't it. Hold on. What window did I have this in? It's always a question, right?
Well, who's the boomer now?
You. Here you go.
Okay, that's
This is a Stanford law professor, Michelle Dober. Quote, in a society that strips women of real power, some women have learned to seek male approval in the hopes they won't be raped or abused or humiliated. Sucking up to power might feel good to you, but it won't work. You will be next. Of all women who suck up to male power, women lawyers are the absolute worst of the bunch. Desperate to prove they are, quote, real lawyers, and understanding that being a woman undermines their identity as lawyers, they throw women under the bus as hard and fast as they can.
Now, this is a law professor.
I don't know if it's a law professor. Let me
I thought
check.
you said that.
It's a professor at Stanford, and I think it's Stanford Law, but
stupid, ridiculous woman. She wouldn't last 30 seconds with my Amazons.
Professor Stanford, chair of Recall Persky, chair of Enough Voter, author of SympatheticState.com, hobbies backpacking, skiing, and ranting, tweets mine alone. Let me see if I can.
God, how pretentious.
Is this a guy? Well, like a former guy?
Could be.
Not a handsome woman. Professor at the Stanford Law School and a professor of sociology by courtesy.
Oh, dear God.
So let's see.
So let me get this straight. Camille is a sellout because she did a competent job and did her job as a professional and did it very well.
Dauber clerked for Judge Stephen Reinhart, a progressive icon to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit in 2001.
God,
she was hired by Stanford Law, or in 2001, she was hired by Stanford Law School. Dauber finished her dissertation, which would become an acclaimed book on the history of U.S. government disaster relief, the sympathetic state, disaster relief, and the origins of the American welfare state. In 2007, she achieved tenures. Let's see. It doesn't say what she specifically teaches.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with the chat. She hates Camille because Camille's pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's literally dripping off of her commentary. Whatever Camille's, attributes are, she did a hell of a job as a lawyer. Nothing to do with her appearance. She was sharp, precise. It's one of the reasons why, in any litigation I'm involved with, I let women go after women on cross-examination.
Yeah.
Because they can, men are at a disadvantage just naturally. And of course, Southern men like myself, we've got that gentleman wiring that we simply can't override that. I can't be mean to a woman.
And it's a risky proposition also.
Of course.
Because
the jury or the judge is going to punish you.
Yeah. Yep. Someone's going to go after you. Even in this case where you've got the thing I've been talking about is they had the correct posture on Amber Heard, because the posture has to be, she is a liar. She is lying about domestic violence. She's trying to destroy someone. It's a lie. That's the whole case. So if you come in and you're like, well, we need to believe her story, you've sold out your case, and that doesn't work. So you've got to be harsh. But even if it's harsh, or when it's harsh, it has to come from a female, because if that harshness comes from a male, even though they say, okay, well, their posture is that she's a liar, but I'm uncomfortable with seeing a man tear into a potential victim like this, it just doesn't work.
No, I agree. And Camille was technically very proficient, but I'll be honest, Carrie or Christina, either one in my firm, very similar. Just it's like watching a dissection when they go. I think I've told you this. Female attorneys, and I'm generalizing, they have some very different qualities than male attorneys in general. And one of the things that the female attorneys are very good at is preparation. They prepare. male attorneys, they'll swagger in and try to cowboy it, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I've never, at least none of the female attorneys I've employed, none of them have ever gone to the courtroom without being absolutely, prepared to the last point, So yeah, one of my favorite uses of a former Amazon. She's not with us anymore. We had a lawsuit against a large company there in Texas, and I did my intel and found out that the CFO was a bit of a male chauvinist. Our broker told us that. Yeah. So when we did his deposition, I used one of the Amazons.
Nice.
She worked his ass over for about 3 hours, and at lunch he called our CFO and said, I think we could just settle this.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So this is the next video. Same thing. Oh wait, I'm supposed to do super chats. Hold on.
Hey,
let me hit some of these super chats. Yes, the grift
must flow.
Always must flow.
Yes.
Let me hit some of these super chats, and then we'll hit this next video, which is
Denker,
Elaine's
I
next
killed
interview.
my high, so why should you be any different? I'm just saying.
Wait, what? You killed your high?
Don't look into the chat.
Oh. Ty killed my
high. Yeah, they said I killed their high. I was like, I killed mine. So
I'm going to read just a couple super chats. They came in really early. So again, I'm appreciative of everybody's super chats, and I want to make sure I read them. I'll read all of them by the end of the night. But I want to make sure and get them. Andrew Wahoo, is this stream not even transformative? I'm suing for excessive breadedness. Jay Wolfenstein, Elaine bitches about a tainted jury. One, didn't the defense call a social media expert who brought justice for Johnny and Amber Turd and social media reaction to the jury's attention? Yes, she did. Didn't the defense taint the jury in court? Yes, very stupid of them to do so. Kiwi goes live. Hey, Nick, it's my birthday, but I'm giving you money because your grift is just that powerful. I got myself a new gaming PC, a 12,600K RTX 3080. I named Midlife. Can it run Crisis? Oh, that's a good name. That's a good name and a nice PC, man. Congrats. Enjoy it. AD, Nick, you have to bring back the hot dog feature. And can you please read the Holy Book of Unbreaded with the Pope hat on? What the hell's the hot dog feature? But yes, that's the new thing. The Pope hat comes out for Unbreaded. So
your family in Tyler has already been told of the Pope hat. I told you I was abandoning you. I said I'm done with you. I'm not going to defend you anymore. So
why would you try?
That's a good question.
Brendan Conway, loaded up on Ardbeg, peaty Scotch. I like Ardbeg. Is it the Ergodile or is it one of the ones that are even harder to pronounce? And ready to go. How much is Elaine?
Like Jack Daniel's tasting whiskey or something?
Stop.
Sorry.
No, here's how you would describe Ardbeg. I'm already drunk and I fell face first in the remnants of the campfire. I chewed and it was delicious.
That's pretty vivid.
Yep.
Excuse me.
How much is Elaine getting paid to do this to herself, or is she a true believer? Well, I mean, I'm sure Elaine's getting paid north of $650 an hour, but yeah, she's a true believer, and her reputation and credibility are on the line here.
So Nick, do you think Amber? Do you think her lawyers were smart enough to get her to pay their fees up front, or do you think
whoever's paying them? I hope they got their fees up front.
If they didn't get their money before this trial started, they ain't gonna get their money.
Well, the interesting thing is here's an interesting thing, Ty. Maybe you know about this. Rob from Law and Lumber was talking about this yesterday. Bankruptcy clawback provision goes 90 days back.
Yeah.
So all of the trial costs, if she files bankruptcy within 90 days of the trial payment, her entire trial could be exempt effectively.
Yeah, it's worse than that. If the lawyers
that's why they want her to. Maybe that's why they want her to appeal.
Well, if
draw
the
that 90-day window
to be insiders, it's a year.
It's a year. Yeah.
Now, the rule when you're representing someone who could file for bankruptcy, the rule is you get your money up front before you do anything,
and in cash.
In fact, I literally, like a couple of months ago, I had to defend myself against a court, a bankruptcy trustee. They tried to make me disgorge fees from literally that they filed on the very last day,
Yeah.
you know, and I produced evidence. I showed the engagement letter that specified this is a non-refundable upfront payment for services to be rendered in the future.
Nice.
You know, and yeah, I mean, I won, but no, I mean, that could be, everybody's like, well, is Johnny going to collect the money? I don't think Johnny is I don't think I'll be surprised if he really goes after her hard on that.
Yeah.
His
I'd be
objective,
surprised. But
yeah.
the crazy thing is, I mean, if they go after the attorneys and they don't have an upfront fee thing, I mean, any judgment was going to bankrupt her.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
so,
I mean, that's true. I mean, if those lawyers, didn't get their money up front, they're idiots.
I mean, this is easily, for people to put in perspective, this is easily a 7-figure litigation. 6 weeks. They have minimum
Oh God, yeah. Gotcha.
minimum of 4 attorneys present, and they're not cheap attorneys. Rottenborn is probably pretty expensive. Let's see if we can find
20 grand
Ben
a day.
Rottenborn fees.
That's 100,000 a week just showing up.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you add on, you got to double that for the time they spent in the off hours studying and preparing and all that crap. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, I mean the amount of money that has just racked up during the trial. It's crazy. So this estimate from experts on Depp's side, taking an average of $600 an hour for each lawyer. Depp has 7 lawyers plus support staff, court costs, travel costs, etc. Then add the 6-week trial. Then add 24 months to complete discovery. The estimate on Depp is at least $5.5 million. I believe Heard has 3 lawyers from Virginia area. For her, I would say $3 million in fees plus $200,000 in experts.
easily.
Yeah. Let's see. Depp's
Well,
attorney.
I mean, as you know, I don't believe justice can be done if the lawyers don't get paid. But
yeah, I mean the amount of money that went into this thing. 3 Virginia attorneys, sure, but these are 3 high-level Virginia attorneys in Washington, D.C. Them getting paid $750 an hour is not even close to out of the realm of possibility, and may be low. Maybe low. So yeah, you're talking $20,000 days. You're talking at minimum, and all trial prep. So the week that they're off, that off week, there's a lot of work being done on that. And they had motion arguments all throughout. This is extremely expensive.
What'd you think of the judge?
I thought the judge was fair and consistent.
Oh, thank God.
I was not impressed by her evidentiary rulings, but they weren't slanted. I mean, they were just
right.
They were just consistently kind of a weird toss up. And a lawyer, I won't disclose who, but a lawyer in Virginia had talked to me privately and said that judge, the trick to winning objections is to be assertive. That literally, that's the trick, being assertive. And when each team found that out, their assertiveness on both of them, and most importantly on Depp's side, because they were really timid at first, it increased and they started winning objections with regularity. But yeah, it was kind of a coin toss if both parties were equally assertive, how she would rule. And you got an idea on some of the things on how to get around some hearsay objections, but largely I'd say she was consistent, and that's what you want.
No question. I've always said, you'd like a competent judge, but frankly, consistency is better than competence.
Yep.
Because you can at least predict, reasonably, you can predict what's going to happen. Flake judges, the ones that are all over the board, they're.
Yeah. Let me read 1, 2, 3, four more super chats, and then we'll move on. Brittany Schmitz, you should have Brandon Straka on. He was on Tim Pool recently talking about his legal charges from January 6th. He wants to share his story. Dex Terminax, with your previous recommendation, I purchased the Eisenhorn audiobooks halfway through Xenos, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the story. Oh, it's legitimately good. Great recommendation. After Eisenhorn, I'll be tackling Horus Rising. Thanks, Nick. Cheers. Yeah, they're good, but don't let go of the Eisenhorn and Ravenor series, because I'm telling you, like, that series of books, all done by Dan Abnett, all centering around Eisenhorn and then his sort of protege, Gideon Ravenor, all of those books, and then going into the Bequin things, that's a serious storyline going on in 40K that is kind of off on the side, but it involves really major characters and is very, very compelling. So you could go into Horus Rising, sure, but don't give up on the Ravenor Eisenhorn series. There's like 12 or 15 books in that series, and they're all good. Stuart, bro, Amber Heard is to the Me Too movement what Robespierre was to the French Revolution / Reign of Terror. It's all fun and games until it's your neck in the guillotine. Vinny the D got the worst luck, had to spend 3 hours at the ER urgent care thanks to a diesel exhaust fluid problem on my work truck, causing me to breathe in ammonia fumes. Take a toast for me while I lay here in pain and gift on Noseman. I think he means grift, but the ammonia got to him. Cheers, buddy.
Virtual toast. Yeah. Wow.
That's
Hope
awesome.
you get better, man.
BB Simon, a toast, please. My grandmother Corky just turned 98. She was a Rosie the Riveter building P-47s during the war, married my grandfather in 1946 and raised 4 kids, got a degree, and moved to a nursing home this year. To Corky, what a life, what a legacy to see.
Badass.
A world war to contribute to the effort that would bring it to resolution, to finding a good man and raising a good family. May the values and strength and fortitude of this woman be imbued into the subsequent generation and many more expanding generations to follow. Cheers to Corky.
You're quite eloquent tonight.
Tonight? I am a consummate toast professional.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, here we go.
I never doubted you.
Let's hit this interview.
She looks pissed off about something.
All of these people are so unfortunate looking.
Look
All
at
right,
that
here
resting bitch face on the guy, though.
on the man.
I mean,
the
that's
spray
like
tan
Anderson
line
Cooper
around.
level resting bitch face.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Here we go.
And we are joined now by Amber Heard's attorney, Elaine Charlson. Bretta Hoff, good morning to you. It's good to see you. First question, how is Amber?
Is that Meredith Vieira? I think it might be. How's Amber doing?
We saw her hearing that verdict. A long time to read. It was a sweeping verdict for Johnny Depp. How did she handle it?
You know, one of the first things she said is, I am so sorry to all those women out there. This is a setback for all women in and outside the courtroom. And
are you hearing the script yet, chat? You hear the script that David the grab ass Shane has prepared for Elaine? Elaine is running penance right now.
That sounds familiar, Nick. It seems like we almost heard that like a moment ago.
Oh, Savannah Guthrie's her name. Okay, Savannah Guthrie. Yeah, it sounds real familiar. It does. It's almost like it was written by David. I have too many hands for all of these asses, Shane. Oof. Okay, let's see.
And she feels it, and she feels the burden of that.
Well, knowing the case and knowing the law, as you certainly do, it frankly
certainly is a strong word.
Knowing the case, knowing the law.
Defendants like Amber Heard. Are you stunned that the jury essentially rejected her story?
Well, you know, really what happened here is it's a tale of two trials. Johnny Depp.
These are the exact same words, y'all. It's the exact same script.
I assume somebody on YouTube is going to produce a video showing all of the shows she's on say the exact same thing at the same time, right?
It is a script.
Brought a suit in the UK for the same case. And the burden of proof was easier for him there. The son had to actually prove that it was true. And the court found there, and we weren't allowed to tell the jury this, but the court found that Mr. Depp had committed at least 12 acts of domestic violence, including sexual violence against
That's not
him.
in the United States, you stupid woman.
And it's
I mean,
also
not since 1776.
It's also not quite accurate to what happened.
Oh.
But it's also a judge. It's a judge. You don't get a jury trial in the UK on these things. You get a bench trial.
Oh, it wasn't okay. So it was so the judge simped for her, and that was the end of it.
Oh, dude. There's all sorts of problems with the judge. First of all, so it's against the UK Sun and this reporter for the UK Sun, right? Well, the judge's son works for Richard Murdoch, the guy who owns the UK Sun.
No conflict of interest there.
The judge's wife, does charity events with the guy who was sued, the journalist who wrote the thing, or the tabloid writer, with his wife. So the judge's wife hangs out with this guy's wife, and he's in court in front of him. So, which means, by the way, for anybody who doesn't put that together, that the judge knows this guy, that they have, if your wife's doing charity events with someone else's wife, trust me, you know that person. You've met them, you hang out with them on a semi-regular basis. Granted, you're in tuxedos that are uncomfortable and you're drinking cheap champagne, but still.
Well, if you have a tuxedo custom made, it's not uncomfortable.
So what did Depp's team learn from this? Demonize Amber and suppress the evidence.
Literally
we had
the
an
exact
enormous amount of
same
evidence
script
that was suppressed in this case that was in the UK case. In the UK case, when it came in, Amber won.
Yes, lawyers are allowed to just lie through their nose on shit like this. Once
not
the
under
trial's
oath,
over.
right? Yeah. They're not under oath. She'll never have to put it out. She'll never have to put out what evidence was suppressed that they supposedly were not able to get in.
Right, because
thing. You were able to get some evidence that you say demonstrated abuse. You certainly had.
You got a mountain of evidence. You said you had a mountain of evidence, and they just didn't believe it.
Testimony. There were pictures, documents, all kinds of evidence. But in point of fact, the jury rejected it. You argued in your closing arguments that if they found even one instance of abuse, and it did not even have to be physical abuse, that they would have to find for Amber Heard, and they didn't.
you said that, so therefore it must be true.
That was devastating by her, and they didn't. And look at her face. Help me.
Yeah.
Walk me through. Walk me
knock
through
this
how
out of
you
the
guys
park.
did not fail miserably. You failed. Walk me through it.
And the other part to bear in mind here is nothing changed. The op-ed didn't even mention Mr. Depp by name. And so what basically they did here is demonize her. And they were able to support.
How did they demonize Amber Heard? How did they demonize her?
All they did
was ask. Camille Vasquez had one of the best lines in her closing. All you have is Miss Heard's word. Do you believe it?
This is a woman who, Megan Fox pointed this out. This is a woman who lied about giving money to children.
Yep.
If she'd lie about that,
Yeah. I again, do you believe it? That's all you have to ask. Can you believe a word of what she says? She's a demonstrated history of lying. She's lying to you. She lied to the charities. She lied to the courts. They didn't get to bring in that she lied to New Zealand and is facing perjury charges. All of the people she's lying to. But just for yourself, jury, do you believe it? Oh, that was such a line.
I'm sorry. I just thought, would you be sure Megan's got my email address? Because she asked for it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll send it to her.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm like a fanboy of hers. I love her stuff.
Oh, she's great.
Sorry.
Our show was fantastic. We're going to do another one really soon.
Yeah.
Press the medical records, which were very, very significant because they showed a pattern going all the way back to 2012 of Amber reporting this to her therapist, for example.
How would you suppress those medical records? You actually introduced the medical records that you say said this through Dawn Hughes and through Dr. Spiegel. So how were they suppressed? Where was the suppression? Where was it? Why were they suppressed?
You know, Nick, I don't know if I told you, but Drex and I had a debate that I lost. I actually had the theory that a woman could be gorgeous enough that it would outdo any level of crazy. I was wrong. You know, this woman is utterly stunning, and this is how her life plays out. How's that happen?
Well, you'd be a crazy bitch. I mean, frankly,
I guess.
Ty, here's one of the things. We'll get back to the video in a second. Let me break this down with us in bigger frames.
Help me understand.
Every single witness that Amber Heard didn't pay and wasn't her sister, that's the only other one, didn't show up to court. Not one friend would show up to court. Now, you got two options really on why. And all of them, when they testified by video deposition, because they were compelled. But Virginia, you can't compel an out-of-state person to fly into Virginia. They can compel them to appear for a video deposition.
That's why, that's why the video. Okay.
So all of her friends, whom through Johnny Depp, she paid for their life for a period of years. They lived for free in the East Columbia building. These are $1.5 million to $2 million penthouses that they all lived in for free. Not a care in the world, always at the expense of Johnny Depp for parties and everything. She took them to Coachella, paid for everything for all of these people. And not one shows up to court, but all of them, without exception, say, we're not friends anymore. It's not really friends anymore. Here's the reason. Either Amber Heard is crazy, which seems to be true. She's diagnosed with borderline personality and histrionic personality disorder. Histrionic people are great at first. And then when you get to know them and you get into their circle and you realize that everything is always about them, everything is always focused on them, and your problems don't matter, your issues don't matter, and in fact, your issues are causing them harm, they get very tiring. When you get close to a histrionic, that's what happens. Borderline personality people, when you combine that with that, they're just kind of empty and they're not fulfilling relationships.
Yeah, you know, that's an interesting point. She looked vacant.
Yes.
For lack of a better term. And I didn't watch the trial or anything like you guys did because, I have a job. But yeah, she looked vacant. It's
all the people you pay did.
Yeah.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Shark eyes.
Yeah. No.
Dead shark eyes.
Yeah, she couldn't muster an emotion to save her life.
Well, when I was young, my grandmother, one of the little things that my grandmother said, always watch people's eyes. She said that when she was commenting about Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter, when he ran for president in 1976, one of his trademarks was he had a grin. He smiled. He had a big toothsome grin that everyone thought was wonderful. And she said, his eyes are not smiling. And, if you ever watch old footage of Jimmy Carter and you're conscious that, you go, holy crap, she's right. And Amber,
why are all of your stories on vinyl?
Actually, they're on the tin with the holes on them. in the wind-up pianos. I'm hoping to get to vinyl. Yeah. What was it you said one time? That's the oldest story I've ever heard, and I just got through reading Genesis. That was pretty good.
No, it's but no, you're right. And see, I know this. You know this from Jimmy Carter, but I know this from Tyra Banks, the Modern Prophet, and America's Next Top Model, where she would tell models to smile with their eyes in these competitions because supermodels always have this dead face look. But when you're doing a photo shoot with where you're not allowed to have expressions on your mouth because whatever, but you still have to attract the camera, you smile with your eyes. And it's a weird expression, but it's true. It's a thing that you can actually see when you look into people, because the smile goes all the way up the face, or it's fake. And Amber Heard, she couldn't muster an emotion to save her life because she doesn't have them. She tries to emulate them on the stand. But so you've got that option that either she's crazy and just insufferable to deal with. But I think it's actually a combination of that and the second option, which is that all of the people she was able to hang around with were social parasites. And they were there for Johnny Depp's money and favor. And the moment it was gone, peace.
They're gone.
Because they have to go find the next couch to sleep on. These people are useless people that need to feed off of someone else. So you've got those two things. And what better than a vapid, soulless monster like Amber Heard finding other vapid, soulless parasites to leech off of her, and really by proxy leech off of Johnny Depp. But when the well dries up, they walk off into the desert. I mean, they're gone. And that's one of the big reasons why none of these people believed her, because not a single person who apparently witnessed this horrific abuse was willing to come to court. I mean, even if you don't like someone, like you had a falling out or whatever, but it's like
you show up.
You show up and you'd be like, I mean, I'm not really a big fan of her. She's kind of a bitch. She's not really attentive or whatever. But I mean, he did beat her, and that's some bullshit. Like, she didn't deserve to be beaten. I mean, that's crazy. She was good to him. Like, you couldn't get anybody. You couldn't pay for, like, put him at the Four Seasons Fairfax or whatever. Get them there. They couldn't do it. And they couldn't do it because nobody likes her at the end of the day. She has a massive credibility issue because she's a personality sinkhole.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
And the only thing that men look for in a personality sinkhole in a woman is, can they put their dick in the sinkhole?
Men are very simple creatures.
Well, we'd prefer them to not have a personality sinkhole. We'd prefer them to be a person. But look, if there's a hole there, I'm going to try and find it.
Yeah, I mean, the Red Letter Media had a thing one time where there was like, talking about women versus men. The women are like, running, they're running up the thing, all these questions. Do I see myself with him? What's he like? 100. The guy's question was, dude, is she hot?
Yep.
Really, dude, how hot is she? It's like, yeah, that's about right. We ought to do a Chad Dad thing sometime, talk about how to avoid, really awful people. One thing that I've always noticed, and unfortunately I've got a family full of them, is those kind of people have no old friends.
Yep.
They have no friends that they have been friends with for any significant time period. All their friends are new friends, last year or two. And that's the most reliable way I've found in life to suss out, genuinely awful people. Because of course what they do is they just cut, they use people and throw them and discard them and da 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 da. So yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's listen to more of the script.
We had significant amount of texts, including from Mr. Depp's assistants, saying, when I told him he kicked you, he cried.
But by the way, that doesn't actually mean anything. When I told him he kicked you, he cried, doesn't mean he actually kicked her, or that his cry was some regret over kicking.
Well, she's dissembling. I mean,
yeah. Plus, it's really convenient to speak to facts that aren't in evidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had a video of him beating her, but that bitch of a judge just wouldn't let it in.
Here's a thought. If you lose the case, you take responsibility for it because, that's you're a professional and that's what you do.
Yeah. That was the best at the last interview. What did you guys do wrong? Well, the jury was against us. Social media was against us. Everything was against us. I mean, we made some mistakes, but blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, here we go.
Sorry, that didn't come in.
Is there any other way to interpret this verdict, though, that this jury, for whatever reason,
Elaine, even the liberal
she can't stop
TV,
herself. It's like,
even the liberal hosts of these shows don't believe you.
Yeah.
And I hear you on some of the evidence that they didn't hear. Listening to Amber Heard, did not believe a single word.
You know, and that's because she was demonized here. A number of things were
Demonized.
allowed in this court that should not have been allowed. And it
Name one.
caused the jury to be confused.
You mean, oh, wait a minute. You're saying Amber Heard was demonized? You introduced texts from Johnny Depp to Paul Bettany that Amber Heard has never seen in her entire life until these trials that said, we should burn her. No, I'll drown her and then burn her and then fuck her corpse to make sure she's dead. You mean, is that the demonization you're talking about? Because that text is 100% irrelevant to the question of did Johnny Depp beat or abuse in any way Amber Heard. But you introduced that, and you introduced all kinds of hyperbolic texts to other people by Johnny Depp, trying to paint him and demonize him. But they were demonizing her. I don't even remember the demonization of Amber Heard because she demonized herself by just speaking.
That, right? At the end of the day, all the other stuff, she was an absolutely horrible witness for herself.
Yep. And they knew it. They knew it. Ty, would you put your client, who is the star witness, as your second witness out of 15? No.
They put her up front to let her be a disaster, and they hope they could bore the jury to death, you know, with the other 14, and they'd forget about her. But she was horrible. She, you know, and again, you know, you've commented on this, and you're right. Depp has an excess of charisma. You know, on the other hand, he was his best advocate.
Yep.
You know, but it wasn't just because he's a good-looking, charming guy or any of that kind of crap. He was just genuine. She was disingenuous. She was dishonest. She was evasive. I mean, she was everything that a normal person looks at and goes, "Oh yeah, she's lying, or she's crazy, or she's evil." Yeah. And this crazy lawyer. First of all, you know, look, you have seen me. You have interviewed me in the face of adversity, so you know my opinion. My opinion is real simple. If we lose the case, it's my fault.
Yep.
But, you know.
And the crazy thing is, you know, I know some things about cases that that you would never allow to take away from the idea that it's your fault. That's because you're the lead counsel on the case. It's your fault. I mean, that's just how it goes.
The old captain goes down with the ship thing. That's you know, I've never blamed my client. I've never blamed my staff. If we've lost, it's my fault. Now, if we've won, of course I give them credit because usually they deserve it. And it's offensive to me to listen to this crazy bitch blame everybody under the sun except the fact that she's a terrible lawyer and her client is a lying, crazy woman. You know, it's you know, Amber lost because basically the jury didn't believe her. And the jury was not swayed by the histrionics of her counsel.
Yep.
You know, and
yeah. And here's the thing, guys. I said this, people were asking me, oh, well, you know, when are they going to call Amber to the stand?
Meanders far better than I do. Sorry.
Wait, what?
Chat. The chat said that I meander like Runkle does. I could only hope. I am but a mere shadow of Runkle.
Look, Ty's old, but Runkle is elvish. He's thousands of years old. Runkle can ramble through anything.
You're comparing, you're comparing Boromir to the Elf King. I mean,
yeah,
to Elrond.
To someone whose name ends in drill. No, but so this is what I was saying during the trial. People were like, when do you think they'll call Amber to the stand and all this stuff? I said, well, if it's me, here's how I do it. I bookend Whitney Heard as the first witness. Amber Heard is the last witness, because I want to punctuate the power of her testimony of being a victim against Johnny Depp. I want to punctuate that. I want to leave the jury with that impression as they go into rebuttal. I want the strongest possible advocate for my client, who is my client, to be the last thing they hear. And the second strongest advocate for my client is Whitney Hurd, because she's the only one who allegedly saw any abuse. And so you put her first. They didn't do that. And there's one reason that they wouldn't use that very basic trial strategy, is that Amber Heard was a nightmare and they knew it.
Well, you know what? I mean, if you remember when I came on the show after the verdict, I actually was sympathetic to Amber's counsel. I was like, well, you know, she is crazy. And when you represent a crazy client, you know,
you got to do some crazy stuff.
Now, listen to this crazy woman. She's a horrible lawyer.
Yes.
Her client may well be crazy, but she's a
both
horrible
lawyer. Both are true.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's finish this thing out.
We weren't allowed to tell them about the UK judgment. So the damages,
because of course you weren't.
Skewed. There are no damages. It stopped at November 2, 2020.
That's also bullshit. The damages don't stop because the UK ruled on someone else's publication. But first of all, the judge actually did make that part of the jury instruction that the damages stopped in November of 2020. I have no idea how Johnny Depp's team fucking lost that, by the way, because that's ridiculous to say, well, the UK judgment, that's a new thing that undoes the damage of the defamation. No, if you got canceled from Hollywood in 2018, a new thing in 2020 doesn't somehow uncancel you and then recancel you to cause more damage. That's silly. You would have to show, in my opinion, you'd have to show a recovery from the damage and then a re-loss, but that didn't happen. But either way, the jury, let me tell you, chat, the jury ignored that instruction. They didn't care at all that the judge said, oh yeah, the damage stops in November of 2020. Of course they didn't, because it's impossible to conceptualize. Well, Johnny Depp lost.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Right.
Just insane.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Which is when the judgment came down in the UK.
Let me ask you about social media in this case.
Let's
Unlike any celebrity case, certainly I've ever covered or ever seen, social media was a part of this. And it was incredibly lopsided and vitriolic against Amber Heard.
Did you stop and consider why?
Yeah. Wasn't that peculiar how, 9 out of 10 people favored him? And did you see that drunk YouTube lawyer from Minnesota?
Oh God, I will never know because they'll never admit it, but they have to fucking hate me.
Yeah, you're not going to receive a Christmas card from them.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I should write a book on how to do social trials wrong.
You saw the rage that you created in the other side in the Mignogna matter. They hate you more than they do me, which I'm offended by, frankly.
You got to try harder, Ty.
Damn it, I don't think I was given a fair chance. But yeah.
Okay, so let's see where she goes with this.
Do you think that had an effect on the case?
Absolutely.
That was, by the way, that question, I guarantee you, David Grab-Ass Shane, so many hands, so many asses to grab. He could not stop grabbing asses, is what I was going to say. He 100% said, this is a question you must ask as a condition of the interview. You must ask this question, because that is their narrative. David, the Grab-Ass Shane, I mean, without any potential, even possibility of having knowledge of this, I promise you that while he was grabbing an ass in one hand and his tiny penis in the other, he was on speakerphone telling this lady, her assistant probably, you have to ask this question as a condition of the interview because the social media stuff is bullshit. And we're going to fight against how bad it was. That happened. That is a thing. These publicist teams are predictable as shit because all of these publicists, and I know this, Ty, all of these publicists are rooted 20, 30 years ago in how they approach everything, especially big publicists that people hire, because none of them understand social media. All of them have the same approach, and you can write their fucking script on every single one of these cases, and they're all wrong. That stupid defamation expert from, I think, Stanford, who I read an article from the other day, saying he would have advised Johnny Depp not to sue because it would draw attention to the allegations and provide excess negative attention. That motherfucker cost Johnny Depp an $8.35 million judgment, one of the biggest defamation judgments you'll find anywhere in the United States, from an individual to another individual, and all of the publicity that is roundly in support of him. That's what he cost him with his bad advice based on living
It would
in
have deprived Johnny of
1976.
vindication, which is what Johnny
Yes.
wanted. You know, well, I mean, you know, I'll say this to anybody that's watching the show. When I got another client who we had a problem with, and I needed advice on social media, I called you.
Yeah.
I said, hey, advise us. What do you think? I mean, I wouldn't listen to those fuckers. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. The world has changed, and it's changed utterly and completely. And not only is the old advice not appropriate, it's actually dangerous and counterproductive.
For high profile people, for people with a social media or mass media presence, to throw that in the garbage bin and retreat into cowardice, how's that working out, Kevin Spacey? You're getting a lot of action. You're getting a lot of acting roles. Look, now here's the problem. I think Kevin Spacey did it, and I think he murdered a whole bunch of people.
Hell yeah.
So, but with Kevin Spacey's profile, had he pushed back, you can drown out the accusation.
Well, I mean,
you have millions of people.
Didn't have a lot of proof. I mean, I believe them for various reasons, but
I believe Kevin Spacey's accusations the moment his accusers started dying.
Yeah. Well, when McFarlane in Family Guy actually makes an animated segment saying, "Yep, I've been kidnapped by Kevin Spacey," it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but no, Spacey would still have a career right now if he had fought. But,
yes.
It's just
but the number of people who have gotten that advice, oh no, just go away, just quietly, you'll come back and probably come back in 2 to 5 years. No, you won't. Not with this. Why would you ever hire Johnny Depp again if what he did was true? If Johnny Depp beat Amber Heard, dragged her across glass, and raped her with a Maker's Mark, this man is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he rapes her with a $35 bottle of whiskey. Can't even.
That's what really got to you.
It is. I mean, you can't at least rape
Johnny
her with a 20-year Macallan.
Right.
Get a damn Macallan in there.
It all comes to. I see it now.
The problem is the Macallan would have gone all the way in because it doesn't have that fat base that a Maker's does, right?
Oh yeah, there was like some physics problems with that story, wasn't there?
I mean, well, one is that the wax, like when you rip the wax seal off of a Maker's, like when you break the wax seal on a Maker's Mark bottle, it leaves a jagged wax edge. And the picture of the Maker's Mark bottle that allegedly was used to rape Amber Heard not only still has Makers in the bottom of it, but the wax on it is relatively intact. And I have a feeling that that wax would cause severe injury to the soft tissue inside of a vagina, but 2, it would also flake and peel away, because if you just take the bottle and you push on that wax, it will rub. It'll break down, right? It's just wax. None of that had occurred. So that was obvious bullshit from the start. But yeah. But they had to pick the Maker's Mark, because if it was a Macallan, I mean, it would have gone in and not come out. The Maker's Mark stops because it's fat. It gets really fat. And I mean, you'd have to be a colossal whore for that thing to go all the way in. Is this inappropriate enough?
I've reached a point in my life where I don't care. I'm who I am, and other people's approval is simply not necessary.
All right, here we go.
Absolutely.
You think jurors were aware of it?
You
They
know,
weren't supposed to be.
they
They're
weren't
admonished every single day. Don't look at it. Do you think they did see it?
How can you not? They went home.
How can you not is not
How
an
can
answer
you
to the
not?
question, Elaine. Look, I think jurors almost certainly saw something. However, there's this weird thing about jurors. As cynical as people may be, when you look at jurors, this weird thing happens when they get on a jury. On balance, the overwhelming majority of them take it very seriously.
I agree.
And they diligently try. Now look, you may open Twitter and you're gonna see a Johnny Depp video start auto playing, but I would wager that those jurors immediately tried to skip past it, because now there may be one or two who didn't. You will never know, but really, jurors, they take their. It's easy to get out of jury duty, by the way. It's really, really easy, but yet so many people will sit down and do it.
Yeah, they will. I agree with that. I mean, I think politics taints it. I think when the subject matter of the case is political in nature, I think jury objectivity goes out the window a lot of times. But
Well, yeah, because you get motivated jurors, like for example, whatever you think of Derek Chauvin, and there was a juror who lied about attending rallies for Black Lives Matter, where George Floyd's brother and like nephew or something, or niece or whatever, they both spoke at the rally that this guy attended, and he's spotted with a Floyd shirt on that says "Stop kneeling on our necks." Like, he lied on his voir dire form, and
the
he was,
could have just blown that off is beyond me.
well, yeah, that was bullshit. And again, I think that anytime, I think if Derek Chauvin gets a trial in Minneapolis at all, he's guilty, period. There's no jury in Minneapolis that you could impanel. I think he should have gotten an outstate Minnesota case. And I think he's got an 80-20 chance of being guilty. I don't think Chauvin has a strong chance of getting out of that conviction.
The optics were so awful. I mean,
yeah, it's the look on his face.
Exactly.
By the way, some people
really
disagreed with me on this, but listen to me. I'm told you with Amber Heard, she sunk her case. The video of Chauvin's face for 8.5 minutes, because they're not looking at Floyd, they're looking at the guy kneeling on him. And whatever you think, it doesn't matter how George Floyd died. None of this matters. All they saw was a cop smugly smirking for 8.5 or 9 minutes or whatever. That sunk his case for almost every juror they were going to find. That's it. And that's what when I saw the video, I was like, well, that's a problem. That video is a huge problem for him. No matter what.
As you know, we talked about this and we didn't disagree a bit. I'm not convinced that he actually should have been found guilty, but the optics were awful. They literally couldn't have been worse. You know,
I mean, I think they raised reasonable doubt that his death was caused by fentanyl or, something else. I think they raised reasonable doubt and could raise reasonable doubt sufficient to come to that conclusion. I don't know that you win. I think you lose most of the time still, but I think they did raise it. His attorney did a pretty good job most of the time throughout the case, although I really think he should have had co-counsel on it. But that being said, that video was going to sink him most of the time.
Well, I think we've talked about this. My opinion is that we all reason emotionally. I don't care how much we think we use our brain. 95% of our decision making is emotional in nature. And that smirk killed Chauvin.
Yep.
It turned everyone's brain off because they were outraged at the arrogance, or whatever you want to read into that sneer, and I don't know, maybe it's unfortunate. Maybe Chauvin had no idea he was doing that. I don't know, but that's just the world we live in, and that's part of the consequence of everybody having a video camera.
There's a bunch of interesting chats in the discussion. Guys, you can go back and check my history on this. I thought Chauvin would be found guilty from the start.
Yes, you did.
And
because you and I disagreed on that. I
Yep.
remember very early on. I felt like that they would be able to get reasonable doubt in. Yeah, but I had not seen the. In my defense, I hadn't seen the video yet.
Yeah. Well, I think they raised enough evidence that a jury could find reasonable doubt. I just don't think they would find reasonable doubt. And that's the way it goes. Chauvin's case was a really interesting clash of two highly privileged classes in court, which is a cop, frankly, blue privilege. And then also at the time that it happened, a black victim of police violence. Those two privileges clashed. And I thought that Chauvin was probably guilty from the start, but I also could see how the blue privilege would maybe prevail. It didn't in this case.
No, the moment I realized you were right is when I actually saw the video, and it pissed me off. I'm sitting there having made the intellectual argument that I didn't think Chauvin was guilty, and I see that smirk on his face, and it made me mad. I'm like, oh shit, this guy's dead.
Yep. Yep. And there were, but anyway, someone said, this is great. This is a good comment. I want to read it real quick. Where is it? One New Me says, these two talking right now is why people hate lawyers. They will get the guilty off or pretend it wasn't what it is. Well, when you're a defense attorney, it's your job to try and find the way to get your client out of it. I mean, that's just it. It's raising that reasonable doubt. And it doesn't really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what your own opinion on the case is. And it's hard for people to conceptualize that for defense attorneys. It's where you live. It's where you live and die. It's like, well, I don't really care what happened. Is there doubt?
It's hard. It's hard for me. I wouldn't do criminal defense work because I don't think I could live with myself getting people that I know are guilty off. But here's the thing. Our system has to have lawyers that are willing to do that.
Yeah.
Because
for that reason, that's why I don't do DUI cases.
Right.
Because if I got someone off of a DUI
and they killed somebody else,
I would not be able to deal with it.
No.
So when a DUI case walked into my door, I'd say this: are you guilty and are we pleading? And if the answer is no, that is 100% fine. I will find you some other attorney. I will refer you to someone else. But if you want to plea, I can negotiate a plea.
Yeah.
But I'm not, if you don't want to plea, I'm not going to do it for you. It's not my thing. It's not personal. I'm not judging you. I don't care what you did, but if you're not going to plea and you're going to fight it, I'm going to refer you to someone else. And luckily with DUIs, they get so technical that I could do that and have a good excuse, a good ethical excuse if I'm not specialized. I'm not an expert in all the tech for it. So that's fine. But yeah, that for me,
it's an interesting point. I've handled a number of DWI cases, but in every case, number one, my client was guilty, and we pled it out.
Yeah,
it became a negotiation, which I was fine with. But I had this 80-something-year-old mentor when I first got out of law school. He was a hell of a guy, just a mean trial lawyer. Died at 88 in his hospital bed reading pleadings. What a way to go! Oh, he was just an epic badass. But he said, "Hey, listen, kid, I'll send you some criminal cases if you want." I was like, I don't think I could live with myself if I got somebody off and they committed a crime later. He looked at me like I was an idiot and put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Son, you can't make any money defending innocent people."
Yeah.
Said, well,
I like this comment from Darth Hideous. A lawyer with ethics? I doubt it. Now, look, I have advocated plenty for some guilty ass people. I'm just saying, look, if I got someone off on a DUI and then they plowed their car into my van, I would have to murder them with my bare hands, and I don't want to go to prison.
No, I mean, but understand, Chad, what we're saying is we couldn't do that personally, but we acknowledge that we need people who can.
Yeah, that's
I got a
that's
good
the
friend who is a criminal, he's a former Marine Corps fighter pilot, and he's about 5 feet tall and just mean as a junkyard dog. And he will stand in the breach and go down swinging no matter how guilty his client is. He is a pure professional, and I'm delighted we've got him. He doesn't win a lot of cases, but he wins any case that can be won. And, we have to have those guys to keep the state in check, because the state's advantages over the individual are colossal and overwhelming.
Yep.
The system we've got was designed by some very brilliant men. And if you don't understand it, that's fine. Most people don't, but just take my word for it. It makes sense.
All right, here we go. Let's finish.
Nick,
this,
have you ever seen a lawyer do something like this?
This?
literally
Yeah,
just go on the news and say the court sucked. They were horrible. I can't remember myself, but
I can't remember specifics, but I feel like somebody's got to have done it. I mean, they have.
Well, yeah, we know because there's that Supreme Court case, that says yes, lawyers have a First Amendment right. But I'm trying to remember in recent memory where I've seen something this pathetic.
Cynthia in the chat says, "Get off Chauvin, seriously." Cynthia, my hands are far too callous to get that man off. All right, here we go.
Was that necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Asked and answered.
What opinion of mine are you mad about with Chauvin? Like what Cynthia, I've said he's guilty over and over consistently from when it happened through today. Probably to my own detriment, given the predilections of many of my audience. What could you possibly fucking have a problem with?
Night. They have families. The families are on social media.
Sure.
We had a 10-day break in the middle because of the judicial conference. There's no way they couldn't have been influenced by it. And it was horrible. It really, really was lopsided. And I appreciate your saying that. It's like the Roman Colosseum,
The same exact comparison. Beautiful.
How they viewed this whole case. I was against cameras in the courtroom, and I went on record with that. And
well, I've seen your opening and your closing arguments. You would be against cameras in any courtroom that you're in.
She's probably against mirrors too in the bathroom. Sorry, that was mean.
and had argued
Not
against
mean
it
enough.
because of the
No.
sensitive nature of it. But it made it a zoo.
It wasn't because of the sensitive nature of this. You wanted no cameras in the courtroom because you knew what happened the moment, because you've been talking to Amber Heard for years. You know exactly how unlikable she is, because you probably, and I got this sense, you don't like her either.
No, she does not. Unfortunately, somewhere they got joined at the hip, and she stuck with her.
Does your client want to appeal?
Oh, absolutely. And she has some excellent grounds for it. We even had tried to get
Name
the UK
a
judgment
single
in to
ground
dismiss his
to
case
appeal.
because he already had his shot.
That's not how res judicata does not apply to other jurisdictions against other parties.
So let me get this straight. If someone wins in Russia or Morocco or Saudi Arabia, that's going to be binding in the United States. That is the most ridiculous. I mean, this is a stupid, ridiculous woman, but that may be the dumbest thing she said up to this point.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And that's one of the issues, but also a number of the evidentiary issues. There was so much evidence that did not come in.
Is she able to pay a $10.4 million judgment?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
No, she's got us to pay about $6 million of whatever she had left.
Finally, in closing arguments, Amber's team argued that this would send a message.
Amber's team, literally you argued this, Elaine. You are Amber's team. What a weirdly worded question.
That it would send a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. You need to be perfect in order for people
Well,
to
like you said, this far left wing loon journalist isn't buying it.
Yeah.
I mean,
tons of lefties didn't buy it. I mean,
look
lefty
at
streamers
her,
didn't buy it.
Look at her body language, the expression on her face. She's finding this distasteful.
Yeah.
It looks like she's actually taking medicine. You know?
She's finding this distasteful, and this is a woman who could unhinge her jaw and eat a toddler. I mean,
okay, that's pretty good.
She did not get a favorable verdict.
She did not.
What message do you think this sends?
It's a horrible message. It's, as I said, a setback. It's a significant setback because that's exactly what it means. Unless
so a liar is supposed to automatically win in court.
Right.
A liar is supposed to win in court because other victims for some reason. So someone who's being lied about, like, just think for a second about the narrative she's trying to sell. That, well, she lied, therefore she should automatically win because of the implications on somebody else. So
yeah.
Johnny Depp, fuck him, I guess, because it's just too damn important that other victims, actual victims of domestic violence,
my client gets to lie and win because it's so important for other people.
Yeah.
Self-serving a little bit, wouldn't you say?
Self-serving and also completely improper. And Johnny Depp's team should have objected to that argument in closing. They filed a formal objection later and asked it to be stricken when it was already, when we were already like 8 hours into jury deliberations, which was dumb of them. But
do you think they flat missed it, or did they decide, were they not? I mean, was
I
one of those
have
things of
no idea. They did object during closing, just not to that statement. So I think, and I think that really hurt them.
I guess the written objection was to just preserve error. Maybe it
was a 23-page motion.
Whoa.
That because they were really trying to get a corrective jury instruction on that. They didn't end up needing it, of course. And right. I think Judge Ascarati correctly denied their motion. Like, look, you should have objected to this at close.
I agree. You use it or lose it. I mean, that's the.
Because if she had taken, like, hypothetically, if Judge Ascarati had taken their motion, decided in favor of it, pulled the jury back, and gave a corrective instruction on something said at closing argument, that seems really prejudicial to me.
Yeah,
like the jury at that point is going to be like, oh wait, they said something so improper during closing argument that we need an instruction 2 days later. Okay.
I'm sorry, I got to call a good shot in the chat here. Savannah, can you say red room for us?
What? Red rum
right.
for us.
Yeah, red rum. Yeah.
You said red room, and
I did.
So you don't know this because you're a good normal human and you haven't suffered like I have. But in
sort of.
In 50 Shades of Grey, the bondage room that Christian Grey had was called the Red Room. So when you said Red Room, I'm like, wait,
that's unfortunate.
Is Ty talking about cattle prods and whips and stuff and riding crops?
I only vaguely know what that book is. No, I've already gone senile. What the hell's wrong with you people? I'm going senile, really? Pay attention, folks.
It's been there for years.
Yeah, I've embraced it. I've looked forward to it. Red rum. And sorry, I blew that, but yes. Anyway, it was. Let's stop taking it away from the chat person. It was a good shot.
No, it was good. It was good. You just ruined it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Back to this. There's less than a minute left.
Yeah, that's right. From Twin Peaks.
Your phone, you video your spouse or your significant other beating you. Effectively, you won't be believed.
Elaine Charlson, Bretta Hoff, thank you very much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Don't you just love the way she says that? Have a good
Elaine
time.
Bretta Hoff.
Good morning. What's it called? Vocal fry, and there's not a term
Yeah.
for that. Yeah.
Yep. Vocal fry.
That's annoying, but my God, when I hear men do it, it's like, oh dear God.
Someone in the chat has said something slanderous to me. They said Nick liked the 50 Shades book, by the way, or the 50 Shades books, by the way. First of all, you bigot, I've only read the first one. Second of all, I wrote a complete and utter review of the first one, which said, in summary, this is not a great book. However, there are competent literary themes and undertones in the book, and had it been edited properly, it could have probably been a really good book, but it also wouldn't have sold 100 million copies.
I was going to say she hit some kind of deep brainstem nerve with women.
She nailed it. I mean, she hit every like female power fantasy that's on the planet, because if the whole thing of like Anna being dominated by Christian it's the complete opposite. She's in control the entire time, and people miss that. But
don't we have to get Drex on at some point and ask his opinion about 50 Shades of Grey?
Oh, he hates it.
Oh, but I mean, he could hold court for like days.
Yeah, no, I've talked to him about it, because he thinks it's a complete misrepresentation of the Dom sub community, which it is. That's actually kind of the point.
Yeah. Well,
So,
consider him an expert witness. So yeah, we'll think about that at some point. That would be...
Sadomasochist says, can you explain how this is a win for Johnny Depp when they were both found guilty of defamation? I can.
I'm going to start with, I don't know, 15 is more than 2.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing. 15 is more than 2.
A lot more than 2.
But let's analyze the claims. Amber Heard said that she stood up as a victim of domestic violence. The only way that's defamatory is if Johnny Depp is domestic violencing her. That's it. That's the only way it's defamatory. And the jury ruled not only is that not true, but that she knows it's not true. So that's huge, huge. All of the allegations against Johnny Depp, because this is the strategy that I was talking about, and I was 100% right that Johnny Depp's team would do this, was they could not focus on the statements at issue in the paper. They had to convince the jury that those statements were a summary, basically, or a compilation of all of her defamatory statements for the 2 years preceding those statements. And they did that very, very well. They brought all of the domestic violence in. They raised everything they could. They brought all of these alleged domestic violence incidents, and they dispelled all of them in those 3 statements, which have nothing to do with any specifics at all. Okay. So their whole point was, this goes all the way back to the restraining order, which you can't sue for defamation over a restraining order, which is bullshit, by the way. But it goes all the way back to that, and everything going forward are incorporated into these 3 statements. So since that's the only logical way that they won in the way that they did, they've effectively disproven everything they've ever said, or that she's ever said about him, in front of a jury. They all said Johnny Depp wins. Amber Heard is not believable, and she knows she was lying. The only statement that Johnny Depp was found guilty of defamation
was made by somebody else.
Was made by somebody else, and the statement was merely about whether or not they called the police twice.
Right.
And the crazy thing is, everybody knows that they did call the police twice. It just wasn't the people in the apartment building who did it.
And this was
it was
obviously a compromise verdict.
Yes. That too.
Obviously, there was no, yeah. Hey, by the way, in my defense, someone pointed out, yes, Twin Peaks, that's the actual Red Room connection from the Black Lodge. So
sure,
you're familiar with you're familiar with Twin Peaks, I'm sure, right, Nick?
I'm familiar with it, but I never watched the series.
Because you were like 4 years old when it premiered.
Yeah, my parents watched it all. I remember them talking about it all the time.
It's crazy surreal.
Cherry pie, right? Was it cherry pie that he ate all the time at the diner?
Yes, that yeah, and coffee. It's even to this day, it is a mesmerizing show. Now, the return of Twin Peaks a couple of 3 years ago was just David Lynch spurting all over the screen.
Yeah, it's not real.
Totally different. But anyway, but that's right. I think that was the connection I was drawing. So in my defense, it had nothing to do with that.
Sure, it was.
50 grand.
Sounds good.
Absolutely, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay, let me read some super chats. I was gonna get to these other articles, but these interviews took a really long time. Mostly it's your fault.
Yeah. That's fair.
Let's see. Well, of course I'm always fair. Okay. Jay Wolfenstein says, just lay down on the floor. The nose will still be in frame. It can host while you sleep. Mama Bear says, never made it to a late show because of kids. Now my kids are with their father in Wisconsin. Shots are flowing. By the way, when do you think Herd fans will set up a GoFundMe page for her? Bet it's in the works. Well, you've got a big assumption in there in that she has any fans willing to stick out
money up for her.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think her publicist will create one.
People put up money for people that they are emotionally connected to. No one is emotionally connected to that woman. She's dead. Vic's fans participated in the GoFundMe because they loved him.
Yep.
Who the hell loves her?
Not Johnny Depp.
Casey won't see his eyes again.
By the way, Mama Bear 76, I'm so glad to have you here. I love when people see, the thing is, people come to the late show and if they can just, they're shocked by it because you can't be this way normally. And you're told, well, not correct. You're told,
Nick, you're not like other people.
You're told you can't be this way. You're told you can't have fun. You're told you can't laugh at a joke that makes you uncomfortable. You're told all these things. And then suddenly they get here. And if they can just for 1 second get past what they're told, they go,
This is pretty damn funny.
I remember what it was like being like this. I remember it's foggy, but I remember. And then they get to go back into it. It's like, oh yeah. I love when people join the night show. It's so
it's not unlike making somebody of the current letting somebody of the current generation watch Blazing Saddles.
Yes.
Because they sit there, they go,
you can't not. Where are all the white women at? You can't not laugh.
It is easily one of the funniest movies ever made. And the irreverency is just, excuse me while I whip this out. I mean, every aspect of that movie is utterly offensive by today's standards, but it's hysterical. And I've done this. I've introduced this movie to younger folks and watched them, and they can't say that, but oh my God, that's funny. It's like, So you're a pathfinder, I suppose.
Darius Horace says Nick is a Freemason. I'm not. That'd be funny if the papal white hat wasn't enough. The Freemasons are Protestants and don't.
Secondar. You're a second.
The white crown was the unifying crown of the upper and lower Nile kingdoms. That's why the Holy Roman Empire uses it. But the Freemasons are opposed to the Holy Roman Empire and the papacy. So not sure. I'm not sure if your theory is correct, but obviously I'm just denying the Freemasonry because I'm required to by the Freemason Brotherhood. Casey says, your underwear would sell more than that notebook. Look, it's a little ripe. Jeff Schatz, fun fact, DUI guy notebook, entirely drawings of genitalia. Love the stream.
What was the notebook he was I didn't quite understand that. The notebook he was auctioning.
He was in court a couple of the days and he took notes about jury observations.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that's like a contemporaneous record. Okay. Very cool.
Yeah. And it's at currently $12,400, which will go to charity. It's going straight to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. That's awesome. Through the eBay charity program, which is great because that means that he will never, won't have to pass through his hands. It goes straight to them. So
that's cool. So eBay will facilitate that.
Yep.
Very neat.
Next, Gates of Above. Would it be mean if I were to say it's Monkeypox Awareness Month? Nope. E.G. Johnson says, how could the first question to Elaine not begin with what, if any? Very big missed opportunity there. Cheeto Dictator, been a viewer for a long time. Thanks for all the endless hours of entertainment and hot takes over the years. I'm still looking for the alternate definition to the word absolute. Cheers, bud. I wish I understood that reference. Bravo Echo.
It was funny in a weird way. I didn't understand either, but it still made me chuckle.
Oh, wait. Bravo Echo says eBay can be set up to send as little as 10% to charity and still show up as a charity auction. DUI guy could be taking as much as 90%. Kim Kardashian ran this grift with great success a few years back or so, says Gawker. Well, I don't know about that, so I couldn't tell you. Legal Vices in the chat says amazing, unpopular, and uninterest. You talking about me again. Keep my name out your fucking mouth. What's up, Legal Vices? How you doing, buddy? Tara Rayner. Can Elaine be sanctioned for the press tour? No. It's her job. I mean, she's the advocate for her client. It's her job. First,
it's just that she's a terrible advocate.
Yeah. Like
she's horrible.
That's the reality. First, she should be
Waldman. We're not objecting on moral grounds or ethical grounds. We just think she's an idiot. Right? I mean,
Yep. Okay. First, she should be Waldman sued for the precedent she helped set, but the claims that Amber Heard had tons of evidence. So if you don't, your domestic violence claims won't be believed. Dangerous for victims.
But you didn't get it in.
Yeah. It may be dangerous for victims for her to say that, but frankly, and this is the dirty secret of lawyers, that's not her concern. Her concern is for her clients and no other person. Actually, greater societal issues and other individuals will always come a far, far distant second, third, eighth, millionth from where her client is. So,
well, and this woman is also trying desperately to obscure the fact she got her butt kicked.
Yeah.
And got it kicked fair and square by a better legal team. I'm sorry. They were just better.
Oh, there's no reason to apologize. They were 100% better.
Yeah.
Romo Drummer, Amber Heard's net worth is $2.5 million, and she now has to pay Johnny Depp $15 million. Well, no, $8.35 million. But Depp doesn't care. He's got Heard immunity now. Nice. Tracker Basin says, I feel like you were reading my Twitter account.
Bravo.
Tracker Basin says, I feel like you're reading my Twitter account. I really was. I actually just used inspect element to replace it. Scarlock, as a wise judge once said, social media is the downfall of Western civilization. This revelation about Attorney Tom's social media has only made my opinion of him go up in my book. No pun intended. Let's stop. Don't encourage him. Very embarrassing. Let's talk about prepping. If I became a juror in a huge case, is it legal to hire a PR agent to separately arrange interviews for right after the verdict? Nope. Or yes, it's legal to do so. Not
agreed.
It's not illegal. But you could hire them, but
if they asked you really on board there,
it'd be something that they would probably have to wait till after the verdict to arrange the interviews, though.
Yeah. Well, the First Amendment stuff for lawyers, and I would assume this would apply to anybody else, makes a huge deal about you can't exercise these First Amendment rights while the trial is going on.
Yeah.
So I can call a judge an idiot, but I'm not allowed to do it while the trial's going on. I can do it before or after, but not during.
Yep.
So.
Also, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen European swallow? 2.4 meters per second.
Yeah. Does it clip it by the husk?
Glenn F. Elaine is claiming that social media influenced the jury. Couldn't you, by extension, claim that mainstream media influenced the jury as well? Yes. There's a ridiculous argument that mainstream media is using now against LawTube. Only they can influence the jury. Yeah, and you're going to see this over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a lot of attacks on me, Emily Baker, Legal Bites, DUI Guy, Popcorn Planet, That Umbrella Guy, all of these, anybody who streamed Asmongold even. And then,
Nick, who the hell do y'all think y'all are?
Yeah, how dare us?
I mean,
How dare we?
Yeah, and the
Trinity of-
tragedy is, in a straight up fight, they don't have a chance.
Trinity of the Phoenix says, I was that Wendy's cashier, but instead of 16 fries, they wanted 40 chocolate Frosties at midnight. And when I told them the hood rat, we didn't have enough Frosty mix, she drove up screaming and threw change and Newport cigs at me. Of course.
That's a lot to unpack.
CBDX.com says Amber is toast, but if you're broke and still want to get stoned, use Nose at checkout for 20% off our legal THC products. So there you go. You can go to CBDX.com, type Nose at checkout, and get a little discount.
Please tell me you get some piece of that. I would be hurt if you didn't.
I can't. YouTube won't let me.
Oh, is it because it's
YouTube does not allow sponsorship of inhalant products.
Okay.
Even if they're completely legal. So.
No, they're morons, but
yes. So I appreciate CBDX.com's super chats when they send them. They're very nice contributors to the show. And I would love to accept a sponsorship from them because I think legal THC products are very helpful for many people with all sorts of medical conditions. I just can't actually officially accept a sponsorship from them. Bobblehead Homestead. I live in a dry county in Arkansas, an hour from the nearest beer store. I envy your selections. I toast your great channel with some Appalachian butter pecan sipping cream to many more wasted hours. Oh, thank you. Romo Drummer. We're going to do Unbreaded in a minute, folks. I might kick Ty off for it.
Yeah, I might have to. I'm deeply scarred from the last time I was around.
Romo Drummer says, I love how Elaine criticizes literally everybody on the witness stand for them being there for the cameras and their 15 minutes of fame, yet she goes on 4 different MSM networks to blame men.
She's the worst kind of professional because she refuses to take responsibility.
Yep. Derek Lee.
And I guarantee you, I'm sorry, I guarantee you she'd be taking credit if they'd won.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So, anyway.
Derek Lee says, can't wait for DJ Amber in Chains, the movie directed by Quentin Tarantino, starring Ben Affleck as Rottenborn, Olivia Rodrigo as Camille, and Charlton Copley as Nick Rekieta. Who the fuck is Charlton Copley?
I have no idea.
Poison Dart 77. What, if any, setbacks will there be for women due to losing this case, Elaine? None. There's no setbacks for women. K-Dog, Nick, you're a healthy mix of loopy, dark, sleep-deprived, correct, and hilarious already tonight. The reluctant yet necessary commentary at the beginning of this interview was unintentionally some of your best stuff. Here's some shekels, you shyster, lawyer, disloyal. McChilla, repeal the 19th. It's literally the answer to all of our problems. My name is Nick Rekieta, and I endorse this message. Oh, shit, now it's official. Women get wrecked.
I want to deny that I do not enjoy Unbreaded as much as the rest of us. I deny that.
Wait, you deny that you do not enjoy it as much as the rest?
No, I deny that I enjoy it as much. I think it's as funny as the rest of them.
You deny thinking it's funny?
Yes, I deny that. Okay, actually, I'm lying. But
I wasn't gonna let.
I was trying to hold it, but there was that long pregnant pause where it's like.
Let's see. I do want to bring up a very important point, and then I'll kick you off.
Actually, so it was great until I came, but it got much, much greater once I did show up. Sorry. Strafing at the chat.
Oh, okay.
Don't look into the chat.
Never look at the chat.
Never.
Where the hell was it? Oh, here, wait. I think I found it. Where is it? Damn it. I'm close. Where are you? Here it is. Okay. So this is the last one I want to do. So I made a post on Facebook the other day, and I mirrored that post even with the typos on Twitter. They've since been edited on Facebook, but I couldn't edit on Twitter. So, what do you do? About how my channel reached 100 million total views the other day. it's a number that just doesn't make sense. It's a crazy thing.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
You earned it.
Thank you very much. And not only that, but I'm number 26. I think it might change today, might be lower. Who knows? The way these things update every day. But I'm number 26 in the world for super chats, which puts me at 0.0003% in the top 0.0003% in the world. And I just posted a nice little thing saying how, like, I just started this channel to tell jokes into a microphone. It was fun. And I never expected in my life to be one of the best in the world at anything. Like, it's unfathomable to me. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
We didn't expect that though, Nick. Sorry. You can't lock those up.
It's a weird thing. Cause like, you're just a person.
Well, look, I mean, I already told you that I fully expect you to be bigger than Joe Rogan in 3-5 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm bigger than Joe Rogan now. He's a little short guy. Well, but that being,
you're funnier than he is, and you're a better interviewer than he is, and you're smarter than he is. So I don't know.
We'll see.
So,
We'll see. But right now, like, so I was just reflecting on like how I stumbled into this, and it was humbling. It was humbling because it's like, to be very clear, I didn't have like a business plan to achieve this. Just a guy got on a microphone, started telling jokes and drinking whiskey, and people listened, which is cool. But I mentioned in that post, and this is the point of it, that I accidentally invented what was done for the Depp trial through the Rittenhouse trial.
Yes.
When I, as a lawyer, sat down and watched and broadcast live for anybody who wanted to listen, legal analysis, opinion, and commentary of a trial from start to finish during the trial in real time live. And then I also brought on other lawyers, and I did it by accident. I was just going to broadcast this thing because I thought it'd be fun, but it was a complete accident. I would have done it with the Chauvin trial, but I couldn't. And maybe that's fortuitous. Maybe it's not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But Kyle Rittenhouse, I resolved to do that. I got it done. And I'm pretty sure I accidentally changed the world a little bit in how these things were covered. So I was just ruminating on that. Okay. And believe me, I take no credit for it, because it was like, I was going to just cover it just me. And then people were messaging me, hey, you want some company? And so I'd bring someone on. And then I brought like 2 people on. And then suddenly I was bringing on more and more people. Eventually, I think at the end, I was bringing too many people on. And now I've kind of reined that in. But nonetheless, all of these people were lawyers, and were walking through legal analysis on the fly. I'm pretty sure that's never existed anywhere on earth until I was corrected on that. And that's what we're going to talk about right now. I am actually a copycat. I was lying the whole time. Ethan Oliver Ralph of the Ralph Retort, you disloyal shyster lawyer, says, lol, is Ricada fucking serious? You didn't invent shit, moron. Court TV invented the concept 30 years ago. That's not true.
No, they didn't.
Did not.
It was never interactive like yours is.
Also, I personally was streaming the Chauvin trial daily before you ever even woke your ass up to this whole thing. Yes, me. But literally, by the way, I've said this multiple times.
I love the voice.
Before and after Chauvin, that I intended to do this for the Chauvin trial, except because it was in Minnesota and I thought it was relevant, except the day it started, I was in a car driving to Florida and I just couldn't. And then I was at my parents' the entire time for the trial, so I couldn't do it. I couldn't actually do it. But that being said, yes, me, the court retort was doing it before you. Finally, if you don't know the creation of my YouTube. Oh, wait, no, that's him quoting me. So there you go. Ethan Ralph, the Gunt Supreme. He's the one who did it first. I want to be very clear. Ethan Ralph did it first. And I have commented our show formats are identical. That's right. And let me give a little bit of further explanation on that with my other posts about it. Here, oh yeah, here it was. Here, caught red-handed. My show is an obvious ripoff of Ralph letting the Chauvin trial play while he skims his Kiwi Farms thread. Because if you don't know, while Ralph is doing his show to 22 people or whatever, he's sitting there. All he's doing the entire time, it's so funny. He's reading his Kiwi Farms thread of people making fun of him because he's a giant fucking fat baby. And he's reading Mr. Medicare's Twitter thread. And that was shown, actually. He accidentally showed his Google search tabs, and his most common tabs used are his own Kiwi Farms thread and Jim's Twitter timeline, which is fucking embarrassing. But my favorite part, I especially love when he got his Juris Doctor and brought a bunch of lawyers on to discuss trial strategy and do legal analysis on motions and objections. And I really want to thank Ethan Ralph for doing that and inspiring me. You know, when you get an award or whatever, you got to give the speech thanking all the people who inspired you. And him really struggling through law school to come up with some legal, some legal background, legal analysis, and running his own firm, and then deciding to comment on a trial with other competent attorneys with relevant experience in the field. And have them on, making those connections, bring those people on, making it work, and streaming to hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, that was all his idea. So
it was his idea, but he didn't actually, do it. Ethan, let me help you out here. It doesn't matter. Ideas are a dime a dozen. Execution is what matters.
It was never his idea. It wasn't his idea. So this is how his show goes. He doesn't actually do anything. He just plays like Tucker Carlson legitimately while reading his Kiwi Farms thread. He's not even commenting. You can hear him breathing.
You. Well, well, I mean, that happens to be like a little annoyance of mine, is that, that was my idea. Who cares? Execution, not ideas, matter. I mean, any book publisher, movie maker, anyone in the business of creating will say ideas are ubiquitous. We don't want to hear about ideas. Write the damn book. Write the screenplay. Create the entertaining show where you can literally read legal pleadings at 11 o'clock at night and have thousands of people tune in because they think it's entertaining. That's fucking amazing.
I challenge anybody to try it. Even I don't go that brave most nights anymore.
Well, yeah.
But
excuse me, it's extraordinary.
Look, I had to come clean. I had to come clean because
give him his due.
Like Stolen Valor, Amber Heard, I had Stolen Valor. I definitely did not invent what happened with the Johnny Depp trial. And again, I take no credit for it. It was a happy accident. But it's so funny because like the way that this trial was covered and the next ones are going to be, it's going to be more and more people. You're going to actually you're going to get annoyed by it. You're going to see so many lawyers streaming so many trials. And yes, the media is going to be, they're looking for a way to emulate what we've done.
It'll never work because they don't have the irreverence and they don't have, I mean, your guests.
They don't have the money.
No.
Because they'll have to hire 9 lawyers, right?
Oh yeah. Shit. That's a good point. Good God. Yeah.
Who could pay it? Who could pay it? 6 weeks?
Well,
let's see. It was, hold on. Let's do this. It was 24 days of testimony at 10-hour days, 240 hours. This would be if it was just me. Let's say they're hiring relatively prominent attorneys. We'll say they're $400 an hour. $96,000 per attorney for the trial.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way they're investing that much.
And it's more than, and that's more than that. I mean, I know $400 an hour sounds like a lot of money to people, but it's not for, experienced attorneys. It's not that great. You might get some that would do it for free for the exposure, but they're not going to be For one
Would
thing,
you take a network job, quote unquote, for the exposure? Like
No.
if
I'll
Court
come on your
TV
show for free because it's fun.
Yeah.
But
But
God,
if
no.
like if Court TV or Law and Crime or CBS News came up and said, "Hey, we want to try out this thing, Mr. Beard, and we would like you to sit for 10 hours a day watching watching the trial and offering commentary with expert legal analysis, probably with 4 or 5 other people, and we'll help you out with the exposure." I mean, would you take it?
Not really seeing the value proposition.
I like, and I know we're friends, but I don't think I could get you to sit for free for 10 hours a day for 6 weeks. No way. I
don't
wouldn't
think I can
ask
do
you.
it.
Yeah.
Just because of my other obligations. Well, I come on your show because I enjoy it.
Right.
It's fun.
But if I
And-
paid you $700 an hour to come on my show for 10 hours a day, then, for 6 straight weeks, you'd probably consider it.
Yeah, I could find. I think I could persuade myself into that. Yeah.
Right.
But
I would
it's
never
more
do
than that, Nick. You and your guests. I don't know if I what you call us. You have chemistry with the people that you bring on. Okay.
Right.
There's genuine rapport. There's respect. Y'all like, we all like each other, and you can't fake that.
Right.
It's hard to explain. And yeah, I mean, Court TV did innovate the whole idea of actually showing people what the inside of a courtroom would look like. Okay, that was kind of cool, because I remember going, holy shit, this doesn't look LA law at all. This looks kind of squalid, actually. And these lawyers are kind of not really all that good. That's not fair most of the time. It's just that, I'm sorry, you're not going to compete with the cast of LA Law. I mean,
yeah.
But no, I mean, they're not going to be able to replicate the chemistry and and all that. And they're not even going to be smart enough to figure out that they should try. So they're going to bring Harvard law professors.
Oh yeah.
And that bullshit. And nobody wants to listen to those idiots.
No, they will bring on the most boring and awful people you can imagine.
The point at which I realized that you had hit something really new and interesting was when was it Grosskreutz? No, it was the witness saying, "Well, he grabbed the gun and said, I'm going to fucking kill you."
Richie McGinnis. Yeah, he screamed "fuck you" and reached for the gun.
How
do you know? How do you know he was trying to get Kyle Rittenhouse's gun? Well, he screamed "fuck you" and reached for the gun. It's like,
and the howling from you and your guests was. I mean, it was like, when I saw that, I went, "Holy crap! This is something new." So, and great. You stumbled into it. You say, fine, but a lot of times good luck boils down to opportunity meeting preparation.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, I'm going to take credit for. I take credit for inventing it. I don't take credit for having like the foresight to have invented it. It was a happy accident, but happy accidents are great. I just love that Ralph's like, no, actually it was me who did that. And it was probably you who got beat up in Portugal, if I'm being honest.
Ralph, nobody cares. Sorry that they just don't.
All right, man. Well, hey, let me kick you off because I
got to run.
It's really late.
It's way past my. By the way, let me shill for North Texas RPG Con. It's this weekend in Dallas at the Westin DFW. You can walk in and get a ticket. I'll be here, and a lot of my friends will be here. It'll be a hoot. So if you do come, hunt me down and say hey. And as always, my friend, it's been fun.
Yeah, man. It was another happy accident having you on tonight.
I'd had a little too much to drink, and I started chatting, and the chat's like, "Come on, come on." I was like, "Well, okay, fine, I'll come on." So sorry if I interrupted your evening, but I figured
you did. But I'm happy that you did.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, you have a great one, and enjoy your break. I think you have earned it. So
it'll be fun. Yeah. All right, man.
See you guys later.
Have a good night.
See if I can actually deactivate this competently.
Click leave.
Yeah. Oh shit! It didn't work.
Oh my God.
Shut up. Shut up.
There we go. There we go. Okay, that was my good friend Ty Beard, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there's one other thing I wanted to address, because this is a video I've been commenting on, and I think it's a really good and important video from Meme Copium. All right. I don't know or care the reason Meme Copium made the video or the motivations. I think some people chalk some sort of nefarious motivation. It doesn't matter. Okay. Meme Copium made a video about how much YouTubers made on the Johnny Depp trial. This is a little while back, so it's not fully updated, but it doesn't matter. He gets the gist of it. Okay. This is how much LawTube makes in super chats on the Johnny Depp trial. All right. So I saw the video. It's straightforward. It's well done. And I decided to comment and because I believe in transparency on all these things, because people have lots of questions. So I talked about some of the things that aren't on Playboard, how much you get from advertising revenue, how much you get from YouTube premium revenue, what the super chat cuts mean, because Playboard doesn't show super chat, like the cut that YouTube takes, the cut that Apple iDevices takes, or anything like that. So I wanted to kind of, let people know about that and say I was here for questions. And one of the questions I saw actually has a really interesting answer. Let me find it. Well, I have the answer. Here we go. Someone asked me if you consider paying guests, okay? Because this comes up all the time. It came up a lot during Rittenhouse. I know it came up during Johnny Depp, and I want to talk about it. Do people pay guests to appear on the show? Should you share some of the super chats? Well, let me put in perspective. Okay. Let me put this in perspective here. Some streams pay guests. I don't know of any that do, but I know that some out there do. And I legitimately don't know I don't know of any specific stream that pays guests, but I know that there are streams who will pay for appearance fees and stuff like that. But in the context of this stuff, okay. But look at it this way. If you have the opportunity to put you in front of, say, 80,000 people live, like Johnny Depp or Rittenhouse, right? You take it. Normally you would have to pay to engage that kind of audience for hours on end to advertise your channel. And I said, hey, people pay me between $20 and $500 just to mention their channel on some of these streams, and sponsored slots for a company are worth $1,000+ on these kind of streams for 60 seconds. So like, if somebody approached me and said, hey, we want to sponsor the Johnny Depp verdict stream, and we want you to do a 60-second ad when you're at high levels of viewership, 80 to 100,000 people, I would be charging probably $5,000 for an ad like that. Right? Like it's for 60 seconds, it would cost a lot. So just to keep that in perspective, if you have the opportunity to market yourself to 80,000 people for, say, 6 hours, and this is what people, I think, miss on this point, you're effectively getting something like $15,000 worth of promotion for free. Everyone who does these shows, by the way, has had meteoric subscriber growth by appearing as guests and independently earned thousands of dollars residually. This is a good trade. I just want to call attention to like what the social media marketing value is of being on a stream with 80 to 100,000 people. You've seen all of the LawTube people gain tens of thousands of subscribers just by being on a show. And if you're a channel with, say, if you want to do YouTube as a business and your channel has 200 subscribers and you want to get it to, say, 50,000 subscribers, and you have a way to do it in 2 weeks, what would you pay? What would you pay to kickstart a business? 10 grand? 20? Lots of people would pay 20 grand. You're going to make it back. You have the opportunity to make a whole lot more as it goes on, right? And so that's something that people need to understand with this. None of us ask for payment, and none of us expect payment when we guest on these streams. And nobody asks us either when they come on our show, because it's the exposure. You're paid in the exposure. There are people from quote unquote LawTube who, before Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, were streaming to 200, 300 people. During this trial, they're streaming to 8 to 10,000 on their own channels and making thousands of dollars a night. So no, that I hope provides a more full answer to that question. Again, I think I'm resolved to write a book on the social media streaming as a business model sort of thing, because I've learned so fucking much about this weird world. And I think people have a lot of misconceptions about it, and I know a lot of people want to do it, right? And they would like to have some information on it. So I think I'm resolved to write a book about it, but that's one of them. Like, just the value that people get. People are like, oh, you should, they should be paid. It's like, I mean, they're being paid a dramatic amount of money from in just the free exposure. So that's that. I don't know. I just was thinking was talking about it. Should we do unbreaded? We got to do unbreaded, right? Raven Z Black says Emily Baker made at least 80 to 100K for the Johnny Depp trial. Dude, way more than that. Way more. I made more than that from the Johnny Depp trial. And she made way more than me. So she's fine. But yeah, that's the way it goes. You catch lightning in a bottle. Now the question is, what happens when all of the Johnny Depp stuff dies down? Interest will wane. Things will go back to some level of normal. It'll probably be a newer normal, but it won't be Johnny Depp style. It doesn't stay there. You got to mention Alex Jones on Friday Night Tights tomorrow night. It will be epic. Okay, Alex Jones is going to be on Friday Night Tights tomorrow. It'll be epic. You're new here? What is going on? Oh, well, prepare yourself. Steal your girdle. Gird your loins. It's time. Unbreaded! It's time for our daily unbreaded. Stanley Clark says, when will Nick be on Friday Night Tights? I've been on Friday Night Tights twice, and I will be on, the next time they have a slot for me. Here is the page selection. Here we go to the Brethren of the Church. 657 is the page number. Okay, I hope you're ready. I hope you are ready. This is Death Sentences by Matthew C. Harris. He is a PhD in philosophy from Duke University, and he was a professor of philosophy at the UCLA, a prominent and prestigious American institution. This is his book that he wrote and posted on the UCLA Philosophy Board. Every night of my show, we read one page chosen at random by fate for the purposes of remembering the value of a PhD in the United States. Because this is a work that is produced out of the liberal institutions that people value so highly. So this is that work product. I hope you guys are ready. Wait, is the lead attorney here? The lead attorney. Oh, lead attorney. Man, I love this guy. I love this guy. Lead attorney, welcome, my friend, my brother. Here we go. This is our daily unbreaded. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of binger for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450 years, kill all crackers. For being the enemy of bingers for 450. Unbread! Whoo! What? What was that page? That is your UCLA philosophy professor, Matthew C. Harris. That is his unironic book. That is what it is. There you go. So that's Matthew Harris right there. I wonder how many pages of that he wrote. Whoa, it's a lot of them. That's a lot of pages. It's a lot of pages of that. So many pages of this. There's so many pages of this. Oh God. Well, to everybody who endured the Daily Unbreaded, I appreciate you. It's really important. It is really important. Lead attorney should read one of these pages one day. The lead attorney seems like such a good dude. I don't want to do that to him. But if he wants to, he's welcome to. UCLA hired this man to teach philosophy to people. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I forgot to talk about Grace Randolph. I did. And we're 4 hours in. We're 4 hours in. Whew. Lead attorney says, I don't think I could get away with that on my channel, lol. Man, this book. It is something else. It is something else, man. This guy is this is a broken man. But no, you have to give it the proper context, right? We are reviewing the type of people that they are hiring at higher education institutions to teach impressionable young minds important concepts. Now, to be clear, this is a book he wrote. He did not. This is not his dissertation, but I will posit to you that the theme of this book is the exact same as the theme of his dissertation. It just has more colorful language in it than the dissertation does. So, okay. With that, I think it's time to, we never got to Grace Randolph or Eddie Kim or the Vice article. There's so much to do. It's really Ty's fault, which is, in fact, the chat's fault because they spam me to let Ty on. And Taylor Lawrence, I was going to cover Taylor Lawrence. I guess I'll have to save it. I don't know when I'll be able to do the next stream, but we'll get all this stuff in. It's probably really good that one lady left early on because I don't think she was going to be very happy with the Unbreaded page. When will I get on Megan Fox? Next week. Next week we'll have Megan Fox back on. Killdozer says, so it's your fault for letting us run the show like an idiot. Yes. Yes. When is the Jesse Lee Peterson interview? I recorded an interview with Jesse Lee Peterson earlier today for his Fallen State show. That will go up on Friday, June 10th. Friday, June 10th. So, check emails. Oh, she didn't send me any new ones. Brandon Herrera, when? Pretty much any day, ever. Brandon Herrera, Razor Fist, Styx Hexenhammer, Louis Rossman. Now that the trial's over, we're going to get back to hitting some of these guests. Jesse Lee Peterson did ask me as a teaser if I love white people. You love white people? You'll have to figure out. He did not ask me if I love black people. I was actually kind of offended. I thought I was a shoo-in for the do you love black people question. I was ready for it. I've been studying my answer.
Do you love black people?
Jesse, I've been studying the answer to this, and what I'd like to.
Do you love black people?
No, Jesse, listen, I'm trying to answer the question because I see.
Do you love black people?
Jesse, I don't see people in blacks and whites. I see them on.
Do you love black people?
Jesse, I really just want to answer the question.
Do you love black people?
Yes, of course. I love black people.
Beta.
Damn it, Jesse. Damn it. Oh, man. Oh. But he didn't even ask me. He just asked if I love white people. No. But the real pleasure, though, was after the interview was done, I got to talk to him for a few minutes. I'll tell you what I told him. We had just a brief conversation, but I'll tell you what I told him. I genuinely believe that Jesse Lee Peterson is the best interviewer on the planet. Hands down. He is the guy. He is the guy who will get you to answer the question. He'll just do it. I think he's great. I think he's a great interviewer. And I think I think the world of him. It was such a pleasure to do a show, legitimately. Okay. All right. It's time to read some super chats. Kelliam says, for the love of all that is holy, how do I stay here every full stream? I don't know. I don't know how anybody does it. I barely am able to stay here. I don't know how you guys do it. Is Jesse Lee Peterson on YouTube? Yes, he has two shows. He has the Jesse Lee Peterson Show, which if you are not familiar with Jesse Lee Peterson, you've got to watch Jesse Lee Peterson interview Destiny, and then you've got to watch him interview Hassan Piker. I mean, these are monumentally comedic interviews. He absolutely dismantles these people with very inflated perceptions of their own intelligence, and it's fantastic. So the Jesse Lee Peterson Show is one of his channels. The other show is the Fallen State Podcast, which is another channel that he has. So why does he have so few views? I think because he does a radio show, and that's his primary show, and it also airs on YouTube. But he's great. He's great. Okay. Hassan is in the guy related to Cenk. Yes, it's such a good interview. It's before he like blew up on Twitch and stuff. But yeah. Okay, let's do super chats. We'll hit Rumble, we'll hit Odyssey, we'll hit YouTube, we'll hit all of that as we go. But then I got to wrap up. We're already 4 hours in. I didn't think this was going to go that long. Cynthia says, love Jesse, but he doesn't believe in sex out of marriage. Dwell on that. Well, do you? And what would God say, Cynthia? And what would Jesus Christ say to you if he approached you at the well? Cynthia, would he say you have 5 husbands? Would he say you have 1 husband? What would he say, Cynthia? I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Here we go. Candy Tea. It is now my 50th birthday. Been drinking for a few hours. Here's my grift. Buy me a drink. $ Candy CANDIT 74. Love your show, Nick. What is the $? Is that like Cash App or Venmo or something? I don't know what that is. Corey Boatwright. I've seen others try to explain this away, but maybe I'm dense, so you can help me see the light. How is Elaine not doing exactly the same thing that Waldman did in the UK? Much of this isn't opinion. She's saying they're facts, and she is wrong. The trick with defamation always comes down to, is there damage? If there's damages, then you have a claim. If there's no damage, I mean, people can defame you all day. They can call you the worst names in the world. But if you can't show that you were actually damaged by it, you can't maintain a lawsuit. So that's the big thing there. By the way, if people don't know, I think the world of Cynthia. We have good parasocial discussions. They're fantastic. And I love that she's here every night. So it's great. Some people may not know that I enjoy having her here. But no, I enjoy our back and forth, even if she is, very breaded. Brian Lecomte, love you, lol, love you, brother. Keep screaming common sense to the idiots. Cheers. Art the Clown, what, if any, cocaine did you put on your chicken and star soup tonight? Your energy is strong. Dude, I almost didn't even do the show tonight. I get energized being on this show. Like, legitimately, when I sat down in this chair and I was like, man, I could have honestly leaned back and closed my eyes and been asleep in 4 or 5 minutes, tops, probably less. And it was like, oh, this is gonna be, it's hard, but it's hard. Oh shit, fuck. I thought it would be really hard to do a show, but I sit down, camera comes on, chat's lit up, and I hit go, and then it's just, let's go. It's energy. I don't know why. Just is. Alistair Smith, at live abuse free. Live abuse free is a UK lady that supports Depp. What does that say? Nick, love your chat. I don't always agree with you, but you are very entertaining and I can't stop watching. I would never ask anybody to always agree with me. If you do, you got problems. And if you do, you just haven't listened enough. We'll get something. You can disagree on. It's there. Walter Deadman, why is Ralph sending you emails as a woman now? Is he becoming Chris Chan, like Jesse said? I won't say that. No, Ralph is descending. He's plummeting into ridiculousness. Charlie 18 says the thought of the money energizes you. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Maybe it is, but I just like doing the show. I used to get the same thing when I was in various martial arts. I would never want to go. So tight. Like, I don't want to go. I want to play video games or whatever. But then you go and it's great. You get a good workout, you learn something, you achieve something, and it's fantastic and fulfilling. And when you get home, you don't regret that you went. You're actually happy that you did, even though you may not have wanted to do it before. Got the same thing when I was marathon training. Put on your fucking shoes and run. I don't wanna. I'm tired. My stomach hurts. I'm gassy. My shoulder hurts a little bit. My shoulder hurts. This shoulder would hurt when I run a lot, unless I was very conscious about how I held it. But anyway, all those things. Excuses. Put on your fucking shoes and run. When you get done with the run, never regret it. Did I do Jeet Kune Do? No. I definitely need to get the lead attorney on a night show. I'm intrigued to know what the black people think about Jack Murphy. Yeah. Now that Johnny Depp's over, one of my primary missions will be getting lead attorney on, because this dapper motherfucker is so funny. He's so funny. He's got a wealth of wisdom, and he is eminently entertaining. I love having conversations with him, the few that I've had. So I'd love to have him on for a night show, and hopefully we'll chew the fat. Sentinel Rex, hi folks. Are you of a high melanin persuasion and have a need to share your daily anecdotes with a melanin deficient stranger? We at 1-800-PHONE-A-WHITE have you covered. We have tens of milquetoast friends just waiting to help. Don't expose my Phone-A-White grift. I work hard to get on the list. Walker Voss, thank you for the donation. Dirty Dan, so it's safe to say the white woman didn't get the joke. Also, donate to my project, please. Should be in the Discord DMs, Nick. Yes, it's American imperialism on Give Send Go. Give it a check out. I believe it's on Give Send Go, or is it GoFundMe? Fuck, I don't remember. Let's see. Yatin Agarwal. I've come to know from an MSM interview that Amber cannot appeal in Virginia if she does not post a bond for the money she owes to Johnny. So there's a chance this is final judgment. Yeah, appeal bonds. But see, an appeal bond, let's say Amber owes $8.35 million, right? Appeal bonds, if you have a decent bondsman, your actual out-of-pocket costs are going to be something like 5%, which is still a lot. 400 grand. But Amber can probably afford 400 grand. She can't afford 8.35 million. So, let's see. Next. Tina Lewis. Nick, your Pope hat is your fast pass to white heaven. Been funny as hell had you put it on while you were replying to the email. that would have been good. Naughty 86. MSM freaking out about your super chats. Here's another edition for the salt mine, you shyster lawyer. I just did the 69% OFTD rum shot in honor of Johnny Depp. I mentioned the other day, you and the rest of your compatriots have done a great job. Hey, thank you. Thank you. We're all just out here trying to help people find some info and truth. Yasu RW Yoshi met and or worked with good female lawyers. Just so happens they quit for family making. Still great when they are back, even after a decade, as they can keep up to date if they are still willing. Cheers to mom lawyers. Yeah. Most of my friends in law school were females. I mean, just how it kind of worked out. Motherfucker. Did I just do that? God damn. I just accidentally refreshed the page on YouTube like an idiot. You fucking moron. Anyway, all of my female attorney friends, I would let them represent me in a heartbeat if it was in their practice area. I mean, nobody yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Elaine's a pile of shit. In general, but that lady who said that, oh, these female lawyers are just trying to like impress men. Idiocy. Garbage people, by the way. Julia Colella Carver. Didn't Elaine just shut the door on her reputation? Stanford is my home. Can't explain how beyond progressive it is. Pretty girls are immediately deemed less intelligent. Can Johnny Depp make Amber Heard cease and desist? It gets hard. Cease and desists are very, very difficult. But he just won. So what's she going to say? He abused me. Yeah, court just said he didn't, though. So Johnny is not likely to suffer further harm from Amber Heard saying the same repeated, story about his abuse. Because they're not going to start believing it now. It's not going to be fresh. The people who believe it when she says it now are only people who did believe it before and aren't convinced by the court. And that's why it's a money thing. You can't restore a reputation. You can compensate the loss of one. Dr. Z Smith, welcome to subscribing to the channel, man. Thanks for letting me know. Ricada Superfan number 1 from India. I love the Nick Ricada. I want lick his golden hair like monkey and nibble his nose like kebab. I want eat him out and Nick will happy. Please show balls and Bennis and tie of beards good too. Thank you, Ricada Superfan number 1 from India. I really appreciate that. And if you nibble my balls, please be gentle with the teeth. Damakazi, it is infuriating to me that these people know millions of people watch this trial and it was cultural phenomenon, but still somehow have the balls to lie and misrepresent it publicly. Trouble is nothing. Will happen. Tara Rayner, speaking of no old friends, saw a report that Amber Heard has sealed juvenile record and her license was suspended, and the state laws for suspending a license under that particular reason pointed to an accident. A friend was killed. Yes, that is the rumor. from high school, apparently was killed in a car accident. And this report speculated she was criminally charged in that accident and lost her license. Yes, that's the speculation. We will likely never find out about that. Dark Schwartz Rising. Nick, been a fan since the lawsuit. Hey, that's OG. Wanted to send a super chat to show my love for the channel can I just make a pledge, or do I actually have to pay the $20? No, you have to pay lawsuit interest, buddy. 5% on $20. You'd probably like $22.38 by now. Also, yellow dress lady in first video had interesting shoes. Yeah, well, she had a medical boot on. Mike Mysterio 13. Good evening, Nick and Ty in chat. Rackets, did you see that stuff on Twitter in the last day or so about self-harm for Heard? Nope. Side note, people in chat, you should totally check out Ty's daughter's Twitch channel. Yes, you should. The Unlikely Beard. She's great. Kate Dage, Judge Janine Pirro's reaction to the verdict was mwah, chef kissed. Crusader Saracen, if you want great stories, check out Sursova's short fiction anthologies on Amazon. If you want even more great stories, check out their newest Kickstarter, The Heat of the Chase. Support fun stories. Again, Mr. B. Nick, if you ever feel like painting with a non-famous painting buddy, let me know. I'm struggling for motivation on what to paint. Hit me up on Instagram. The Icon Chuck could be interesting. The Icon Chuck. Oh, hey, nice paintings you got there, buddy. I'll follow you. I'll hit you up. Thanks, brother. Cringe Lord says, I haven't been here live in a long time. It seems like half a decade. When are we getting a decision, the Vic appeal? Also, Scuba-dee whoop de poop. Vic appeal decisions come out of that court every Thursday at 9:30 p.m., but not a Vic decision today. All right, here we go. Next, Cloudfire 181. Hey, Nick, saw one of the jury answer questions about the trial. Apparently that's fake. People are saying they yelled at me because I was going to talk about it. He hated it when she looked at him. The moment he knew she lied was a donate pledge portion, confirmed it was a compromised judgment, and he was 100% for Johnny Depp. Yeah, people are saying that that's a lie, so who knows? Tara Rayner, one of the funniest moments on your night shows was during the previous debates. Nick, you were so messy and told Ty you were going to the washroom and never came back. I died. Oh, dude, I was vomiting like crazy. Hempland TX, what the fuck did Elaine do to me? I fell asleep watching Good Logic, Law and Lumber. I woke up to Nick reacting to racist emails. Please let all memories of Elaine doing interviews be a dream. Judge A needs to yeet her law license / vocal cords. Brian Morrison just got home and I am ricated. Oh, damn. Good luck. Brian Morrison also says, it's not about being better than anybody. It's about you being you. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Robert, Nick, I would love to be on your show for free. I'm a U.S. corpsman and would love to come on and talk about trauma injuries in court. P.S. Amber Heard is a sociopath. She emulates emotion she sees. She cannot cry because sociopaths lack empathy. Lead attorney, we read that one. By the way, guys, if you are not subscribed to Lead Attorney, you got to check this man out. He's great. He's really good stuff. The best dressed attorney on quote unquote LawTube every single time. Matt HTX 43 touchdown. On paper, unbreaded. Sent an email of funny Depp versus Heard trial cartoon. TikTok, thank you. Josephine says, hi, don't know if this has been asked. If the jury are not allowed to talk for a year, or is it only that their identity is protected for a year? Okay, so there, in the United States, typically, the names of jurors are able to be publicized immediately when a trial is over, unless there's a court order preventing that. So in this case, the court is not allowing anybody who has the names of the jurors to disclose the name of the jurors for 1 year, which includes the court staff, and any news media who are present during any point in time. That said, the jurors themselves can expose their names. They can go to do interviews. They just, they have to initiate it. That's all. So very good question. But yes, the jurors basically are granted from the court a privilege that they can choose to use to protect themselves. And if someone were to disclose the name of the jurors in violation of the order, they could be held in contempt of court. So, Lord Weeby, hey, Nick, I was passed up on jury duty because I told jury survey that I tested out of high school. My hobby is law, and I'm told by my therapist I'm an amalgamation of recalcitrant character flaws more than a human. It's the way to do it. That's great. Lord Weebly also says, you can guess whether or not they called me back. Thanks, bud. Not a single lie, and I got what I wanted. You are life hacks incarnate. Bring Drex and Dollhouse Phil on to clear out all the unworthy. I love those shows. Joe Schmo, 1 of 3. We're over on Rumble now. Please toast Nate Burleson for giving us the Hoseby lion face to Elaine Bredehoft on national television. Cheers. Joe Schmo, 1 of 3. You better be careful. You're going to get an angry email from whoever that was. Told me I might not even make it into white people heaven. By the way, who wants to go to white people heaven? You don't even get thug life memes in white people heaven. Bling, 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 bling. Like, why would I want to be there? But if I guess if I'm stuck with, I guess I'm out of all color heaven. I just only get white people only heaven. Anyway, to a toast to Nate Burleson. I know someone's corrected me on the pronunciation in the chat, but we're going to say Burleson because I pronounce it correct and he's wrong. A cheers to him for not believing Elaine's stupid story. Do you love black people?
I like you and I want you.
SC Medic, please accept this humble offering with my sincere wishes that it will in some way make up for the emptiness in your heart when that email twat left. Also says, congrats on getting an email from a German Shepherd. LT Hobbit, what would you tell someone at the end of their rope with no upside in sight? 6 years of no purpose are compounding, and I find myself at my lowest point. I'm at my wit's end and lost any will to live. Lieutenant Hobbit, dude, if you're at your lowest point, if you're in the valley, start climbing the fucking mountain. And here's how it starts. And I know this is tough because I've been there, buddy. Believe me, I've been in the valley. I've been in the valley more recently than I care to admit. Here's what you do. You look inside you and you go, I can't fix that, but I can build me. I can build me. And so then you start building you. I don't know for you what that is. Maybe it's running. Maybe it's lifting. Maybe it's woodworking. Maybe it's soap carving. It doesn't fucking matter, man. Maybe it's needlepoint. Find something. Do it and do it well. When you need something to do it and do it well. Go for easy, small victories and build on you. Build a skill, build a hobby, build a trade. Monetize it, don't monetize it. It doesn't matter because all of that, marvel in your production, marvel in your creativity, and be proud of yourself, man. I know you can do something. I know you can do something better in a week than you do it today. So fucking find the thing and go do it. That's what men do. I can't tell women how to fix their shit, by the way, but I can tell men how to fix theirs. There is something in your life that you can do better a week from now than you do today. So go fucking do it. And then when you've done that and you've been better after a week, be proud that you did it. And then do it more. That's you climbing the fucking wall of the valley instead of walking down it. Because, by the way, another little part of this analogy is a whole bunch of men walk down the valley and never find the way out. They die in the valley, whatever. But you weren't created to walk down the valley. You were created to scale it, to climb the other side, find out what's over the ridge, because that's the important shit. You can already see down the valley. It's the same boring shit you're stuck in. So fucking climb the side, man. You can do it. But it starts in here. You can't fix all the other shit around you. You can only fix what's in you. Spatula, can any of this stuff be brought up during appeal to argue they're appealing in bad faith? No. Kai and Rennell, who has the better fake laugh at their own lame jokes? Kamala Harris or Ty Small PP Energy Beard? Damn. Ouch. Ty has a better laugh than Kamala Harris. SC Medic 71. I feel bad for Amber's attorney. She was given 2 pints of chicken shit and asked to make chicken salad out of it. Lieutenant Hobbit, Joe Ball, the artist of Yellow Flash's comic coming soon. Could use your help. Back death on Indiegogo. Help get him to 30K. That book has so many pages. Lieutenant Hobbit, help Broken Compass comic books, Magnificent Bastards on Indiegogo. There you go. Ari Berry, say Deering. Now say During. Thank you for making me laugh so hard. I cried earlier and late last night. The look on your face when you heard something you wish you hadn't. Oh, thank you, Ari. Also says, P.S. My super chat on Tuesday about my dad dying while hiking was for Legal Vices because he's from right by there. It was clear back in 2003, so no simps needed. And Ari Berry says, you not reading my chats before Legal Vices was off stream made me a needless victim of domestic violence. When hubby asked why his hard-earned money is going to chats, he fell asleep when I tried to justify Legal Vices being from Utah. Wait, so your husband was listening to you, but once you started talking, he fell asleep? I need to get this man on the show. He sounds hilarious. Oh, that sounds like a proper man right there. There you go. Okay, Tara Rayner says, February 1st, best friend's mom passed. Lost my dad February 3rd, great aunt February 5th, and cousin March 14 at 45 years old. And without the shenanigans and hilarity here, I wouldn't have gotten out of my head and laughed when I needed it. So cheers. Tara Rayner, that's a pretty fucking rough start to a year. That's a really rough start to the year, Tara. So I'm going to do a toast to you. You didn't ask me to, but I'm doing one anyways. To Tara Rayner, you're here all the time. You contribute a lot of super chats, which I appreciate. You don't have to. You know that, but you don't have to. But Tara, deeply and sincerely, my condolences on the start of the year. That's a tough roster and a tough lineup, and it can break people very easily. I'm glad that you have found levity, that you have found some humor in a time of profound loss and darkness in your life. May that time fade away as you walk ever towards the light. And anytime you need a little lift, I hope I'm a little match that you can light, right? As you walk towards the end of the tunnel. Cheers. All right. Over on Odyssey, this will be very breaded. Odyssey, we've got Elgonza 1000 says preemptive, latent, heteroflexible. That's true. True. Apprende Com Flowers says, great work. Enjoy your vacation. Thank you. Malik Foxton says, I've got a white I've got a white that I call all the time to consult before I send my hyper chats. We all got a phone under our desk for that. You didn't know? I knew. I told you I'm a phone a white ambassador. Drex never got one because he just comes over to your place. Yeah, I mean, I'm Drexel's assigned white. That's different. The Black Commission assigned me to Drexel. At says, I didn't quite get the reference. Were you talking about Barack Hussein Obama? The middle name is important. I was. Aprende con Flowers says, no grifting tonight. Bonne nuit, mon avocat préféré. Oh, bonne nuit, aprende con flowers. Con flowers. Aprende con flowers. Bonne nuit. Merci beaucoup. That's all I got. Oganza 1000 Thai beard. Going after an attractive woman is easy if you have one that's not only hotter, but also smarter. Prende con Flowers. Brains and beauty equals Camille. Herd equals Bubba equals Smollett. The eyes, Chico, they never lie. Also said we need all courts to be held in public again, i.e. the courtyard. I agree. At sign says, poor David Shane. I pity any man that can only masturbate like this. Philibooty, Mr. Ty, we have a saying in Australia. We need them to keep the bastards honest. Sounds like that describes criminal defense lawyers. Yes. Firefucks, you big-nosed bigot needs to bring Tyrone Beard on more often because we need more hang 'em from lamppost commentary. Firefox says, I just had a stark realization. I think our Lord and Savior Matthew Harris is not a fan of other ethnicities and races. Philibooty, my mom came out and said verbatim, we fucking get it. Shut the fuck up and go do it for fuck's sake. I can't stop laughing at her. That was fucking epic. I love the old bat. Kill all the crackers. Kill all the crackers. Firefox says, God would tell Cynthia, go forth and sin no more, but you're a filthy degen whore who I know hath no restraint. Kill the mutant, burn the heretic, purge the unclean. Oh, you meant Jesus, not the God Emperor. Are they actually different is the real question. Are they actually different? Okay, next. We've got a task to do tonight. Here we go. We're in lightning super chat round. Righty Rofty Pixels. Now they're trying to turn Racine into a mass shooting event, even though no one died and it was likely gang related. They're getting desperate and bloodthirsty. Jonathan Guimont, thank you for the chat. He also says juror came out on TikTok, alias Seeking Infinite, wants to stay anonymous but proved to be legit by showing juror badge, answers public questions. Apparently that's a lie. I don't know, man. Bunch of people say it's a lie. Potentially criminal after seeing the trial and her interview. I'm not convinced Elaine could litigate her way out of a speeding ticket at this point. Smokers hack less. Fuck. Potentially criminal if you're probably not still here, but if you are, we got to get you on a show again, man. I enjoy talking to you. Eclipse Warlord, you're so late that you're breaded. Elian, this is a catch-up stream. I really don't want you to super chat, but I don't know how to turn it off. I legitimately don't know how to turn it off, but this wasn't a catch-up stream. Deleted says more like relate a law. Am I right? Lamau. Eclipse Warlord, how much money have you made YouTube this trial? That's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. Let's do a quick calculation. How much money have I made YouTube? I won't calculate ad revenue because that's harder. I have made YouTube $43,500 in super chats approximately for the Johnny Depp trial. You know what? Hold on. Let's see if we can calculate what their ad revenue for. Let's see. I made YouTube approximately $42,000 in ad revenue in June and not June, why does it say June? In May. And then in April, April, I made them another $17,000. So about $60,000. I made YouTube about $100,000 over this trial in direct revenue. That doesn't count any, YouTube premium stuff or whatever. That's just in ads and super chats. Where's the Grace Randolph stuff? I don't have time to do it tonight. Clarial X. Oh, rackets, the unbreaded chaos. We pray that you metaphorically smite thine yeast-laden enemies and set fire to the bread isles of our overlords. That made me hungry. Looks like Ricada Law can afford that new couch. I contacted a drafter today about my new studio. I want to build a more proper studio for this. Let's see. Jocko Spilnick, UCHG tutors take on Amber Heard narcissist NPD. 24 videos. 24 videos. Melissa Williams and Nick, recently fired from my job after 9 years. Would love insight and connecting with you for career advice. Much love for all you do. I'm bad at career advice, Melissa, because I work for me and have for 7.5 years now. But if you want to email me, Melissa, and just, in all caps, super chat, career advice. Someone else had sent me a career advice email. That might've been you, and I haven't responded yet, but I'll try to this weekend. Greg McNeely says body language 101. Nick just looked up and to the left, which is a sign of deception. I think Ricada Law is a Fed. I'm not a Fed. But what did I look? What was the response to? Guys, I have like no motivation or reason to lie. So if I'm being deceptive, it's probably something that's different. But maybe, I don't know. What was it? Maybe I'm lying to myself. Am I a Fed though? 100%. Gates of read that one. Maker's Mark. On the bright side, Amber Heard can now truthfully say that Johnny Depp beat her. Raymond Luxury Yacht knows someone represented by Elaine's ex-husband. Needless to say, not a high opinion of her skills. Stug, based on Dr. Hughes' expertise, I think Johnny Depp may actually be a gay man since they're the only men who can experience abuse. That's true. That's true. Icon of Sin, I am not going on Twitch tonight, no. Zyver Warrior says, will your new studio have maps on the wall? My new studio will have, if I can do it the way I want to do it, it will have, the wall will be whiskey barrel staves all around. I think those will, with foam behind them. That'll be nice to soak it up. The corners will be eliminated. There'll be curved walls. Stuff like that. So it'll be a little bit more conducive to recording. But yeah, I have to figure it out. It's going to be a big, long project. And I love things that are big and long. Templars 1005. I hate this flapping show so much. Bonjour, Sophie. Nick is lit. Cheers, Nicholas. I'm having a little Maker's Mark over here in Dallas, Texas. Oh, bonjour, Sophie. Comment ça va? Sword of Honor 1284. Typical Wisconsin. Drunk and constipated. Lol. I'm not in Wisconsin. Aish. If you have a wink of free time, I would love to hear your opinion on the Act Man versus Quantum TV. Been a wild back and forth with Quantum being a YouTube ban-evading serial narcissist. I think Jim and I might be doing, Jim being Medicare, and I might be doing a stream on that soon, now that the trial's over. Katie Bourgeois, I like Judge Janine's review of the trial on Fox. Ferdinand Thomas, when does Amber Heard declare bankruptcy? When does she, well, depends on what kind of advice she's getting. When does she get in a fight with her lawyers for non-payment of services? When does she do a GoFundMe? Soon on all of them, I would think. If she doesn't do the bankruptcy soon, she's really, really going to be missing out. Alex Hoffer, trying to work my way to affiliate on Twitch. Help me out on Russian to Die, the number 2. Russian number 2, die. Good luck, Alex. Man, it's a grind. Thomas Percival. My dog stepped on a bee. Now it's become the end of me, but with a quid pro quo and a fee foe, they think they can turn it back on you, Nick and Tug. Fancy Nancy, thank you for the donation. Cornelius Buttknuckle, in honor of Depp Heard trial verdict, today I went and did some shadow boxing in front of the battered women's shelter. Not recommended legally. Joseph Fizo, forget Kimmel, forget Colbert, Myers, Gutfield, Ferry Corden, Fallon, forget them all. This is the new home of late night. I love doing this show. I really do. It's so dumb. Bad vibes. What does low T and the turd have in common? Estrogen levels and debt. Cornelius Buttknuckle, I hear Amber Heard is a place to put your bottles. Ooh. Well, will they stink afterwards is the question. Rusty Shackelford, the face of vitamin D deficiency. Tara Rayner, my most liked tweet pre-ban was would hate to be on the left. They're always angry, hypersensitive, and eager to engage only when they can slam on shame. Must be like purgatory. Mitch Star Eve, you are spot on, Nick. Don't let anyone tell you different. Thank you. Lil Miss Tara, Amber Heard losing means Johnny Depp beat me is now true. There's a laugh emoji and a shit emoji. In Fugue, how was the Fallen State? Amazing. Yes, absolutely amazing. Tara Rayner, did you have fun? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, sir. Thank you for bringing on. Tara Rayner sounds like one of the polled jurors to me. Mike Svoboda, hey, Rackets, any word on that Rakeda plushie? No, I need to do it. I need to do it right now. I have not responded to that thing. I need to send it. The guy who sent me the mock-ups, I'm going to use those. They're fantastic. Okay, here we go. Flofi, me as the Depp Heard appeals judge. Yes, Mr. Chu, Dr. Curry will have to present her bare feet to the court for inspection. Matthew Spriggs says, did you see the Marine Corps Pride Month pic? Looks like Crayola ripped off Full Metal Jacket's cover art for a product placement. Left is calling the joking responses backlash. Semper Fi, motherfuckers. D. Lindsay, thank you for the donation. You know, I got to address something. There's a lot of talk here on the channel about the wall and stuff like that. And in regards to Amber Heard and how her looks have changed dramatically as she enters her mid-30s and moves into her late 30s and all that stuff. Look. Women age in all sorts of ways, and some of them age very gracefully, and some don't. There are things you can do to help yourself age gracefully. Lady Rackets has aged phenomenally. And if she can do it, so can some of these slacker wall ladies. Get your ass to work. Blaine's Escape Corner. I felt like I was tweeting a lot with low interaction, trying to network and promote the channel. T. Greg got me feeling pretty good about myself. Nick, on the other hand, yikes. Look, I age like a man. My looks don't fucking matter at all. The wallet grows. That's the only thing that matters to me at my fucking old ass age. What am I gonna do? A push-up? Have you seen these embarrassing arms and pecs? Holy shit. Blaine's Escape Corner, read that one. SoCal Megapint. This is the same YouTube that claimed to be Brian Laundrie with the live Instagram video during Gabby Petito case. Okay, that's a little bit more. That's a little bit more. Quo Valda says Lady Rackets is great and fun. Bring her on stream some more sometime soon. I love when she joins the show, but for her, like for me, the show is energizing, right? Like I mentioned this a little bit ago. She's an introvert, and doing stuff like this is extremely taxing for her. It is hard. It is not natural. And she's not the biggest fan. She's not the biggest fan of, interacting with people in general. So it takes work. For me, it's like not a big deal, but for her, it's draining. So it's hard to convince her to bring her on, but I like her a little bit. Billy the Kid, 1 out of 3. Nick, people are saying the UK trial proved Heard's accusations to be true and that the US trial contradicts this. They're saying it's impossible. Depp should have won because UK proved without a doubt that he committed 12 acts of physical abuse on Heard. That what she said is true based on UK trial proof. Can you elaborate and explain potential relevance, non-relevance of the UK trial and all of this? Yeah, the long and short of this is simple. The UK trial was not there to determine factually whether or not Amber Heard's claims were true. The UK trial was to determine whether or not the UK Sun's reliance on Amber Heard's statements was sufficient to defeat a defamation claim. And they said yes. In the same way that if Johnny Depp sued the Washington Post and said, you published this defamatory article about Johnny Depp, they would have said, Amber Heard said it was true. We had no reason to disbelieve her. There's no contravailing evidence out in the public. We're good. So it's that's the misnomer of this. It's all about who you sue, where you sue them. Should not have sued the UK Sun in the UK. What a terrible idea that is. But but yeah, it's and then the questions asked at bar. It's really important to answer those questions. Justin Wood says, don't you ever lose the night show vibe. Stay true to yourself. Peace. Listen, people talk about this all the time. Someone asked me if I would have Joshua Moon, the owner of Kiwi Farms, back on at some point and stuff, or was like, all the new subscribers and stuff. Here's the deal. Here's the truth. I'm drunk. So now we get full truth serum. I have built my entire professional life running away from other people's rules and other people's control. And I try to be as authentically me as I can every single day. Because to try to be yourself is the lowest effort thing you can do. You have to do effort to deviate from who you are. And I don't want to do that anymore, ever, for anybody else. So with that said, the night show is always what you get with me. This is me. If you meet me in person, it's going to be pretty similar. Same jokes, same smile, same laughter. I don't have time for other stuff. And for me, that's been very successful and fruitful. I have no motivation or desire to change. What I do have a motivation and desire to do is to bring people to this and see if they will hang out with it. That's it. I don't want to tailor a show to a new audience who doesn't like a dick joke, a black joke, a white joke, a Mexican joke, a woman joke, a man joke, a Mormon joke. What the fuck do you do being so mad about everything all the time? And I try to bring that to the chat, so because I know that not everybody gets to do this all the time. For some of you out there, the only time you get to be you is in my chat with a little veil of anonymity and the knowledge that you're not going to get banned for something you say, right? Like that's it. I have no desire to change anything about the night show. I if I let's put it this way. I make enough money, enough of a living to be comfortable for as long as I can make it. So changing the night show means changing who I am, changing the integrity of the show, and that will ultimately be to a detriment. And the only purpose you would do that for is to chase future dollars. But those are fleeting. And I've shown consistently that I can outperform what I need by being me. So why the fuck would I be anything else? That's my philosophy. That's my approach. Take it as you will. Again, guys, I always feel kind of weird talking about this stuff, but at the same time, I try to be an open fucking book because there's too many people who are not. So people ask me questions, I try to answer them. But yeah, I have no desire to be anything else. And I hope to stand as a beacon of inspiration for all the people. I know you, I've been there, who are stuck in a corporate hellhole, who are stuck in a thing, and you know it's temporary. You have a dream, a desire, a vision, you have something. You can't make it happen yet. I got you. Come here and be you for a few minutes. Take a load off. And hopefully you can be you permanently in the future. If I can, you can, because I'm a piece of shit. Atlas Knife and Tool. Joseph Magnus is everything you made it out to be. Angels Envy Rye, not so much. But I got the liquor store to give me 2 free red Solo cups with rye. Man, I don't know how you don't like the Angels Envy Rye. It is so fucking good. But yeah, the Joseph Magnus is a phenomenal bourbon. Evelyn Ziegler, major setback for women. What is a woman? I don't know. I'm not a biologist, but I am a vaginal inspector. So just in case, if anybody's wondering, I am an OBGYN, not by license or education, but mostly by hobby. But I'm a hobbyist OBGYN. I'm a hobbyist. And look, there are all sorts of professions where hobbyists are at least as reliable as credentialed experts, right? I'm a hobbyist OBGYN. It's one of my favorite places. Winton Dupree, major setback for Crazy Beaches. Billy the Kid Lawrence, as that umbrella guy said, this case is a victory for actual survivors of domestic abuse and sexual assault. It's only a loss for liars. Correct. Betsy/BABF. Elaine, turn off your mic. And Jeff Humboldt. Nick, I don't think you need permission from black folks to look dope. You do. No, you don't need permission from black folks to look dope. You need to be black. Could you honestly wear like red shoes and a red tracksuit as a white guy? No, you look like a fucking Czech. You can't. No one wants to look like a Czech. Holy shit. Only black people can pull it off. I'm so tossed. This is great. What a job this is. Tara Rayner. Avenatti has been sentenced to 4 years in prison for the Stormy fraud. Holy shit, really? Oh my God. Tucker's interview with him was awesome. Was awesome. The porn comment. Missy Ann sent a turd. Thank you. C minor OP67. You had me at tickle check. Helix Snow. No, I just wanted police reports and medical records. She showed pics of him sleeping. Like what? Girl, please. Exactly. Tara Rayner. Elaine got a haircut, but still has a vajayjay on her neck. I don't feel bad pointing out the beef curtains for the harms she is causing to real victims. Okay, guys, I gotta ask the question. I got to ask the question. How many inches of labia does Amber Heard have hanging down there? Like, Johnny Depp says it's a flappy fish market. If he's saying it's a flappy fish market, I mean, we're talking stretched out, worn out. I don't know. That's not a pleasant image. It's not a pleasant image. You think she's mad she can't just get the vaginoplasty? Because you've seen that thing, right? Like that's like it's one of the most popular surgeries right now where they get those things trimmed down a little bit. Check your Twitter DMs, you said? Okay, hold on. To the guy who sent me the super chat about like turning off the show when it's 3 to 4 hours of super chats. Hey man, tonight's show, I didn't even read super chats for about 3 hours. Except I think I read 10 before 3 hours. I don't know who told me to check my DMs, but I've got a whole bunch of them and I'm not going to find it. Sorry. Like I can't, I'm not here to change your perceptions, but what do you want me to do? Not read them? Like I could do that. I could not read super chats, but that's kind of gay too. Why would people send them? Wrestler Town says Gail King looks like when you stomp garbage further into the bag so you can tie it. Dominique L. UK judge's son works for the Sun. Ferdinand Thomas. Elaine is Amber in 5 years. She'll age fast. Shit. Droid TV. The media MSM is doing damage control. The dude, no, I mentioned earlier I'm not going to get to Grace Randolph tonight. I wanted to, but I'm not going to get to because it'll take me fucking 2 hours to get through that thing, or an hour. I'll change the title when we're done. Though T. In fairness, Elaine pledges to reveal all evidence. Tara Rayner, the bottle claim was likely a fantasy. Ferdinand Thomas, name Amber Heard's first porn flick film job. Duden as 007. Next thing you know, she will be on OnlyFans reenacting the Maker's Mark accusation. Winterfell. I love Nate Burleson. Burleson is his name. He called BS and challenged Elaine about her accountability in this case, and that's why they lost. Also, Amber had mountains of fake evidence. Yeah, no, that guy seemed great. He didn't seem to believe for a second her fucking story. And when I say that, some lady got mad at me. The Surreal Goose rackets don't hate the meat flaps. I want that thing to look like a big sloppy Arby's beef and cheddar with extra horses. I'm not hating on the beef flaps. I'm just saying. Bella's Patio Garden says, oh my God, surgery on the labia just because? No, not because. Bella's Patio Garden, you have to understand, we're in a new age. We're in a new age of women, primarily, some men, mostly women, having a predominant access to amateur pornography that pays them very well. Started with Patreon. Now, of course, you've got OnlyFans, to a lesser extent, Twitch. But these ladies are putting their vaginas on display for the entire world, which I think is atrocious. I think it's a terrible thing for them to do, but they're doing it. So when they start making money, they trim those things down and have them basically manicured to look a particular way. And that is an extremely popular surgery right now. I think that would be terrible. Like from a, like my understanding, I'm not a woman or a biologist, but I think there's a shitload of nerve endings in those things. So it seems like you'd be cutting off some sensation, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But yeah, it's really a popular thing for women to do, but you got to realize that there are more women now who are putting their vaginas on display for money than at any point in human history. So they're manicuring those things is money. It's an investment. That's why they do it. So there you go. Hope that explains it. Javon Maley, you said you to EB like Ace to Gordy from Stand By Me. Okay. The Hard Rock Hippie, if the lips don't grip, you must have quit. Rahul Shah, that was an American Psycho moment on the tie. I like the tie. Little Red Riding Hood, the mistake Elaine made was taking the case. No, honestly, the mistake they all made was filing the counterclaim. It was filing the counterclaim. That was the big things. Oh, shit. The circumcision bros are in the chat. Fuck, I'm going to hide. Nathan K. Hey, bro. Love the stream. Shout out to Ty Beard. Ale. She isn't used to well-worded questions. ATN DeGaulle, gobble, gobble, rancid ginger turkey. Pride in her honesty, your new slow jam, those lips don't grip that bottleneck. Maybe your star is born moment. When those lips won't grip that maker's mark, you better turn to McAllen, you cheap bitch. There you go. There you go. There's my that's my new single. Mark Van Ees, more like Roman Wednesday. A lot of people who don't care and don't want to be there. Righty Rofty Pixels says Nick gay for based former football player confirmed. Look, I just wish I was black sometimes. Sleepless in Minnesota, domestic violence survivors will tell you their lives were spent doing all possible not to anger their abuser. Abusers isolate victims to maintain control, not allow more roommates. Amber is a POS and a bad actor. That's true. That's true. Real quick, by the way, Lady Rackets, she's such a gem. She said to me tonight, she said, "Hey, I've been meaning to tell you there's a song that I heard that reminded me of you." And it's like, oh, okay. So there's this song that's out there. And I was like, I have no idea what the fuck it is. But she played it for me and I was like, oh, wow. That's like one, it's a pretty good song in general. I like it's kind of like a style that I enjoy. But the lyrics of it are fantastic. It's called Zombified by Falling in Reverse. I'd play it, but YouTube is so fucking gay about copyright. Zombified by Falling in Reverse. Some of you might know the song. Check the lyrics, listen to the song. It's actually a good fucking song. And that when I listened to it and I thought, this reminds you of me. This is exactly that's great. Like that is exactly what I would want people to take from me. That's a good impression, in my opinion. So, like I said, she's a gem. Josh says, just found a Johnny Depp turd trial animation like Ace Attorney games. It's hilarious. Check out Marimomo Morimo for some lols unbreaded. Yeah, the Ace Attorney animations are great. Synapse says that email sounds dangerously unbreaded. No, it's dangerously breaded. Vladimir M. Ivanovich, please send me to white only heaven, Law Pope. Vladimir M. Ivanovich, Nominiat Patriot Fili et Spiritu Whitey, Go to Whites Only Heaven, Suke Diaz, lol, you're so funny. Thank you. Alan Mellon, that sinister laugh is helping me make it through this night at work. Thank you. I truly believe you're a shyster lawyer. Not applicable, says she's going to women only hell. Socratic method is Elaine, Bill Gates, and drag. Yes. Yes. Oh, fuck. Oh my gosh. That was fantastic. Wait, Dark Shadow Logan says, good song. Ronnie, the singer, reacts to reactors of his videos. Oh, cool. Maybe he'd come on my show and we could talk about it. What do you think? Falling in Reverse, the guy who sang Zombified, the lead singer, would that be think he'd come on the show? Does he do appearances? Cranky Paperclip says, what's the hourly wage for the Phone a White line? Oh no, it's a volunteer gig. Sorry, there's no pay. Why would we need to be paid? We took all of our money from the blacks already. Why would we charge them? What? Will we take it on credit? Have you seen their credit scores? What? There you go. Imagine getting to say shit like this. Oh my God. The Hard Rock Hippie Phone a White call was made from an Obama phone. Oh, fuck. Negro says, are they accepting applications for whites only heaven, asking for a friend? Well, what? The friend that kept you out of jail? Shit. The Droid TV Elaine may have gotten money from CBS to do this PSYOP hit piece or PSYOP piece here. No, I think it's more likely that David Shane called in every favor that he's ever had. Eric Miller, isn't Elaine pulling a Waldman right now? Will she be held accountable for her statements or say she was acting on Heard's behalf? She's clearly acting on Heard's behalf, but no, I mean, she's not going to get sued because she's not going to hurt Johnny Depp. Yeah, I know. I kind of sin. I'm at a drink deficit, but if I try to meet it, I'll die. Diane Tincher says, stay politically incorrect, never compromise. Again, I have no reason to. And I think there's value. Again, not to get gay and introspective about this, but my irreverence and willingness to engage all comedy, I think, should lend credibility when I speak counter to the joke narrative. Excuse me. Ooh. But there's a whole lot of stuff that I'll say that can be very unpopular with certain crowds. And it's like, look, you know, without a doubt that I'm not fucking woke because I'll tell all the jokes, I'll laugh and engage in all the debauchery. But, when I say something that sounds kind of counter to the narrative, you can typically feel that I like believe it a little bit, right? I'm not putting on an act. I'm certainly not trying to impress a woke crowd. It's not going to work because they can look at anything else. The Rand Man says Ryan Cannell approves. David T, get some brown eggs and step on them, you white shyster lawyer. I typically actually do have brown eggs because I have family members with chickens, so we get our eggs from them. When will your studio be done? Well, it's not even drafted yet. We're talking a long timeline. Brandon James, okay, it's okay, Ty. This interview is not live. Stand down. Super Iron Bob, God must smile upon you for things to be this hilarious. Douglas Massett, you freaking killed him, lol. Rhonda Griffin, thank you for the laughs and good jokes. I needed some laughter after a mentally draining week. You're a rock star. Rhonda Griffin, me too. I'm legitimately right there with you. Legitimately. If I can be just mildly candid with you, Chad, I got to tell you, man, this last weekend, I've alluded to this a little bit, and I won't go into full details, but not every day is 100. Not every day is 100. And last weekend was one of the hardest weekends of my entire life. So some some heavy shit landed, and that's life. That's life. But it's you guys being here helped me through a lot of it. So you kept my mind going in positive, fun directions. I try not to let it impact the stream too much, but it was last weekend was a really tough weekend for me, and you guys have no idea. Like every single email that I get, whenever someone says, "Hey, you really helped me through a thing," you guys help me through things all the fucking time, and last weekend was the pinnacle time that you guys have helped me through. So thank you for that. Real Sam chat. Speaking of Elaine's gizzard neck, my wife watched your stream at home and caught her stroking her massive droop neck live. I DM'd you the video on Twitter. No, you didn't. Oh, wait, Elaine. It's got to be Elaine, not your wife stroking her droop neck. Oh, okay. I thought that was going to be really fucking funny. Some random lady doing that. But, okay. Anyway, holy shit. How long do I have? Hopefully a little bit longer. I'm not dying or anything. Cry about it, rich guy. Yeah. Yeah. If you think money solves problems, money doesn't solve problems. Money brings solutions to non-problems, and it's great. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, real problems will always be in your life, no matter what financial situation you're in. You got to learn how to deal with them, because throwing money at them never works. Tara Rayner, was it something you said? Preston Barnhill, on paper, unpenetrated. V Sheldrick says, you crack me up, Nick. Love from Scotland. Oh, thank you, V. Spring Rose, thank you for the donation. Not applicable. You could always do stuff with dogs. I mean, not applicable says white women have high scores with dogs, not men, by the way. Spring Rose, thank you for the donation. The Iron Omega. Hey, Nick, you should watch Walking into a Room Filled with World Eaters. Oh, that sounds horrifying. Audrey, thank you for the donation. H1RO. I, for one, agree with her position that a lawyer like Waldman going to the media after an unfavorable verdict is completely unprofessional. Sarcasm. Audrey, how many, if any, will Elaine be allowed to spread? Bars, not mumble rap. They don't want to admit that Miss Andrea exists, and it destroys #believe all women and hopefully brings back jurisprudence. Fancy Nancy, why would Amber Heard homeowner insurance pay her lawyers for the suit? They won't. They won't. She lost. She lost, and they will not pay her suit at this point. The reality is homeowners insurance will pay an unintentional tort, so a tort that's based on negligence. Unfortunately for Amber Heard, her tort of defamation, which in general, a defamation tort can be paid for by homeowners insurance. If it requires a finding of actual malice, you're beyond that negligence standard and you're into intentionality. And they won't pay. And there's no hallmarks. We talked about this on stream. There's no hallmarks of an insurance company being involved here. Typically, you would have an insurance company lawyer hired by them. You'd have settlement requirements. You'd have a whole bunch of stuff. Doesn't seem to be the case. Zyver Warrior says people with money always say that money solves problems. Look at how great the public school system is. Exactly. Joe's Atmosphere says Nate Burleson has zero tolerance for BS. Go Hawks. No, he was clearly the best one in that entire interview. I can't. That's the funniest fucking thing, isn't it? that the lady got so mad at me for my comments about him when they were positive. They were positive comments. Jane Borden, juror on TikTok. There's a YouTube video. Please watch. People yelled at me when I tried to, so I don't know what to do. The chat runs the show. Ruppy Minas, what do you think Adam Waldman has up his sleeve? Did you see his post and Jay Howell's post on Instagram? He posted a pic of the Royal Court of Justice. Maybe he's going to bring an appeal in the UK. I don't know. Rage, fake news on juror on TikTok. Just watch Fair and Balanced video on it. Eichen, I'm woke and disagree with almost all of your stances. This nonpartisan trial made me doubt MSM. I agree that many libs will flock away from MSM. Eichen, woke is a temporary condition, and man or woman, whoever you are, we will be here. We'll be here when you go back to sleep. Jamor says, is it bad for lawyers to take interviews on cases just when they lose? Love the content. Is it bad form? It depends on the client. It depends on the client. Jen S., to your knowledge, when was there a male victim of domestic violence by a woman brought to public attention in our HX? I don't know what HX is supposed to be. I have no idea. Male victims of domestic violence by a woman. I mean, try and find. It's a hard thing to find. Relearn your truth. Sorry, just catching up to your live. Don't apologize. The Menendez brothers was another high-profile case that testified about sexual abuse. I believe that was live and highly televised. Well, those were men, though, so fuck them. MJ Rezion, any thoughts on Adam Waldman's recent Instagram comments? Nope. Bogey34, Nick, please read the Amber Heard article from theroot.com. What about how her thing hurts black women somehow? White woman loses defamation case against white man, black women most affected. VB, do you think Johnny Depp hates Amber Heard? No. No. I would actually imagine that bringing suit against her was one of the hardest things he's ever had to do in his life. If I had to guess. Oh man, I'm trying not to yawn, but it's just there at this point. We're almost done. Jeffrey Conboy, it wasn't insensitive. He voted president most of his time in Congress. The Cutta King, check your email from IHNAB1. Well worth it. Fuck. I don't even see it, man. Oh, wait, there it is. Nick, check out my video on Rumble user IHNAB1 title Amber Heard trial photos tainted with Xerox transferred notebook scribbles of damning messages. Trust me, worth every minute. Fix the chat so I can send blank chat for my use of email instead. There's nothing for me to fix. It's not like I'm doing anything. But yeah, you guys can check that out. I don't know what the fuck's going on in that video, but okay, you can check it out if you want. There you go. Fuck. Joseph Fazio, deaf fluid is sterilized pig urine. Pearl player, how do you demonize a demon? I don't get it. Vinny the D, since I can't drink or smoke, you should try this Georgian imported wine, Kinderoli. It's got a musky, smoky taste that goes great with mold to medium smoked cigars. Cool. Joe Pancakes, first super chat was about me sending good vibes after losing my job. Nick, you had kind words, and I can now say something promising is in the works. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yellow, fluffy feathers. Ty, the really pretty ones are always batshit crazy. Tara Rayner, the old saying, birds of a feather comes to mind. Ruby Girl, Tyra Banks told her models to smile with your eyes. Exactly. Thank you, Ruby Girl. Bob Piffle, could Depp potentially go after the networks that hosted Elaine this past day? No, not easily. She continued to dispute defamation that was rejected by a jury. He'd have a lot of trouble going after any of them, including Elaine for defamation. Again, damages. Tara Rayner from high school, apparently. Oh, wait, I read this one. Let's see. Esther Dickerson. Amber Heard is lit incapable of saying I'm sorry, so no. Oh, literally. Andre Pulver, thank you for the donation. Bars, not mumble rap. What, if anything, could make any firm say, let's make Elaine lead attorney? I don't know, man. I would never hire her. Brian, got to see this one. Off subject for Elaine, but you mentioned Dr. S. Check out Dr. Doofenshmirtz's dub of The Good Doctor. That's probably pretty funny. Forever SoCal says, y'all see the jurors video on TikTok. He made a few comments and answered questions. Zachary Nihis says, just cleared out the lefties. Avahine, just a minute more with Elaine's face. Big Raj, hey Nick, check your P.O. box. Something I sent arrived Wednesday. Fuck. Was it the tumbler? Big Raj? Was it the coffee tumbler? That thing was awesome. Not applicable. Cynthia is the certified hate watcher. She's mad. No, she's not a hate watcher. She's a love watcher with criticisms. Talent seers. And guys, don't pay attention to what Cynthia says. Don't pay attention to what Cynthia says. She's here. She loves it. She loves it. You know she loves it. Talenseer says, guys, Ty is an estate lawyer. He's not a shyster lawyer like Nicky Boy. Ty is cool. He's a gamer nerd. Ty is a lot more than an estate lawyer, by the way. Pop, that's such a weird criticism of him. Pop-Tart Destroyer. I know you're not criticizing him, but other people are like, oh, he's just an estate attorney. It's like, yeah, no. Pop-Tart Destroyer. Nick, I liked your show when you were able to talk. Dude, this is a night show, not storytelling time. Damn. Surfer Boy, thanks for the donation. Lady Lee, I wonder if Elaine thought Amber Heard had PTSD and the histrionic borderline diagnosis was a progressive revelation. Quicks, if you put the I'm trying comment in context, that Elaine and Amber hate each other and it's illuminating, maybe just to me, but I think it was real. Paul Capewell, thank you for the donation. Simple, realistic. Elaine taking all these interviews while Rottenborn straight up dipped is funny to me. Elaine's the lead attorney on the case. That's why she's doing it. Plus, it's a woman's narrative about women's violence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Judith Taylor, good Lord, you've got 20,000 watching you in the middle of the night. What the fuck is wrong with us? Swords Mage, we should call June Father's Month. Since they want to bury the day itself, better to celebrate those that help create the creative life over those who don't. Chur says, do you think it was strategic to not fight too much about the agent relationship to focus resources on their own case instead? I mean, I think they fought about as hard as they could, but they just didn't get the agency relationship ends up not being really important because the jury just isn't going to take it. The jury isn't going to take the question clearly because it was a compromise verdict. They did the best they could. Amber Heard's team entered no evidence of the agency relationship at all. And they were allowed to just kind of coast through. But if the jury's going to compromise, they're going to compromise, and they don't care about the agency aspect of it. Hazel-eyed girl, Shelly SC says, question, did you see the video with one of the jurors talking about their decision? I did, and everybody yelled at me. Flash Soros, hey, Nick, are you taking the weekend off to meet up with Flash this Saturday and join him in simply having a wonderful Christmas time? No, I'm taking my family. By the way, we're going to the Great Wolf Lodge in the Minneapolis area. I got a couple. I mentioned it the other day, and a couple people were like, "Oh, you mean in this town or in this town?" No, it's the one here in Minnesota, and I'm taking the kids and the wife, and we're going to just have some time for about 7 weeks. I haven't had a ton of family time, and this is my time to spend a bunch of time with them. I am Veggie Nick. They'll go after you in LawTube and independent creators next. We got your back, but I hope you got each other's too. Also, I love Mudkips. Yeah, of course we have our backs. All of the drama is really in the chats. None of us want to see any of the others burn. Mr. Bentham, when Elaine says she has like all this evidence, reminds me of the other lawyer from Idiocracy. Why do you think he done it? RN Rules, just look at him. RN Rules, since you'll be on vacation this weekend, I'm thinking about viewing some of your older videos. Any recommendations? Russell Greer. Russell Greer is great. Ronversations. What a fantastic series of videos. Of course, you could, you check the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, but Russell Greer or Ronversations. Do yourself a favor. Bad guacamole. Synthetic THC analogs are brain rape. Bad shit. Stay away. Oh, damn. I'm not saying synthetic. The legal ones like THC, Delta 8. Delta 8 THC. Not a synthetic. I'm into films. Has been a lurker for a year now. Great channel and insight by you and your guests. 30-year anniversary of the Roof Koreans. Another reason why we need to protect our Second Amendment. Yeah, of course. Errant cognition. To what extent, if any, do you agree or disagree that Amber Heard is a liar and poops the bed? Fully. Chris Webb, no, you didn't. Okay. Rob Ford, didn't Greta Van Susteren basically get her start doing what you're doing, covering and analyzing the O.J. Simpson trial in the 90s? Of course, your stream is interactive and much, much better. Yeah, I mean, did people have the idea to watch the trials and comment on them? Sure. Did they do it live for the whole trial all the time? Of course not. Of course they didn't do that. Interacting with a chat, having other legal experts on to do it. No. Tara, MSM can never do what you do. They wouldn't have the nighttime programming and their practice of spinning the in edits to boost their side. They in real time would have no ability to deny what was seen. Zach Happel never subbed, ad block, neighbor's Wi-Fi, stolen laptop, etc. But porn bot impersonating a friend on Instagram. She needs help. Please report at Aliyah Hurtan. ALLIAHIRTANN. So there you go. Nettie Daniel, FYI, Elaine forgets that U.S. Olympic gymnasts testified in camera about sexual assault. A lot of them. GenoFast, chat needs dedicated chapter in your book. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like legitimately, of course it does. Yvonne De Silva, what will happen after the Johnny Depp case for the LawTube crew? Will mostly depend on each entertainer's ability to create interesting content. Most new followers had no idea LawTube existed, in my opinion. LawTube didn't exist. It's not a thing, was never a thing, and still isn't. And yes, you're 100% right. I made that point the other day, is that all of the free content of you put Johnny Depp in the title. 10,000 people show up. This is not how it works in normal times. Carl Webster would like to see you review the Samantha Markle versus Meghan Markle defamatory court case. Yes, an Australian monarchist. We don't like Meghan Markle because of the way she has treated the Queen. Cara Pappas dumping on VTubers, Nick. All right, Nikki Boom Boom. When my Wolf Girl OC VTuber secret identity makes me mega famous, I'll show my audience your gamer girl cross-dressing screenshots daily and laugh. Oh, wait, are you going to take my comedy stream and laugh at it? Please, no, stop, don't, Kara, don't do it. Nick Naylor, I'm sorry I didn't quite get that. Could you say it one more time? Vince L, what an amazing page based in bread pilled. Bare business. I was listening to the Unbreaded and thought the video was glitched until I looked at the screen. Hail the drunken Shaster, Pope, Fallen Angel. When you have mandatory word count requirements, Tiffany Houston, this should be on Bart's chalkboard in the Simpsons opening. Oh, that'd be good. An idiot with an opinion. Did you and Jesse discuss Unbreaded? No, we didn't. I'm surprised we didn't. Lord Vader says, for being the enemy of Bingers for 451 years, Ethan Ralph. Oh, we're close. We're close. Bring the smoke. Between you, Tug, and Hunley, I'm at 927, so close to 1,000. You people are great. I've been so entertained daily since I found you. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Guys, you can check out Bring the Smoke on YouTube. He's a barbecue YouTuber. So if you want to learn how to smoke some meats, check it out. And I don't mean sucking dick. I mean actually putting meat on a smoker and making it taste good by cooking it slow. Fagan's Law says, have me on. AB. Minor Zircon. Nick beatboxing that Dr. Dre the next episode, lol. Random Ghosty, with just an FYI, with my inhibitions out the window, I might have sent you a drunk email that was triggered by the Karen that freaked out over your jokes during the Elaine interview. I think you did. Tara Rayner, I'm not crying. You're crying for real. Thank you. Oh. Stephanie Cornwell. I was on a high-profile trial for 11 days. If I was on this chair, I'd be coming out to blast Elaine for her BS attempt at throwing the jury under the bus. Yes, dingo gal. Hey, from Down Under, from Tug's channel. Do you think Elaine's baiting the jury with interviews? So one steps forward and spills info for appeal. I don't think her interviews are helpful for appeal. Tom Grawl says, thank you. Enjoy your time with the family. Yes, Tom. And before I do, I'm going to go ahead and hit that. I got to get you back on that Kentucky Owl. I'm eternally grateful, and I have been so swamped that I haven't gotten you, and I'm going to, because holy shit. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Hey, Nick, just getting up for work. Too fucking early. Fuel prices are killing trucking. Owner-operator friend of mine is considering selling his truck over $1 a mile to operate a semi right now. Shit. Adam Wells, I'm 21, was recommended your channel by YouTube. Take what you might from that. This is my first unbreaded. Love everything you do. Welcome, brother. YouTube knows. They know you, and you are home. Ace Brain, if Amber wants to quickly raise money via GoFundMe, she should offer to legally change her name to Amber Turd if the donation goal is reached. Or just show anus. Socratic Method, Nick R., you got to put sound bites in your plushie. I don't know if they will. Death Star 420, thank you. Ashoka Tano, you have the best channel, so I'm not simping. It's the truth. I try. Junk 666, Nick, did you see the tweet on Fatherly HQ promoting taking kids to a June parade with kink and nudes? Also, the Brewers are having a drag contest before a baseball game. Yeah, well, Minneapolis will be the first major metropolitan area in the United States to have the Islamic call to prayer play on loudspeakers throughout the city. So, I don't know how other people feel about that. Cheng Hua says, here's my donation to the Church of Outlaw Tube. Idasphere, thanks for being unique. You're my favorite VTuber. A nose model is the most unique one I've seen yet. Wayne Smith, I listened to Unbreaded at double speed tonight. OMFG. It was a wild one. Keone, should they be talking about the success of the UK trial, considering there may be perjury allegations against Heard? It's just for the donate pledge thing, but still, they can talk whatever they want. Allah Akbar, Perihelion. Hey, Nick, can I have a prayer for me and my family? We've been sick for one thing or another almost every day, starting from May, suffering from purulent angina now. We want a week of feeling good. Thanks, Perihelion. Again, from my mouth to God's ears, I hope you will feel better very soon, at least for a week. Some relief and respite from your ailments is something I pray for you. And I'll pray for you more thoroughly after the show. Arclight, did you ask Jesse Lee Peterson to recut his beta clip, but with Ralpha instead? Oh, that'd be funny. The woman in B&W, thank you for the donation. Joe T, please share cheerleading pics. I don't really have any. Guy, I was 165 pounds and 6'2". It's the worst male cheerleading squad on the fucking planet. But I married my flyer, and I wouldn't trade it for the entire world. Admiral Peanut Butter. Morning, Nick. Woke up in time to send you a super chat. Have a good day today. You too, Admiral Peanut Butter. How are we? We're almost 6 hours into this shit. I am dying. I am Veggie. That's life, Nick. Thanks for pulling through for us and yourself. May your weekends get better. Also, I love Mudkips. No, that was an anomalous weekend. This weekend's going to be great. Garen Seifert says, let's see your limited edition Warhammer books. It's all of them. I'm not aware of a limited edition Warhammer book that I don't have. I get them all. It's my addiction. I used to have a channel. I used to have a second channel that had some videos showing them off, and it got yeeted. Jaleisha Lindsay, maybe I'll start putting them up on locals or something. Jaleisha Lindsay, hey Nick, thank you for the amazing coverage and truthful insight. Unlike the independent newspaper in the UK, still painting him as an abuser. Sigh. Naradak considered opening an OnlyFans. Have shown not safe for work shots to people and got real. Good feedback, strangely, has made me feel really confident about myself. Should I feel ashamed or make money? Okay, this is a really difficult question, Nara. I don't know anything about you. I don't know how old you are. I don't know any of these informations. My general rule and advice I assume you're a female. Please, for the love of God, don't do it. Please don't do it. Look, I don't care how great your tits are. I don't care how, what wonderful curves you may have. I don't know. I don't know anything about you. You could be the hottest chick on earth. Please don't sell your dignity for temporary gain. Please don't. That's yours. It's something it's the only thing you'll ever have. Is that is 100% yours, and you can give it to the person you choose to give it to. Please don't sell it online. That's all I got. Whatever you do is up to you. I'm not going to shame you for doing it. I'm going to just politely ask you not to. So. Joe T says, imagine Nick torching AOC on the house floor. Run. Oh, that'd be fun. Tara Rayner, Nick, we're here if you need to unload. Sorry you are dealing with something that sounds troubling. Adding you and your family to my prayers. That's appreciated, Tara. Silver Dragonian, thank you for the donation. Romo Drummer made a video on how scripted the Cat Lady MSM videos are. Go watch it. Okay, bye. So that's Romo Drummer on YouTube there. Paul 2KB. Hey, Nick, London here. Watched all of the trial with you. Ran home for the verdict to see you with a bishop hat on. Laughed my ass off. Thanks for 6 weeks of laughs. Hey, thank you. Thank you for being there, Paul. Boosh McFadden, would you agree it's a bad idea to lie to your lawyers, guilty or not? And is it a bad idea to refuse the advice of lawyers? Yes, 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 yes. One thing I tell my clients right away is, hey, I'm the one person on earth you'll never need to lie to. Because even if I wanted to, I can't disclose it. What you say? Just tell me the fucking truth. Never let me get caught with my mouth agape in court. And they still lie to you every time. The Under Armour gamer, my basement flooded yesterday and I am sad. Fuck, flooded basements suck. Draven Loki, Elaine drank all the Kool-Aids. RN Rules says, I sent the Tumblr. I'm glad you liked it. My friend's sister made it. You're welcome. Oh, it's so fucking cool. Thank you. Shannon Foster says, what is your favorite Irish whiskey? Green, yellow, or red spot? Cooper's Crows. Yellow spot. I've never had red spot. Yellow spot is better than green. I've never seen a red spot, but I really like yellow. Yellow Spot. Also, Writer's Tears. Fantastic whiskey. Yellow Spot and Writer's Tears are my top two. I had a 21-year-old Bushmills, which was really, really good. But I was raised Catholic. Colonel Crayon, I know you're tired and don't have much time, so here's a small, easy question. What is the history of equity vis-a-vis law, and how do they differ? You ass. Oh, shit. Angry Monkey. Apparently, there's a jury member answering questions on Twitter. Playing 20. Do taxpayers pay anything for trials such as Depp versus Heard? Yeah, you pay for the judge, pay for the jury, you pay for the bailiffs, the court reporter. Yeah, tons. Carl Webster, have not heard one thing from Gloria Allred. Things to do. Can Amber Heard and her lawyers perpetually go around spread defamation, which they just lost on? Seems like they could be sued again. They could be sued again. It's unlikely because there's no damages. Shannon Foster, thank you for the donation. Bastard Luigi, what's up, Nick? Been following since Rittenhouse. Thoughts on trolling for a good cause? Starting a GoFundMe to raise money for the Children's Hospital in the name of Donatello Pledgeman. Look, if you want to raise money for kids who are sick, fucking do it. That'd be great. Socratic Method, Nick, sing through your nostrils. That's your power. And that, I think, Red Eye Blues says, Nick, we should watch a Johnny Depp movie on Twitch to celebrate his win. That would be great. I can't do it right now. And Firefuck says, ask Runkle how to turn off super chats. He did it on one of his catch-up streams. Nah. I'm not ever interested in turning off super chats. Like, to be brutally, I don't know how to do it. That is true. But to be brutally honest, I have no desire to do that. If people want to participate in super chat, they can. If they don't. But the grift must flow. Firefox, you're within like 4 degrees of Ronnie Radke, singer of Falling in Reverse. You know Eric July, who knows Craig Mabbitt, Escape the Fate singer, who Eric had a collab on their Veracity album, who replaced Radke at Escape the Fate. They're now friends, I believe, so you could use that to pull them in. I could try. So there you go. Guys, me turning off super chats is off brand and very breaded. Why the fuck would I do that? Miss Gold says notebook money goes to Children's Hospital. If Amber could have kept Elon donation, I'm sure she would have. Shout out my Twitter, please, Miss Gold. So there you go. Check out Miss Gold on Twitter. Guys, that's the end of the show. That's the end of the show. It's almost 5 a.m. here, and I have to get up, do a bunch of stuff, and then take this family on a vacation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. I always enjoy the night show, and you guys make it so much fucking fun. So we'll see you very soon. Flashcast on Anna's channel tomorrow. I'm going to try and pop in, but it's going to be not a long time if I can even do it. I got to find a quiet spot of the hotel in the middle of the night, and we'll see. Otherwise, I'll see you Monday, if nothing else. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of that rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who's